sees it. It says 4 viewers waiting, so I don't think it started yet. Looks like you're ready. All right, no, I see it right here. I did it wrong. Hold on.
All good.
No, we are right. Okay. I think we are live. We are live. Welcome inside. We are officially
We are
live.
live.
Just text Steven and ask him to do a quick sound check for us to make sure we're good.
Oh, can't even type properly. Jeez. Are we live? Can you hear us live from TSW Draft HQ?
I think. Let
Come
me.
on, people.
I can hear you. All right, we are good to go. All right, let me switch into our first view that I think we're in. Give it a little bit of reset itself, and you'll see it. All right, welcome in, guys.
Here to join us, some from TSW, some from other places. It's going to be a big night, and I'm looking forward to it. This is our second year doing this. Last year was a little different. It was just me and a former employer of ours, but now we kind of have a whole system going, a whole crew on this, so it's definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome. So we are 24 minutes out. We're watching the. I'm watching the live stream at least for ESPN. Um, this is a big night. I think this is one of the first nights we've seen where um, the draft is so mysterious, right? We know the first 2 picks. It's Trevor Lawrence at 1, Zach Wilson at 2, but after that, it's really anyone's guess. We have people like Mac Jones at 3, Trey Lance at 3, sometimes Justin Fields are still at 3. There's a lot of options here. So X, what's your take on what could possibly concur tonight, especially with a possible Aaron Rodgers trade looming up on top of us?
Yeah, I don't think Rodgers gets dealt tonight. I think that news is too fresh. I don't know where Green Bay would actually go because I think they are somewhat, in well regards and concerns to Jordan Love. I think they do like him enough where they drafted him last year and they knew that probably upset Aaron Rodgers. I don't think they're that tone deaf where they would just, think that's okay with not only the fan base, but their franchise quarterback. So I think they are competent with Love at quarterback. So it goes, what else would be in a trade for a guy like Aaron Rodgers? You think maybe a star edge rusher or something like that? I just don't necessarily know where they'd go. Some people are floating around like a Nick Bosa in a number 3 kind of package from San Francisco. That'd be pretty steep for them, and I don't know if they'd be comfortable with giving that. So I think 3 is going to stay relatively the same, and I've been in the camp of I think it's going to be Mac Jones. I think there's been too much noise to ignore from that side, and it was the first thing we heard, and usually the first thing you hear seems to be consistent at this time of year. So even though Trey Lance seems to be coming in at this 12th hour and kind of making some noise to be that 3rd pick, I still think in the end it will ultimately be Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, there is so many options, right? We're hearing one thing from one very reliable reporter, one thing from the next very reliable reporter. There seems to be so many options, all of them just not Justin Fields. I think it's very shocking to a lot of people, right? A lot of people have Justin Fields as QB3. Some have him at QB2. It's very rare to see him at a QB4. People we've talked to, the insiders and the scouts and the people in the NFL that we've talked to, we have seen that they do value Justin Fields as QB4, right? They have Trevor Lawrence number 1. They have Zach Wilson 2, Trey Lance 3, Justin Fields 4, and then Mac Jones 5, which may leave people asking why in the world would Mac Jones be the possible pick here at number 3? And the response that we got back was, well, the 49ers are in a land of their own where they know they can run the system the best with Mac Jones, so that's why he's only considered to be a possible draft pick here at number 3. So it's really about balancing scheme versus balancing talent. And X, what would if you were in the position to balance scheme and talent? What would you do here?
I wouldn't have done this in the first place. I would have tried to solve this problem a different way because the Niners are in a win now situation. And I don't necessarily think either Trey Lance or Mac Jones does an incredible job of winning right away. I think if I had to bet on which one would come in faster and pick up things faster and, excel a little bit faster, I would go Mac Jones just because a lot of people are saying like he's a football savant and he can just really read the field and he's incredibly accurate within 20 yards. So that sounds a lot to me like the San Fran offense. So I think he would be the guy I would take if I were them, just because of that specific reason. I wouldn't have traded up to 3 to do it, and I don't think I would have traded up for 3 in general if I were in their shoes, just because this team is built for the now. Of course, there's future pieces on this team, like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, guys who are relatively on the younger side of things. But I just don't see why necessarily you would go all in on this, because I think Kyle Shanahan understands that even though he is this football guru, he's only had one really excellent season, and that is when he did take this Niners team to the Super Bowl. So I think he kind of panicked a little bit. I think he understands that his window maybe for being this football guru is closing in San Francisco. If you were to get fired in the next few years, I'm sure he'd, find another job relatively quickly. But he has to put this product out on the field, and he hasn't been able to because Jimmy G's been hurt so much. So I think he just wants a reliable quarterback that can start and excel for him, because I think Jimmy G does well in the system when he's healthy. The issue is that's just few and far between. So, in my opinion, I think it was a little bit of a panic move, and I think teams around the NFL kind of understand this because Mac Jones is viewed as QB5, right? A lot of teams don't view him nearly in the same light as a guy like Justin Fields or Trey Lance. We broke a report yesterday that a lot of teams have Mac Jones closer to guys like Kellen Mond and Davis Mills. Like, those guys are closer to Mac Jones than they are to Kyle Trask. So I just think that's a little bit concerning when I'm looking at all these trusted people. Now, we see it all the time, especially in the draft. It doesn't matter if there's a consensus on one person. It doesn't mean they're right? If one person sees something that others don't, look at the movie Draft Day. It's a perfect example. So, I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be in line with what everyone else thinks. But I think a lot of times you take the majority over the minority in a situation like this.
Right, and I think if I were sitting in the shoes of the 49ers, I wouldn't take either of these quarterbacks. I would take Justin Fields. I mean, this guy can run your offense. He's relatively pro ready. He has all the traits. He is a winner. He is clutch. These are traits that Trey Lance and Mac Jones can't exactly offer. Now, while Mac Jones is healthy and can stay healthy and can run your offense quickly, your goal should just have a good quarterback who can run it well enough. You want to have a great quarterback who can excel in your offense and lead you to a Super Bowl, not just being carried by your defense, where the defensive coordinator is already left for another job. So it'll be tricky for them to see how they do, right? Because they can do really well and they can pay off, and who knows? Jed York maybe will actually know the pick by the time they pick it because he's on Twitter ranting about how he has no idea what the pick is. Or it'll fail and we might see some firings, and I wouldn't know who goes first, but it would definitely be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most fascinating thing about the early part of the draft, because I think it really does kind of, set the tone for the next, 7 picks-ish. So it just really is super big what happens there.
Yeah, and let's move down the board a little bit. 4 back, right? Number 4, look at the Atlanta Falcons aren't really going to move out of that pick. We see it's going to be Trey Lance or Kyle Pitts. And we see just how this third pick is going to affect the rest of the draft. And my belief, what I understand, if Trey Lance goes number 3, it's going to be Kyle Pitts all the way at number 4. If Mac Jones goes number 3, there is a discussion with Trey Lance. He is definitely in that mix. Whether it's still Kyle Pitts or not, I think they have the ability with the guy they like, because a lot of teams like Trey Lance a lot. He could definitely be their pick. And Ian Rappaport alluded to this earlier. If you take a guy like Trey Lance when you already have Matt Ryan, we see what good quarterbacks do when they pick a potential replacement high in the draft. They get angry and they get frustrated and they get distrustful. And the question is, how much do you want to balance Matt Ryan's possible reaction to taking a quarterback like Trey Lance or like Justin Fields versus just letting him succeed for a little bit longer and take a quarterback next year, the year after, when losing him is not going to be a big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, maybe no one went to Trey Lance's birthday party. That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe no one went to his 21st. He's not even 21 yet, actually. I believe it's in a few weeks. He turns 21 in May, if I remember correctly. The thing with Trey Lance is this: his accuracy is in question. He only threw one interception in college, but if you watch the tape, he could have thrown multiple interceptions. He does this thing that is absolutely annoying as hell, where he throws to where the guy gets open rather than leading them, if that makes sense to people at home. I'm not confident in his ability outside the numbers from an intermediate distance. He does a lot of things well. I think he can, dissect the defense fairly well. He ran a pro-style offense. I think he's the most, just experience in a pro-style offense out of all the guys being drafted. He was under center a lot. He did have sets where there were fullbacks in his offense. That's not necessarily common in today's college football. And of course, the San Francisco 49ers have that kind of offense. They use a fullback a lot, Kyle Juszczyk. So that's interesting. Another team that uses a fullback sometimes is the Atlanta Falcons. They did a few years ago anyway, and Arthur Smith loves his heavy sets. So Trey Lance could make sense there. The issue with me for Atlanta is it makes no sense from a GM perspective, from a X's and O's salary cap perspective, to take Trey Lance, because the amount of dead cap that would create if you try to move on from Matt Ryan is literally insane. And even if you just have it next year, it just makes no sense. I'll talk a little bit later about why it would make sense for Detroit, who's in a fairly similar situation. But the way Matt Ryan's contract is constructed is so hard, and it just doesn't make sense for Atlanta, because if Matt Ryan plays well this year, you're not going to bench him next year. That just wouldn't make much sense, because Matt Ryan, for all intents and purposes, has had one underperforming year in the last 5 or 6 seasons. So if he just kind of blames last year on, COVID stuff, bad system, whatnot, you can't bench a guy that has succeeded so well, finished top 3 in MVP voting twice, won one of those times. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I just don't see them moving on from a guy like that. I think Kyle Pitts makes much more sense, F4. I do. I think he gives Matt Ryan an instant weapon. And look, if they want to do this next year, where they bench a guy for a year under Matt Ryan, if Matt Ryan plays poorly, and then have that guy be the successor the year after, let's say they pick in the top 10 again, maybe a guy like Sam Howell or Spencer Rattler, whoever you want, whoever is, puts out the good tape next year. I think that makes much more sense. This year, I just think it's a year ahead, and I don't see it from a GM perspective.
I completely agree. I mean, this is such a hard spot for Atlanta to make a decision at, because there's so many good avenues they can make. They can take an immediate weapon in Kyle Pitts to compete early. They can take a young quarterback they want to groom. In Trey Lance, they can trade out and get a haul of picks and rebuild that roster. With another team like the Patriots, the Broncos, the Saints, the Bears possibly. A lot of teams want to trade up, as we're hearing, into the top 10, because the talent is so rich on the top that they want to get those premier blue chip prospects as early as possible. Moving down the list, number 5, I feel like every pick has a major decision to make. It's kind of funny. So 5, it's the big debate: Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase. What side of the road do you land on for this debate of players?
I think this is so stupid. I may be the only person who thinks this is so stupid. Look, I understand that Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow are good friends. Look, I would love to play with my good friend, right? Joe Burrow should not be making this selection. I understand you have to keep your quarterback healthy. He has pretty good targets already on Cincy. And look, he's really not going to play this year, so it doesn't really matter. You can kind of shore up that next year as well. And this wide receiver class, everyone's saying how deep it is. So why would you need to take one in the top 10 when your biggest need is how bad your offensive line is? The Bengals, like the Seahawks, seemingly have had a bad offensive line for a few years. Ever since Andrew Whitworth left Cincy, they've not had a good offensive line. Excuse me. So just shearing up that offensive line seems really important. And yes, this class is decent with tackles, and you can find tackles in a decent round. Guess what? You can find wide receivers in the middle rounds as well. And they have a higher second-round pick. I'm sure one of the wide receivers will fall. Not because he's not good, not because he's not extremely talented, just because that happens every single year. What happened last year? T. Higgins, a guy a lot of people had a first-round grade on, fell to the second round. And what team did he land? Oh, with the Bengals. Wow, incredible stuff there. So if a guy like Gammy Brown were to fall, if a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I'm really high on, and I know some NFL people are high on as well, if a guy like Rashad Bateman for some reason fell, you can take him in the second round. I think taking the generational tackle is so important for this team. Joe Burrow can be so happy throwing to his friend, but he won't be very happy when his ass is on the ground and his knees are deteriorating again. So I just think it's the obvious selection. The guy's already been hurt. He's going to be out for a large chunk of this season, presumably. So why would you risk him getting hurt again? I just don't understand. Make sure you shore up that position as best as humanly possible.
I'm sorry to stop this great conversation, but we have breaking news in the NFL right now. Per Albright and Sheriff from the Denver Broncos, the Broncos are closing in on a mega deal for Aaron Rodgers. This has the potential to get done tonight, obviously including the number 9 pick. Wow. I mean, this materialized within the last 4 hours.
Chris, before you continue, how much stock are you putting in on this? On a scale of
Albright.
1
I'm putting
to
a lot
10?
Albright does not miss with the Broncos. I'll put like at least 8 in this.
Okay. Well, I don't think. Look, it's materializing. That doesn't mean it goes through. So
Right.
I believe that it's happening. But what's your scale of it actually happening? I'm not saying the. I understand that it's probably true, but I'm saying what's the likelihood you think of it happening? You're sticking with 8, or are you moving that number down?
Well, the report says it's close to being done. So it is a closing in deal, which leads me to believe it's been materialized, it's been debated. The question is, are they going to accept or not, which is, I think, what I'm understanding from the tweet. I would say it's an 8. I think if they have to move him fast, it's clear that this is how you do it. You take advantage of the Broncos at draft night. I'm sure it involves 3 first-round picks. I mean, I can't even imagine Aaron Rodgers in Denver. That would just be wild. It'd be looking at like John Elway again. Just wear number 7 and I won't know the difference.
Oh my god.
It truly will. Like,
Oh my god.
we were given this news at like 5:00 Eastern time by Adam Schefter, and then at 7:51, 9 minutes before the draft starts, we hear that the Packers are closing into a deal to trade with the Denver Broncos. I mean, what's your first reaction? What do you think this means for the Broncos? This means for the Packers? How realistic do you think this is?
Dude, first of all, I love the Broncos roster. The Broncos have like the all Xavier team roster right now. So I am like so in on this. I was huge on Bradley Chubb.
The quote is as close to a done deal as can be.
I was huge on KJ Hamler. They got KJ Hamler. I was like lukewarm on Jerry Jeudy, but I knew they needed a wide receiver. They got Jerry Jeudy. I am like the biggest Noah Fant fan on the absolute planet. They got Noah Fant. So like the Broncos have a team that I love. I think their offensive line could use a little bit help. I think last year they got incredibly unlucky. I forgot Cortland Sutton as well. He got hurt last year. I think they got unlucky last year. They had a lot of injuries really quick. They had a lot of drop balls. They had like this isn't an actual stat, but if you could count like untimely drops, I think the Broncos would be in the top 3 in the league of like just drops at the absolute worst time. So I really like where Denver's going. Look at his wide receiving core as well. You have Cortland Sutton. I understand he's coming off an injury, but still, Cortland Sutton's a beast when he's healthy. You have Jerry Jeudy, who if he can just catch, he'll be fantastic. My issue with him is sometimes he takes a little bit too long to get open because he focuses on like all this razzle-dazzle stuff, and he doesn't just get in and out of his break. It's kind of annoying, but I think he'll definitely work on that. He's a great guy. They have KJ Hamler. They have Tim Patrick, who I haven't even talked about yet. Tim Patrick, he didn't meet the minimum requirement, but of guys with like over 50 targets, he led the league without a drop. So there's that. He has a decent tight end room. He has Albert O and Noah Fant, 2 guys who I think are really talented. They're very similar tight ends, but really talented as well. Their running back room is a little bit weird, but I guess you can kind of fix that in the draft if you want.
Can
Maybe
you? I
in
don't
the
know
back
if
end.
give it up here.
If they don't give away. Yeah, I mean, I was about to say you could get one of the UNC boys, and then I was like, wait, I'm gonna retract that because I guarantee you they give up their second round pick.
It'll be like the Washington
I'm gonna
trade
take
with
that
the
out.
Saints, that all a while ago with that running back, their entire draft, like picks 1 first round through 7th.
Do you remember the RG3 trade?
Yeah.
So square that, and I think that's what this is going to be.
It made that
I
one
wouldn't,
trade with that one running back.
Chris. I don't want to speculate too much, but what are the chances Von Miller's in this, or like Bradley Chubb?
It would be for players. I would think Bradley Chubb would be there. They want young
I think
players.
one
You
of
can see
them would
Courtland
be
Sutton
there.
as well. Might be Courtland Sutton's in there for all we know. Like we have to expect like strong players to be in there.
I don't get. So Jordan Love was my QB 1, 2, 3, 5 last year. So I had Jacob Eason ranked ahead of him, and I never understood. I think the difference between them was like, even though Love was raw, Love had more experience playing in college. But I thought they were incredibly similar, and I liked what I saw in a small sample size of Eason more than I did like a 2-year sample size of Love. I understand Love lost a lot, but he was just making mistakes I can't really defend. You know, my number one memory of Love was they were against Toledo on like a Wednesday in a MAC game, and he threw the same interception twice on back-to-back drives, and it just infuriated me. So it was against Tampa 2, and he threw it to that shallow corner on the bottom left side of the field, and it was on an out route both times. He underthrew the out route, and it got easily picked by that corner, shedding underneath both times. And that is just my memory of Jordan Love. And he did it multiple times in multiple games. He just made mistakes over and over again. And I understand that guys can, increase their football IQ and make better decisions and whatnot. But there was just a lot with him I didn't like. So the fact they're so confident that they Chris, let's be honest. Them drafting Jordan Love cost this, right?
It absolutely caused this. It was caused this.
100%. There was already a rift. I think, I don't know Rodgers personally, but from everything I've gathered, I think he would have stuck this out for the fans if they didn't draft Love, right? If they just drafted a wide receiver last year, he might not be super happy with the organization, but I don't know if it reaches this point right now. So in a roundabout way, they gave up their franchise quarterback, their MVP winning quarterback for Jordan Love. Are you comfortable with that? Because I wouldn't be. If it was like Herbert, who I graded like a 91 last year, and I was really high on, and I was right clearly. If it was a guy like Zach Wilson, who I'm not as high on as I was Herbert last year, I graded him like a mid 80. I could at least see that. I graded Love, I think, a 70 on the dot, like a 69, and my grades are much, much harsher. So that's actually pretty good for a quarterback. But, just still, I don't get that, man. I just don't get it at all.
2 nuggets. Per Josina Anderson, she said that, at least regarding Denver, I'm told one of the Aaron Rodgers attractions to the Broncos has been the sense of freedom he'd feel with the offense with Elway in the building per source, a.k.a. take advantage of the coach with Elway. The Packers clearly have many things to think over. Given or not, we'll see how things unfold tonight. Per Tony Pauline, the Jets would like to move from pick 23 into the top 12.
Or what?
I don't know. It didn't say.
Who, not what? My bad.
Just said top 12. This Broncos trade has to happen probably before pick 9. I don't see it happening after pick 9 because then you're just dumb. That's just bad business right by Green Bay if you look at their first round pick this year. It is bad business.
I think any of this is bad business, Chris. Why Denver? I don't look. The only way I'd be comfortable with this is what Jacksonville. Pull the trigger, Jacksonville. Pull the trigger.
It would be Urban Meyer's
Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Do it. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, if this was last year, if this happened last year, I would have recommended Cincy to do it. Because I think Burrow had by the way, free sponsorship to the drink of choice of TSW employees. But what was I going to say? If this was last year, so I graded Burrow like a 92. I graded him about 1 to 2 points higher than Herbert. But I graded Herbert's ceiling higher, and I noted one very glaring thing with Burrow, and that was I'm concerned with not only where he's going, but most of all, just his ability to lead a team that wasn't super stacked around him. Like, I think he's really good with great talent, but we've never seen it with him when it wasn't, one of the best teams of all time. Let's just be completely clear about that. People talk about Alabama being an all-star team. I don't know why we don't talk about LSU being an all-star team too when Burrow was there. If you think about it, they had Jamar Chase, who's going to be a top 10 pick tonight. I think we both agree on that. They had Justin Jefferson, who was a first-round pick, and he was second in the Rookie of the Year voting for a good reason. I had him as a top 5 graded wide receiver last year as well. There's Terrence Marshall, who at absolute worst will be a second-round pick tonight, a second-round pick in this draft, rather. I think we can both agree on that as well. They had one of their tight ends drafted. The other tight end, Thaddeus Moss, would have been drafted if it wasn't for a foot injury. Their running back,
incredibly early.
Right? Their running back was a first-round pick, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They had multiple members of their offensive line get drafted. I don't understand why the LSU team isn't talked about in the same vein as like Alabama's super great wide receivers as well. Because Alabama is going to have 4 first-round wide receivers. LSU is going to have 3 and a running back. I don't know if Najee is going to be picked in the first round, but seemingly it's only like one level off that Alabama. I wouldn't even say one level, like one piece off in a way, you know? So I just, look, he had a lot to work with, and I hate evaluating people and hurting their grade because they had a lot to work with, right? I think that's super dumb. They can't control that, you know? But what you can control is just playing the game and doing everything right. Who does that very well? Aaron Rodgers. And he does it with, you know, limited help. So I wish they thought of this last year. if they felt like screwing over Rodgers maybe 2 years ago instead of 1 year ago, because now they're kind of in shambles and they deserve it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this was a long time coming. We saw how unhappy he was with the trade, and we see these things happen, and it's just, in my opinion, so easy to tell that what's going on. It's just like hard to fathom how you messed this up so badly.
Chris, can I drop one nugget on you?
Yep.
AFC West. Tell me that is not must-watch TV every single week. Mahomes, Rodgers, Herbert. Forget the fourth guy. Mahomes, Rodgers, Herbert. That's all I need. Sorry, Derek Carr. I don't want to see you throw 5-yard checkdowns every play, but that's a pretty stacked group of 3 right there. And if the Raiders were to, I feel like the Raiders are always in the conversation of where these guys want to go. If the Raiders were to get someone, you know, I'm just saying, this could be the greatest quarterback division in the history of football. I'm not joking when I say that. We thought last year the NFC South was that. This might take the cake. It may not be the best, like, of the guys holistically, but last year, to put it bluntly, it was a Matt Ryan down year. It's Tom Brady in his 40s. It was Drew Brees on his last legs, and then it was Teddy Bridgewater. So if those guys were in their prime, sure, that would have been it. But Herbert's just scratched the surface, and he was the greatest rookie quarterback of all time, arguably. Mahomes is seemingly one of the most talented players we've ever seen in this league. And Rodgers is one of the most talented players we've ever seen in this league. And then there's Derek Carr. But, you know, the rest of it is good. Insanely good.
All right, we have breaking news regarding the Saints and the Lions and the Patriots. I am getting on our breaking news on right now. Let me get them let me go to here. Talk
to me.
I'm getting them on right now. Let me get to that point. Participants, admit.
Talk to me, Chris. Talk to me.
It's not my story. It's got to be Andrew Tolva.
Tolva, our Schefter. He's better.
How's it going?
I mean, the draft has just started. We are. I think the commissioner's about to come out, but we have breaking news before the commissioner comes out. Andrew, give it to us right here.
So, I have just heard from multiple sources that the battle for the 7th overall pick from the Lions are down to 2 teams, the New Orleans Saints and the New England Patriots. They're jockeying to get up to 7 for Justin Fields or Trey Lance. The belief is right now that the Saints have a bigger offer on the table than the Patriots. The problem is NFC versus AFC. Do they want to make an inter-conference trade? That's being weighed right now. We will not know until about the 6th overall pick. That's what I got right now. Until then, I will come on with more updates if I get anything else, but that's the big news right now. A quarterback battle has begun. The Vikings are out. The Washington football team, they have decided to sit tight. Maybe they'll trade up for a linebacker. I'll know a little bit later. But as of right now, it is between the Patriots and the New Orleans Saints. for who can get their hands on a raw quarterback.
That's our team, Stolva. That's our teams.
That's our teams.
It's a
That's
battle
crazy.
within the-
Yeah,
right.
I don't even know what to say to that though, because those two teams are, more storied franchises over the last decade in this league. The Saints are far more aggressive than the Patriots, but both teams clearly have a quarterback need. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with Jameis Winston being my starting quarterback, nor Cam Newton. So both teams are in the market, and this could change the trajectory of both teams. The Saints are kind of in cap hell right now. They need to do something big, and I think this would be huge for that team because this team has a lot of talent on it. So if they were to get a guy like Justin Fields, I mean, you can speak to it better than I can, but I think that'd be huge for this franchise.
Absolutely. Both teams are looking to get their hands on someone that they can shape. Both quarterbacks are raw. Of course, we don't know yet who's going to be available at number 7. Obviously, Trey Lance has a chance to go at 3 or 4. As of right now, the general belief around the league is that Mac Jones will go 3 and Kyle Pitts will go 4. So we expect these quarterbacks to drop a little bit. Also, a little tidbit, I've been hearing a lot more recently that Penei Sewell is the pick at 5. Teams have concern about Jamar Chase's tape and why he opted out. And then he didn't do much working out at his pro day. Zoom interviews have been a little bit shaky. So we'll know a little bit more on that as we get closer. As of right now, that's the news I have. You two, keep up the great work, and I'll be on if I have more news.
All right.
Thank you, Silva.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
The man right there.
What a turn of events. I mean, we've been reported this earlier that the both the Saints and the Patriots did want to move up. We knew the Saints wanted to move for a guy like Justin Fields. We then knew that the Saints wanted to get a possible quarterback. The Patriots wanted to get a possible quarterback. They're now in a bidding war with the Detroit Lions to possibly get back. This could go on for a long time. This can go right to the 7th pick. I mean, there's a difference between moving down to 15, moving down to 28. You're trading NFC, AFC. I mean, what's your take on it? What do you think happens here? What do you think could possibly transpire? Who could be the pick there?
I think the Patriots will get it, and I'm not trying to be a homer. I just genuinely think the out-of-conference thing makes sense. I'm not saying that I necessarily even want this. I think it's intriguing, but I don't know. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm a little bit concerned with the tape I watched of Fields just yesterday. I think I'm trying to sell myself on this more than I'm trying to understand it. I just think that the Patriots, but here's the other thing too. The Patriots are kind of like the Darth Vader of the NFL, right? I don't know how many teams want to do business with them either. So I feel like this is kind of a double-edged sword for the Lions. What if they don't trade the pick at all? I mean, realistically, they don't have to. They have 2 great offers on the table. Tolva just said the Saints better than the Patriots. But realistically, they could just decide,
The Saints
what?
have a connection with Dan Campbell in Detroit.
That's why. But I don't think that helps in this situation because I think Campbell knows how smart a guy like Sean Payton is. And I don't think Campbell wants to let one of those guys loose if he thinks anything of them, right? Don't you think? Think about this from like a psychology standpoint, right? If you're Dan Campbell, you worked around Sean Payton. You understand how special he is as a head coach, right? When he sees talent, it usually is pretty good. Sean Payton is one of the best offensive minds in the history of the NFL. He's one of the best specialists in any sport ever as a coach, right? If Sean Payton is sitting there looking, because that's who this is going to be, right? This is going to be Sean Payton's pick, essentially. I mean, Mickey Loomis is doing the dirty work, but essentially they're going to get the guy Sean Payton wants, right? So if they know that's Justin Fields, don't you think in the back of Dan Campbell's mind that he's thinking, okay, if Sean Payton sees something in this, maybe I need this or something like that? I feel like that's a realistic human nature thing that could happen.
I mean,
maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I genuinely think there's something beneath the surface there.
Either way, if in fact it is for QB, Trey Lance, or Justin Fields, that leads me to believe at least that the pick will be for any of the teams at number 7, Trey Lance or Justin Fields. So we're seeing a quarterback off at 1, 2, 3, and 7. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. If they go Mac and the Atlanta Falcons go Trey Lance. It could be 5 quarterbacks in the top 7, which would be utterly ridiculous, but it'd be quite the show and quite the understanding of this is a quarterback loaded draft class.
Now, Chris, I have another one for you too. What happens if Detroit does take this? What if Detroit says no and they don't take a quarterback? I think that'd be probably the least likely scenario.
Bad for them.
But I think that's possible, right? I think we can both say there's a degree of possibility there. here's the thing. What happens with 8 then? Because 8 is the Panthers. Panthers are damn well not trading to the Saints. There's no way. So then it'd be the Patriots and the Washington football team, and the major difference between the Saints and the football team is competence, right? How many teams would be like, oh, I don't want to trade within the same conference when the team's just historically incompetent, right? I think the Saints, Mickey Loomis, Sean Payton, their track record kind of could, have some teams' eye as far as they're in their same conference, and if they see something, it's probably really good. I think that's a genuine thing people look for in these situations, right? So Washington football team calling, that's a completely different conversation. I understand people respect Ron Rivera, but this team is not the drafting, excellence that a team like the Saints are. I wouldn't say the Patriots are great at drafting either, because they haven't done crap in my fandom, basically. I think the best pick I've ever seen was my first draft I've ever watched, and that was 2010, second round with Gronk. So, I mean, maybe I'm overrating what teams think of the Patriots at this point, because yes, they're kind of the big bad giant, but they're not like that in the draft. They're just not.
Right. No, I mean, it's completely right. I mean, we see that this is such an odd place, because at the same time, if Denver or Carolina want to trade with Green Bay to get Aaron Rodgers, they probably want to have some kind of insurance that a quarterback will be there. So then do the Carolina Panthers or the Denver Broncos have to trade up to number 7 to solidify that a possible quarterback to then say, hey, look, Green Bay, we have a guy for you right here. There's no questions about it. Maybe they have to move up as well. Like, these are a lot of options that we're not like fully addressing because it's such an odd scenario.
I completely agree. It's incredibly weird. I don't know really what to make of it. Sorry, I'm tweeting my ass off right now, some of this news that Tolva brought to us. But I just think there's a lot of fascinating stuff going on.
I mean, we're supposed to be starting the draft right now, but the band's been playing for the past 15 minutes. We don't care. Your music's probably not good. I mean, when I'm looking at Twitter, it says it's not that good. We don't care about concerts. It's not the Triller boxing event. We want draft picks, and we want football. So this thing's got to get moving really quickly. They're doing like solos right now. We don't care, Cleveland. We want draft picks. To go back down, let's we originally started at before we had some breaking news. We go to number 6 is a decision between whoever's left between Jalen Waddle and Kyle Pitts. Number 7 we just talked about. Number 8 and 9 we just talked about. Number 10 for the Dallas Cowboys. They have their choice of corners. I mean, what are you thinking? Corner, possible edge, possible interior lineman?
I've mocked corner and edge to them. I don't see them doing anything else. I'm pretty sure we talked about this on Card Runners. Besides Lawrence, who can a casual fan name on the Dallas defensive line? Like a casual fan. Probably not anyone else, right? So I think that means something, not because casual fans know everything. I'm just saying they're not really anyone else there. So getting just a decent edge rusher should be a priority for this team. Would he pay Jalen Phillips, whoever you want? It doesn't really matter to me. I'm not a Cowboys fan. I mean, I'll grade the pick when it happens, but whatever they think they should do there, or you take a corner because their corners were terrible last year, and you get J.C. Horn, and I don't see anything really wrong with that either. So,
I mean, you're right. There's no one wrong answer. Now, I just want to set the scene for the people at home. It is April 29th, a rainy Thursday in Cleveland. There are about 10,000 plus fans standing outside of that hall with their ponchos on, their fan gear on. I mean, it's the entire parking lot of Cleveland is filled shoulder to shoulder. The cameras are shaking from the noise. It looks like a presidential induction ceremony. I mean, there's people everywhere. The commissioner Roger Goodell is entering the draft. He's opening the draft right now. I mean, this is something we've been waiting for the past 2 years because last year's draft was virtual. I mean, this is one of the first sporting events that are so big and so many people, there's so many fans and so much cheering and live reactions. I mean, this is taking a lot to accumulate. What is the final, like, this is it, we're here, what are we thinking the draft's about to open?
Dude, last year's draft sucked. I covered it. I scouted over 140 players last year. I know people do more than that. That's cool. But with the time I had, I scouted over 150 players, and it just wasn't as exciting. I mean, watching Zoom celebrations sucked. Let's just be honest here. So to actually be able to see these guys go up on stage, go hug Commissioner Goodell, maybe slap him
Speaking
because
of
he needs it.
Goodell, he brought his chair, the chair he sat in the entire draft last time. His chair's on stage. His leather chair is on stage for the draft.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm not watching the draft this year because I'm doing this. I'm getting all my information from Chris, which I think is actually kind of a fun way to do this. But regardless, it's just going to be a great time. It's going to be a great time. I'm excited for everything, and let's get this show on the road. I mean, can we just fast forward to pick 3? Like, the Jaguars better not take 8 minutes. I hate this. Like, I feel like they tell them to do that because there's no way. I mean, maybe they take a few pictures, like with the card, like everyone's like holding the card, like, oh, remember when we draft Trevor Lawrence in a few years, like post it on the gram, all that fun stuff. But you know,
I feel bad. There's Packers fans. There's like a little small, like 5 Packers fans. They're all wearing Aaron Rodgers jerseys and cheese hats. Like their world maybe turn on top.
Someone should let them
tonight.
know. Someone, you know, like when a baseball player gets traded in like the 4th inning, they like run onto the field and they like whisper in their ear and they go take a bench. I know it's happened in basketball a few more times, but I know baseball that's like way more prominent. They should do that. Like go tell them like, hey, we have another jersey for you. We have like the Jordan Love jersey in the back. You know, like I'm just saying.
This draft is one of the most tumultuous drafts I can remember. The most possible moving parts, the most possible trade-ups. I mean, what do you think? You've seen a lot of drafts. You've studied a lot of drafts. Is this the craziest draft you think you've ever seen come, like, draft day?
I'm only 19 years old. I'm not an old man. I've been fully covering the draft for 2 years. I've been minorly covering the draft for, I'd say, 3.5. But, you know.
Was that Lizzo? I'm not even going to.
It's not even close the last few years. It's not even close. My entire life, the only year that I think ever comes close was, I believe it was 2013 when Fisher was the first overall pick, if I remember correctly.
The Jaguars
that was kind of weird
are officially on the clock.
Yep,
Pick
saw
1
that.
at 9:30 is on the clock. Just want to put
let's
it out
get
that the
it.
draft is open.
Yeah, let's do it. But going back to my point, the year Fisher was drafted first, that was incredibly weird for me because, I don't know, I was a kid. So seeing a left tackle get picked first was incredibly odd. And especially looking back because Fisher is like one of the weirder number 1 picks you'll ever see. He wasn't terrible, but he wasn't like exceptional either. He was fairly average, and you just never see that really with the first overall pick. So that draft was crazy. But I think this draft is crazy for totally different reasons. The whole opting out thing. I don't think we'll ever see a draft necessarily this crazy for these reasons. I think maybe in a few years, you know, if this could definitely be topped, but it'd have to be a lot of, you know, different situations going on at once, unless there's like another national pandemic that we're not ready for. But that's why this is so crazy, right? Is because of the pandemic, because of the opt-outs. The opt-outs have made this insane. Feels like everyone who's opted out has been hurt by this besides Penei Sewell. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy how everything's being aligned. Guys like Javon Holland, who are being consistently mocked in the top 15 because of, you know, projections going into this year in college, may not even be picked in the first 2 rounds. I know some NFL teams are higher than on him than the media, but guys like that really just stand out. Greg Rousseau is supposed to be like a top 5 pick. Now he's not even picked in the first round probably. So just a lot of crazy stuff going on.
I mean, and look, every year the team with the number 1 pick already knows what they're doing, but they still take up all their time. The Jacksonville Jaguars are still time wasting. I mean, it's the worst part of the draft, but it's the funniest part of the draft. I mean, this can go all different ways. I mean, there's no way to predict this one, especially like last year. We knew the top 5 pretty easily. It was pretty easy. It was Burrow. It slipped my mind, but it was very easy. I know I had it. I didn't watch any tape, so it wasn't hard to figure out the top 5. This year we had the top 2, and then all hell breaks loose after that. So it's definitely been an interesting show and an interesting group of picks that I know we're gonna get a rise out of X. I'm gonna get a rise out of some of them. We're gonna have some crazy reactions. There's no doubt that the Eagles will make a bad pick. They're apparently looking to draft a guy the right player, not the right position. So that can mean offensive lineman, edge rusher, quarterback, apparently not corner or receiver, which would be really funny to see.
Before we get into the beef of this, I mean, we really don't have to analyze the first 2 picks, maybe the second pick. But regardless, where do you think Devontae Smith goes? I know we've been talking about this a lot. Just it seems like no one has the proper gauge of where he's going to go right now. So where do you think Devontae Smith ends up landing?
I mean, he's wide receiver 4 on the consensus NFL boards that we've heard, right? So I think late teens, 15 and back. I mean, it would seem very like unbecoming for a lot of fans to be like, wow, the Heisman winner is not the number one receiver, number 2 receiver. He's 166 pounds soaking wet. Like, I don't care how good you are. That's not a good way to play it when your whole job of the NFL is going to be going over the middle. I mean, if your entire job is going to be based off of cutting slant middle and getting open on design plays, you're going to get hit a lot. And a 166-pound guy is not going to hold up that well. So I think teams have genuine concerns about his weight and his injury possibilities.
No, I think it's fair, and we talk about this a lot. There's one receiver who weighed under 180 pounds that had over 200 receiving yards last year, and that was Hollywood Brown. Other guys that have succeeded under that 180 threshold are like Deshaun Jackson, Marvin Harrison. There's been guys who have been able to do it, but it's not the constant. It's not the regular. So I think that gives teams concerns because when you're doing things like this, what do you look for? You look for what's worked in the past consistently. I think that's just how these things work. You want the guys who have the build that consistently work. And I think some teams put way too much stock into that. But I think there has to be at least a little bit, right? I think that's just human nature and how this works. So Smith does not fit the mold there. And for better or for worse, it's just not going to be what a lot of teams' first opinion is. I know some teams we've talked about have Rashad Bateman as wide receiver 2. Some teams have Jalen Waddle as wide receiver 2. I'm sure there's some teams with Devontae Smith as wide receiver 2 as well, but it's not this consensus that a lot of people thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think the wide receiver class is some intrigue that a lot of fans aren't recognizing when it comes to how people are being ranked because it is such a hard class to rank because how many good receivers are there? There's a lot more slot receivers and touch guys than big powerful guys. But there's so many good receivers. It's hard to rank 1 through 10. Here's the best ones because some of them are so good at different things. Kadarius Toney's a human joystick, but he's not the best. He's not a physical guy. We have Devonta Smith, Heisman winner, can get touches really easily, can make yards up very easily, but he's too small. His weight is too low. You have Elijah Moore, who's incredibly small, has running back potential, but he is small and he's not the best deep threat. You have Rashad Bateman, who is a good deep threat, who's not as fast as everyone else is. So you have your
Eskridge is 5'9",
5'8.5", something like that.
5'8", yeah.
So you have your pick of the litter. You have the taste for every guy. It really depends on what you want, what team values what. So maybe the best receiver doesn't go above a worse one, but it's what matters with team fit the most.
While we're waiting in the chat, I know there's some people in here. Just drop some questions we can talk about, especially because the first 2 picks. I mean, you don't want to hear our analysis of Trevor Lawrence, so just drop some information down there. Yeah, I don't know how much you want from us. We're not, we're both fairly high on him, like a majority of people are. I mean, I guess it's not a majority of people anymore. I've seen some guys try to tear him down, but I think that happens when there's such a unanimous number 1 overall selection. So, yeah. And Chris, you got the first question. As a Jets fan, are you nervous and excited?
I am benevolent to the draft. I do not try to get nervous or excited because I don't like to build up the suspense for the Jets. Now, I do understand, I believe it's Wilson at 2. It'll be good to finally get it out of the way and get it done. 23, I'm just not going to bother even, looking at, my Twitter or looking at, who I think they'll pick.
Yeah, I think your second pick is far more interesting.
Oh, absolutely. I just, the Jets always shock me. I've always been shocked as a Jets fan. So I will never be like, I want this guy, and if you look at this guy, I'll be mad. Like, I will just take whoever you get as long
Okay,
as they're
Chris,
good.
I understand it's less than 1% of a percent, but if you weren't to get Zach Wilson, what would be your reaction? Just throwing it out
I'd
there.
be more
I understand it's less than
confused.
1% of a percent. It's like,
So it's not
you
that
know,
I
getting
want
struck
Zach
by
Wilson
lightning.
over Justin Fields or Trey Lance. If it took Mac Jones, I'd lose my mind. I'd like break my set. If it was like Trey Lance or Zach or Justin Fields, I wouldn't be mad. I'd just be more confused at the process of how this happened and how everyone like did not see this coming and how the second predators weren't taken advantage of. I'd be more confused at the process of how things went than the actual draft pick. Speaking of draft picks, the Jaguars pick is finally in. It'll be Trevor Lawrence, but I'm sure.
The suspense.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is wearing green today. I don't care. He's rubbing it in, if anything. I think it's definitely.
Why didn't they give him a nice teal suit that had like Jaguar print
He wasn't
all
even
over
wearing
it?
a tie either. It's like a one button like blazer. That was it, and a white T-shirt. Like he really just didn't care. Like, they had Quiddy Pay in like a full. What am I thinking of? What movie is this? Black Panther. They had a full like Black Panther outfit with like the Black Panther chain, like a purple suit, and like a black. It was really black laced. And then Patrick Surtain had like an Xbox controller diamond studded like chain with like his name glowing in it. It was sick. But then we have Trevor Lawrence, the number one pick by far, is like in like a green blazer that I got like Marshalls and then like a white T-shirt.
You want to know who had a fire fit was Tua.
I remember that. Yeah, the red suit with the
Mhm.
the luas.
I think that's my favorite. I remember, it wasn't the silliest one, but it was like one of the more relaxed ones I've ever seen. You remember what Marcus Mariota wore? I mean, I remember because I'm such a fan. He wore like a floral, like not. It was one of those like Hawaiian shirts like that you get at Marshalls, and it was like floral, and then he had like the lays over him.
I do remember
and
this.
He had the Beats, like the OG Beat Frozen,
the gray big Beat Boses, right?
Yeah, like the OG ones, like the wire ones that go around. He's just so weird.
So, yeah,
I don't know.
The Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback out of Clemson University. It is done. Trevor Lawrence is the first pick of the NFL draft. The first pick is done. Our immediate reaction is, yeah, we knew for like the past
You want to know how
7
like
months.
known this is? If you ask people 2 year, maybe last year would be different because Joe Burrow is kind of an icon. That cigar picture really catapulted him into fandom for some. But like 2 years ago, if you asked like our average Joe on the street who would be the first pick, I doubt many people would tell you. I mean, if they were football fans, yeah, but people that weren't like, super invested in football, they probably wouldn't know Kyler Murray, right?
Right.
Last year, maybe a little bit more. This year, because Trevor Lawrence is so popular, I'm pretty sure his like now wife is big on the TikTok. So
Is she?
I think
I didn't know that.
I've heard. But anyway, yeah, he's just a huge deal already. He's already sponsored by Gatorade, by Topps, by Adidas. I don't know why he chose Adidas. We talked about that. Really stupid. Regardless, just I think that's really cool that this guy is like a huge deal heading into the league.
Do you know what Quiddy Pay did that was very weird? He created an NFT for himself.
That's not weird because Evan Mobley did that too.
Did he too?
Yeah, the USC basketball player. Mobley created the NFT, and you can win like a signed pair of shoes, tickets to his first game. It's like a stock in him, basically.
I think Zach Wilson just been picked, and they cut to him in the war room with like hugging his mom, but I can't tell. I think he's been picked. I don't know.
We have some Jets guests. Wow, coming on as well.
Leon asked like, what the rookies do you remember making an impact last year? I mean, I guess you can put to the obvious. You have Justin Herbert easily. You have Joe Burrow when he was playing. You had.
I don't know if I'd say huge impact for Burrow. Like
when he was there.
he played decent, but I don't know if like I feel like the other guys were a little more transcendent. Like I know Burrow played well, but I feel like Herbert could only do so much because the Chargers are a mess. But Herbert and Jefferson really kind of transcended a little bit. That's all. I mean, maybe I'm thinking like they made too big of an impact. But yeah, keep going. Michael Winu from the Pats, the guard, played incredibly well. Tristan Wirfs, I think, as the season went along, played really well. He was a key member to that team. Let me think.
Justin
The
Jefferson
KC
easily.
corner, the KC corner, Sneed, Ladarius Sneed,
Yep.
played well.
And you just have like, your receivers, Jerry Judy.
When Judy wasn't dropping the ball, he was
when
pretty
he
decent.
wasn't playing bad. I mean, CeeDee Lamb made a big impact.
Mekhi Becton, I can't believe you
definitely.
didn't mention him. Yeah,
I mean, our
there
we
was
suck, so.
yeah, fair. There's plenty of guys that played fairly well. No doubt about it.
I mean, it's definitely was a star-studded class last year for sure. They had definitely some guys at the top that would definitely made an impact early. Chase Young also made an impact early.
Oh, of course, yeah. There's so many. I mean,
It was a good draft.
I'm so focused on this draft where it's like, my memory is a little hazy right now.
I mean, look, Jets run the clock. It's going to be Wilson. We're finally entering the draft at number 3. I think we are finally.
Are you ready for our guests here? Because we're gonna have some guests. I know we have a Jets guest in the wings.
Yeah,
so
that's
going to
sure
be fun.
That was him.
So, I mean, this is going to be really fun now. We're going to start having guests in regards to the picks. I mean, there's only so much you can say about Zach Wilson, but I still think he's kind of an unknown to people because I think he kind of came out of nowhere. He's this baby-faced guy who took 2 girls to prom.
He's a legend. He's a legend.
Yeah, he is a legend. Now, Chris, how many people do you think went to his birthday party?
His birthday party. A lot of people, for sure.
I feel like a lot of people had to have gone because I kind of pivoted on this earlier because I was like, he is so different than everyone on BYU. I'm not so sure. But then I was like, he's so different, but he's so like likable in a way that I think he's likable. I think he's really cool. I'd want to hang out with him. So, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely we did just cut to the Jets front office, their war room, and there's so many bald heads there, like kind of like brightened me, like the lights were like just like on my screen. Robert Saleh looks absolutely juiced. The man looks massive. They were all dapping each other up, so the pick is not fully in yet, but it's going to be. We heard nothing different since the draft started. We've heard nothing like odd about anything. Any news is not broken, so we're still in the dark as number 3. Who do you see as a player that is not a first round consensus guy in the media at least? Who you think can enter the first round for a team who maybe has a positional need or has a lot of traits, for example?
I don't know if this counts, but Travis Etienne. I don't know how much buzz he's been getting the last few weeks. I don't think much. I haven't really heard his name all too often. I think he's a guy that could surprise some people. I'm not saying he'll go before Najee Harris, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he did as well. And I know a lot of people would be. So I think that's a big deal that Travis Etienne, running back out of Clemson, a lot of hype preseason, didn't necessarily have the best season in the world, still could be the first running back off the board.
Right. The Jets pick is in. It's not been announced, but this means the San Francisco 49ers are officially on the clock. Everyone has been waiting for this. This has been something that has been awaited, probably the most awaited pick in the draft since they made that trade up to number 3. They've kept it so tight that even Jed York, one of their biggest personnel guys, does not know who the pick is going to be. So, your final guess, X, who is the third pick in the draft going to be?
Mac Jones.
Trey Lance.
Tattoo it on your forehead.
Trey Lance.
Mac Jones.
Trey Lance on my will.
I will be genuinely surprised. Do I even have to spoil this for you guys to pick Zach Wilson?
I assumed. I know Aaron Wilson already reported it.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to break the internet there. But there you go. That's the pick.
I mean, look, he's a franchise quarterback potentially. We said it last time about Sam Darnold, and that wasn't the best. But if this works out, they get an electric guy.
Side note, Chris. Kevin Huerter just had the worst time to get an injury, maybe ever. He's the shooting guard for the Atlanta Hawks. He just got a pretty bad sprain. He's a pretty important player to their team. In the middle of the NFL draft, I don't know if that's the best time to really be diagnosed with something. Because for the basketball community, that's a big deal. And I guarantee you I'm one of the only people who saw that because I'm constantly refreshing, trying to see if there's going to be a trade and whatnot. So, yeah, I'm deep in the Twitter sphere right now. So
I
just
am
a
also
random
very
side
deep
thing.
in the Twitter sphere. I mean, look, this is huge. This is the new face of the Jets. The hat is ugly. I hate these draft
Chris,
hats. What we got?
breaking. According to Ian Rappaport, the Packers had not spoken about trading Rodgers, and there is no plan to move him right now. So Benjamin Albright, a guy who's sucked in the past in regards to
It's a
TSW,
big
looks like he
miss.
still sucks and missed dramatically. So of all people to fail, the guy who's had his issues with us for no reason at all, I don't hate it.
Zach Wilson is currently dapping up Jets fans on the way to the pick. He's hugging them. He's shaking their hand. He just dapped up the commissioner. He has the ugly draft hat. These draft hats are terrible this year. They usually are terrible. He has the number 1 jersey. He's all set. He has the green wristband. The 49ers are on the clock. 6:45 left. We are finally going to have the key to the draft. Is it going to be Mac Jones? Is it going to be Trey Lance? Maybe Justin Fields. I don't know. But look, this is number 3 is where we get our answers. So number 4, number 5, number 6 will all depend on what San Francisco does at number 3. It seems self-evident, but in this draft is more than ever.
It's gonna be Mac Jones.
You're that confident. You're 100% on it.
Dude, let's see. I will. Dude, I am so confident. It's like I am like just dripping with confidence at this point that it's Mac Jones. I don't think it's a debate. Like genuinely, I don't even think it's a debate. Yeah, thank you to HawkFan33, by the way. You're a G for that, letting me know about the.
Yeah, I didn't see that when I was looking through. I was trying to find it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, he's a goat there. Thanks, my man.
I mean, this draft is. I forget how slow the draft is. Like every year, I forget how slow it is.
I feel like it's going relatively fast compared to other years.
See, they're interviewing Zach Wilson, but I can't listen to it because it got copyright claimed. So I'll listen to it afterwards.
Right.
If for the best interest in the 49ers, I hope it's Trey Lance. I really do.
It's not going to.
Oh man, they've kept this so close.
I am so. I will literally bet this incredible drink, free sponsorship. You're welcome, Dr. Pepper, on that.
I can't wait to see your face when it's not.
Right here. So we'll find out.
I mean, Zach Wilson saying this is exactly what I hoped for being drafted by the Jets. Not the first thing I would say if I was drafted by the Jets, but I mean, to each their own. We have. Let me just make sure. We have. No, we don't. Whoops. It looks incredibly close. I can't tell what's going on with the screen that's in front of me. I think it's Mac's family, but
Tolva's here.
Does he have news for us?
In here. Tolva's got news.
All right. Wait. Oops.
Or Adam Schefter, but better and more handsome.
The lights are on now.
Oh, stop. Yes, let me change the lighting in here. Boys, y'all are doing a great job. I am currently in cahoots with my 49ers guy. Right now, I'm going to try to get TSW the pick early here. It has been between Trey Lance and Mac Jones. That's been a big point of discussion here. This is a vital pick to the rest of the draft. The top 10 is supposed to shape how the first round falls this year. And really, this third pick is going to dictate a lot. If they take Mac Jones, Trey Lance is available. Maybe he goes at 4. If they take Trey Lance, Pitts feels almost like a lock at 4 to Atlanta. We know Terry Fontenot is a best player available kind of GM. If he learned anything from Mickey Loomis, he highly values weapons. So Kyle Pitts seems to be the pick to me, even if Trey Lance is there. But we know the 49ers made a big move up to the number 3 spot with the Dolphins, and they're ready to take a quarterback. So I am just waiting on a response here, and I'm supposed to get it in just a second. I don't know. I guess I'll open this one to the floor. X, who do you think they'll take at 3?
I'm so convinced they're taking Mac Jones.
I think it's Trey Lance.
I just think the first news is usually the more accurate news, and that You
Which
know,
was
if it was
Trey.
consistently something else, then that's that. But it's been Mac Jones for so long, and I just don't see it, moving from that.
All right,
I think
Tova.
Lance probably made a great run, though. I will say that.
I gotta bump you real quick. We have our special guest for the Jets waiting in the wings right now. We'll get you on right after the pick to explain your reasoning.
Please.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Oops, I'm not gonna report you. I almost reported you. All right, I'm gonna get my guy in here. Let me do that real quick. Oops, completely pressed the wrong thing.
Just bumping out our Schefter like that. It's all good.
Wait, whoops. Did I do it again?
You're making us invisible, Chris.
I know. I don't know why that keeps doing that, but it is. It's locking my display. All right.
It's the best.
We are waiting on Will's audio to fully connect, but he's our Jets guy. Let me just make sure he's good. I mean, the pick is in. It took the entire time. The 49ers pick is, in fact, in.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
Will, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you? So, the Jets do what they're supposed to do. They've been rumored to do it this entire time. X, I had the pick for the 49ers, and I want to wave it in your face. I want to wave it in your face. We will get to that in a second, but I want you to hold that. I want you to remember what I said, okay? Remember what I said, and we'll weep on that in a second. Will, the Jets pick Trey Lance. Not Trey Lance. I was supposed to pick. They picked Zach Wilson. How do you feel about Zach Wilson? What's your take on him? What do you want to see him do with the New York Jets?
I just want to see someone that's going to come in, be somebody that's competent, make good decisions, make big plays, and bring some excitement back to this franchise. I think as much as Sam did that in a lot of respects, I do believe that they needed a little bit of juice. And at the end of the day, it's, as much juice as you're going to get with the way Zach Wilson's pre-draft process went. The way he's exciting as he was on film last year, and I'm excited. That's the best. It's the best way I can kind of describe my emotions at the moment. I'm watching him smack, Jets fans' hands and stuff. That got me all juiced up.
I absolutely agree. I watched it. Now, what do you want to see the Jets do at 23? I know it's quite a while away, and the draft board hasn't fully developed yet. But what positions, I guess, would you like to see the Jets take at 23?
I'd like to see them. I think they're going to go one of three directions. I think they're either going to go. They're going to go either edge if the board kind of breaks their way. I think they'll go O-line if they see Jenkins, Elijah Vera-Tucker, even Adair saw it at 23. Otherwise, I could see them trade back a little bit in the first round and either go running back or receiver. I'm not saying I want them to do those things, but I think Salah's not going to address. It's not going to address corner early in the draft. I think they're going to go edge and try to build some of that 49ers defensive line with Bosa, Buckner, and all those guys, Armstead and all those guys out in San Francisco. And then if not, I think if they love one of the skill guys, Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman, both have their, somewhat question marks, maybe around Rondell Moore. I can see them trading back and do something like that. But I expect edge, O-line, and corner in that, and receiver and running back in that order.
I mean, I agree. Thanks for being on the show. Thanks for talking Jets. I hope you enjoy the rest of the draft.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me
so
on.
much.
And, thanks for having me on. And I'll keep watching. And great luck. And good luck with the rest of the night, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, Xavier.
Yep.
Well, you were very confident. A very confident person.
I was incredibly confident. I was. I won't lie. I was very confident that they were going to take Mac Jones. And
That's what it sounds like. But what did I say?
Yeah, you did. You did. Now look, here's something, right? What did I tell you earlier? Where would be this situation where all what breaks loose?
Is if Trey Lance went to 3.
There you go. So buckle up because this is going to get really fun really fast.
This is going to get interesting. I mean,
Yeah, this is far more fun for the rest of the draft. I would
absolutely.
say I'm happily wrong because if I was right, the fun would start. I'd say probably at 5, but now the fun starts immediately because what does Atlanta do? Well, Atlanta takes Pitts, but happens with like 7 now? Does
Miami
any
could
team
trade
want to
back
move
too.
up
They
for
see two
Mac?
quarterbacks there still.
Right. Does anyone want to move up for Mac? Is there another team? I mean, there was a lot of teams that had Mac as QB5, right? We know that from our people. But, I mean, Shanahan was a guy who had Mac as like that 3 right with Lance, right? So does anyone else kind of see what Shanahan saw? Because if it was that close, right, it was like, I don't know, 51-49, let's say, Trey Lance, okay? Then that means he put a lot of stock into Mac Jones being a decent NFL quarterback if he thought about him that much. He is supposed to be one of the best offensive minds in football. Is there anyone else that thinks that way of Mac Jones that would move up for him? That's my question to you. And if so, what team do you think that could be? Because my immediate reaction is that the New England Patriots, the team I support, has a thing for quarterbacks of the stature of Mac Jones, right? We talk about all the time. He played tennis. His dad played tennis. His mom played tennis. His sister played tennis, and his brother played tennis. He has this great, back and forth lateral thing going on. He's very twitchy. He is great at reading a pocket. His whole thing is he's not the most athletic person in the entire world. But if you look past that and you just look at his pocket acumen, I think he's a guy that makes a lot of sense for a team like the Patriots. So would they be willing to move up for Mac Jones? Because if even if he makes sense, if he's the quarterback 4 or quarterback 5, how much sense does that actually make? Do you really move up for the 4th quarterback on your board? I don't know if I would do that.
I want to report something because our source close to TSW has confirmed that the Falcons are mulling Mac Jones at number 4. He is a consideration at number 4. This is incredible. This is nothing we ever thought. We see Fields or maybe Lance.
We'll know in 2 minutes. We'll know in 2 minutes
We'll
what's going on.
2 minutes. But Mac Jones at 4 would be the most unexpected thing we will probably see in this draft because I don't see it.
If Mac Jones goes at 4, then what if this could mess up everything. Right. Because then if Kyle Pitts is there at 5, we reported earlier that Penei Sewell was probably the pick at number 5, right? Because Tolva was on, talked about Chase falling a little bit. What happens if Pitts is there? Wouldn't you change? I would probably change my mind because I spent all this time talking about a tackle, but you can't get a generational tight end next year. You can't get a generational tight end in the later rounds, right? That is completely different. You can argue, you can counter my point by saying, okay, there's probably a generational tackle next year. There's always one. You can counter with, okay, there's going to be a generational wide receiver, whatever. You can counter those things. What you can't counter is there's going to be the highest graded tight end of the last decade there, right? So that would be a huge, huge turning point. This is humongous.
I mean, it's a shocking development.
They're seriously mulling it. We'll get your information. We're as close as possible
to
this.
I mean, there's definitely this is shocking. If Mac Jones is considered here at 4, the league has him viewed so much higher. The pick is in. The pick is in for the Falcons. The pick is in fact in. The league has the Mac Jones viewed so much higher than the rest of the media, and that's just we've never seen that big of a gap before. I mean, that's a very large gap, and I would agree. I think Fields is a little bit of a prospect.
It's Pitts. It's Pitts.
All right,
we're
safe. We're safe. We're out of the woods. It's
Pitts.
We can confirm it's Pitts. We're out of the woods. Matt Jones will give me a little heart attack there because I was worried for Falcons fans tonight. But that's exactly like we reported. We said if Trey Lance was not there, the pick was Pitts.
We had this 3 days ago. By the way, I just want to throw that out there. We had this. You can go to our Instagram. We are 1 for 1 on the night. I mean, we have other things that we are going to see how well we did. But one of our first reports was if the Falcons don't find a trade back partner, they will shift their attention to drafting Florida tight end Kyle Pitts. They did not find a trade back partner, and they stuck with the original plan, which was drafting tight end Kyle Pitts. So there you go.
It's going to be a great selection. I think it's a good weapon to add to Matt Ryan. You're obviously committed to the now, not the future, which is fine because you think you can compete. If you get hit on defensive draft picks, then yes, you can compete. The only way I seen taking a quarterback was Justin Fields, and if they had taken Mac Jones, I would have lost my mind because Mac Jones is not the quarterback you need to develop. We did report this. We said if Trey Lance is not on the board, which Trey Lance was not on the board.
That as well.
Pitts.
Yeah.
My mock is 4 for 4 right now. I'm chilling. I mean, I'm
great job, Chris. I'm 3 for 4, but
5.
it's okay.
So
if I go 30 for 32 and I get the Jones and Lance picks wrong, I will be very sad. With you, particularly.
I mean,
but yeah, we had it.
It's incredible. I mean, Kyle Pitts is a great talent. He's a generational talent, right? We're sitting at 5 at Cincy. They're making their big decision, whether it's tackle or receiver. The top 4 is shedded relatively the way I thought it would. I think I knew the 49ers were leaning towards that way. I believe they were leaning away from Mac because of the physical attributes that Trey Lance brought and the time they brought. Because if they don't want to trade away Jimmy Garoppolo, they have the time with Trey Lance. They don't have the time with Mac Jones. And then Kyle Pitts, the best weapon in the class. Chris.
Draft guy Chumi made a great point in the comments here. He said, still had Fields higher on my board than Lance, which I agree with. I also had Fields higher on my board than Trey Lance. So it's incredibly weird. I feel like they're very similar. I think the arm strength for Lance is clearly a little bit better. I'd say the translation of athleticism might be more beneficial to Fields. I know that's kind of weird because I know Lance is more of a bigger guy, but I just feel like the way Fields moves is a little bit sharper. And they're both kind of raw. I think Fields had a little bit more games under his belt just because he played a full shortened season this year and he played in more meaningful games. So I think that's also a bit strange as well that they chose a little bit more raw of a prospect for a team that wants to win now. So to me, this might signal kind of what happened with Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith, where they might let Jimmy play this year. We'll see if he can improve his trade stock or whatever. He does have the no trade clause. I'm surprised we haven't mentioned that yet. So he does have that. So maybe he can improve his stock and get a decent landing spot next season. But all signs to me are pointing that Jimmy is going to be the starter day one. I don't know what you think about
agree.
that. But,
I mean, personally, the way I look at it, I think this points Jimmy's even as the starter, right? I think that you're given the time to sit Trey Lance and have Jimmy G underperform or perform. If he makes mistakes, you can say, well, we drafted a guy that's going to be ready after this year. So they don't have the same pressure they would with Mac where, yeah, you go plug and play Mac and he'll do fine. We're at pick 5. I think they're deciding between Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase. I personally think they're going to go Jamar Chase. I personally think it's smart to go Jamar Chase. That's just how I view how this is going.
Yeah, so Tolva came in earlier, disagreed with that, gave some reasons as to why as well. I trust my man. I think they go Sewell. It makes a hell of a lot more sense anyway. And if that's where they want to go, that's where they want to go. So I'm going to go with that report.
The way I see it, you could take a starting level offensive guard, a high level starting offensive guard in the second round because they're so deep in the back end. You can't get a Jamar Chase in the second round, in my opinion.
You can, but I think a guy like Sewell has generational potential. I think Chase is incredibly talented, and of all people, I hype him up a lot because I said last year he probably would have been the first wide receiver taken. And this year, he will be the first wide receiver taken, barring some crazy events. So, I guess you could say that's generational, but you can argue Sewell would have done the same thing. And I think it's a little more valuable for this team in particular to get that franchise left tackle with their quarterback who got severely injured last year and doesn't have a lot of help around him on that offensive line.
Per Ryan Harris, a Packers guy, his sources say that the front office has decided to call the bluff of Aaron Rodgers. They're going to see if he actually opts out or decides to sit. No trade will be made in the near future. They are just going to see if he will sit or not. They're calling this man's bluff, which I think is a terrible idea. But that's how they're going to do it.
I don't, because the one I always go back to is 06. Kobe Bryant demanded to be traded, wanted to be out really bad. The Lakers called his bluff. Kind of the same thing. Franchise icon, won way earlier in his career, was kind of a wasted talent on that team. I mean, it never got to Kobe's point with Rodgers, but I think it's pretty damn close. And they stuck it out, and ultimately they made Kobe happy, and he won a few more times. So that's a basketball translation, but I think, there are plenty of times where these guys end up staying, they end up enjoying themselves. And especially a guy like Rodgers, who is kind of the face of the Packers, right? He's the face of Green Bay sports. He's the face of all of Wisconsin sports, even more so than Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I just think, he is too big of a deal for them not to try to call his bluff, right? I just think you have to at least try that. I think, that's just my opinion on it.
I agree. I mean, I think it's smart. And the way I look at it with the Cincinnati Bengals pick, they acquired Riley Reef this offseason for star level money. They acquired no receiver, but they lost receiver. They lost AJ Green. They lost John Ross. They have to fill targets somehow, right? They're gonna have to fill these targets.
Chris, breaking. The Bengals are gonna select Jamar Chase.
I'm 5 for 5. I'm killing it right now.
So early intel, not great on our end here. It's the first time we've been wrong.
Who reported this?
I believe it was Chris. Hold on, Chris Hughes. That's just sourced. I don't know if that's 1,000% accurate.
Chris Hughes.
Chris Hughes. Connor Hughes.
That's the Jets guy. The Jets guy reported it first.
Right. Interesting. I mean, it's just who I follow. So again, that's just sourced. That isn't 1,000% accurate. But I don't know how many people.
It's Chase, yeah. Andrew confirmed it's Chase.
Yeah.
All right. Jamar Chase, wide receiver out of LSU. The pick for the Bengals, number 5. X, instant reactions?
Not surprised. I'm not really surprised at all. I knew they liked Rashawn Slater earlier in the year. I think they were debating him or Sewell for a little while. Do you remember the Bengals fans had tank for Sewell signs? Something along those lines?
Yeah. The Pittsburgh
I remember
game.
they had the banner that said thank you or something, Panay. So it's something weird like that at a few of their games. So not totally surprised, I guess, because Chase has been there, the pick there for a little while. I mean, this 12th hour stuff that Talvo was feeding us that maybe he'd slip, maybe that was in the minds of other teams, but not the Bengals in particular. So I definitely believe that there was some truth to that, just not with the Bengals in particular. So they ended up going Chase, not crazy.
Now, this is where things are interesting, right? We're coming upon Miami. There's 2 quarterbacks on the board. They could possibly trade out, or they take Jalen Waddle, they take Penei Sewell. This is where the draft begins to have a lot of options for teams who have a lot of needs. And the Miami Dolphins can fill a couple of needs here. They can fill linebacker, Micah Parsons. They can fill receiver, Jalen Waddle. They can fill offensive line, Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater. They can trade back and require more draft picks than they have already, which is a copious amount to begin with. So the Bengals pick is already in. We know it's Jamar Chase. What do you think that the Miami Dolphins do here at number 6?
They are probably going to trade back or take Penei Sewell, I think, or Jalen Waddle potentially. He's a name that's definitely come to fruition for Dolphins fans and Dolphins media the last few days.
Yeah,
so I think he's a possibility as well.
It's definitely a group of guys that Miami can definitely take advantage of. Or the board's falling where QBs are gonna be available. I find it so funny that the Carolina Panthers traded for Sam Darnold a 2, a 4, and a 6, and there's probably 2 quarterbacks gonna fall their way. That's just bad draft board management, in my opinion.
I completely agree.
I would rather both Mac Jones and Justin Fields over Trey Lance. Not over Trey Lance, over Sam Darnold. That's just how I see it.
This is fascinating. This is the first pick where I have no clue.
Miami Dolphins are on the phone with the New England Patriots. This could be an interdivisional trade, which I don't see as likely, but imagine the Miami trades back to give Patriots their quarterback of the future. Wouldn't that be a story?
I can't see that.
You can't keep your smile right now.
I can't see that.
I mean, they are close though. The head coach of the Miami Dolphins was the old defensive coordinator. They've been on the phone for the past 3 picks apparently. This is a serious conversation they're having.
So, for those who don't know, I grew up less than 30 minutes away from Foxborough, a diehard Pats fan. So yeah, I'm smiling a little bit. Wow.
I mean, yeah, I would be shocked.
That's all I
if
could
he traded for a
say is
quarterback.
wow. I still don't buy it. I'm the kind of person that believes it when I see it. The whole me and Mac thing was just a me and Chris thing. I didn't have any actual intel on that, but this I don't need any intel on this to not believe this.
Right,
like
it's an
I
interdivisional trade for a franchise quarterback. I just can't see it.
right.
I mean,
I
if it
can't
happens,
either.
then wow, it must be a haul.
Here's a interesting tidbit. Who is the Dolphins head coach?
Exactly, Brian Flores, which
Right.
was
And
the
what was
defensive
his
coordinator.
previous occupation?
Defensive coordinator for the New England Patriots.
There
But
you
you have
go.
to
He was
think,
actually the linebackers coach and called defensive plays, but I guess you could call him the DC. But yeah, I mean, it's just like this
I
is
was
crazy.
linebackers coach.
Yeah, this is crazy. I have no idea what to think of this. Well,
All right,
with
the
success
talks are
since then,
over.
yeah.
The Pats want to move up. They're going to talk to the Lions now. If the Dolphins are going to pick their pick, a big breath for X here as he realized they're not being trained with interdivisional. I thought that was pretty aware, anyways.
I think that would take too much anyway. I
Right.
think you could get the Dolphins to take less. No, I think you could take the Lions to take less of a haul than the Dolphins. I think when you're doing things like an interdivisional trade, you have to pay more than the premium, right? You have to go a little above and beyond. So I don't hate that for us at all, or the team, rather.
Yeah, I think it would have costed more. I think Detroit's a very possible landing spot. I think it's definitely a spot where you can see a guy then make an easier trade, so to speak, to get up to this spot for sure.
No doubt about it.
So Chase is taking the jersey from the commissioner. They just reset the clock. Oh wait, no. Oh my god, I got so scared for a second. They reset the clock on ESPN for the Dolphins pick, but didn't change the graphic. But then they changed the pick is in. So the pick is in for the Dolphins. That made my heart jump for a second. Oh man, that was real
It
scary.
would have been like 2003. I think it happened in like 2011 too.
Well, the clock was
But I remember
down. They just
2003
reset
more.
it, so I assumed it was for a new team picking. So I thought they traded their pick, but it didn't.
Yeah, it happened with Byron Leftwich in 2003. The Vikings didn't end up making their selection, and Leftwich ended up going to the Jaguars. And
All right.
all hell broke loose.
The pick is in for the Dolphins. 6 for 6. Waddle to
Waddle.
the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Wide receiver out of Alabama goes to the Dolphins. Instant reactions.
Sewell's fallen.
He's
Free falling.
I did predict this. I said Sewell, if he doesn't get picked early, he's gonna have a fall.
Yeah. I mean, how much do I preach about this? You want to know what my number one thing I hate every year is? I can't see that guy falling. There's no way that guy falls. Look, even if it's unlikely, a few guys fall every single year. That before the draft, I hear plenty of times they can't fall. I hate it every single year. Of course, a guy like Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson aren't going to fall, but a lot of these positional players can, because a lot of teams draft by need. They don't always draft best player available. Jalen Waddle was not the best player available. He was a need for the Dolphins because they needed a deep threat, and they took it. And I don't hate it because he has obviously a rapport with Tua. It's just how it goes.
I mean, if these offensive linemen are falling, do the Jets say, like, let's trade up to, like, 9 or 8?
How much stock do you put in that Chargers report that the Chargers were looking to move up?
I can see them doing
I
it
mean,
with, like,
they just
Detroit.
gave Tua his friend, so why not give Herbert his friend too?
I am confident that Detroit's not going to actually pick here. Like, I don't see any way they do
You
it.
are
They can get a
confident?
haul. Like, they can get a haul from the
Okay.
Patriots, from the Panthers, from the Jets, from the Chargers. Like, there's so many teams that can trade up to the spot and get a
What
guy.
if I tell you I don't believe the Patriots are trading up tonight?
I really think they do.
I just don't. This happens every year to me. Like I'm sick of this. Like this is a yearly occurrence. I mean, it's always how much movement can they get? Because a lot of times they're picking in the back end. Do you remember the year there was reports that if Baker didn't go 1, because Baker wasn't going to go 2, I believe.
Baker was
So if Baker didn't go 1, they were trying to move up for Baker.
Who?
The Patriots. That was like a serious hype
Yeah.
thing that apparently Belichick loved Baker. So usually it's just because they're picking at the ass end of the first round. This is the first time that they're really kind of in the thick of things where something can happen.
I'm waiting too. I'm watching the dots, like the dots roll up from our source.
I've refreshed Twitter way too many times.
So the
and
Patriots are now are off the phone with the Lions now. That doesn't mean they've traded or not. They're just off.
What did I tell you? What do I tell you?
I just don't see Detroit staying here is a terrible evaluation because you can trade back like 7 spots or 5 spots and get a great player and get a ton of assets with it. Like I don't see how Detroit, who is a talent lacking team, does not trade back out of the spot. I really don't see why.
I'm just telling you that I don't believe in this. I don't even know if they're going to take a quarterback tonight, which I think is even crazier. So they're drawing.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. I believe what he's trying to say is like they just
pulled a
waiting.
David Putney on them.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's where this is going.
I mean,
okay.
This draft has gone pretty chalk so far. I want to see what Detroit does because there's not been a chalk pick for Detroit. I think Detroit.
I wouldn't say Lance was straight chalk. I'd say Lance is like 50% chalk.
3.
Yeah, I don't know if that's super chalk because that let's put it like this: if you had Lance at 3, this is chalk. If you had Mac at 3, this is far from it. It's basically just who you had at 3. I wish I made 2 different mocks, like one with Lance there, one with Jones there, because you're right. This is chalk if you picked Lance at 3. It's just not everyone did. I don't know who would do such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely we've seen 3 offensive weapons go early. We've seen Pitts, Waddle, and Jamar all within the top 6. That's like 3 out of 6 picks for a receiver, which is very odd for this new age NFL where it's usually a little bit easier.
Hey, whoa, Chris, time out. So, Saints news is going to come very shortly here. The Saints and Lions are on the phone. We are really tight in the Saints organization. They are on the phone right now with the Lions, potentially moving up, potentially looking at Justin Fields. If you read our account earlier this morning,
the Saints and Lions are on the phone.
We had this before.
The pick is in, though. The Lions pick is in. It's over.
The Lions pick is in. The Lions pick is in. Well, that doesn't. We've seen this before. We've seen this before though, where the pick is in and then they trade it immediately. We've seen this before. This isn't necessarily totally over. You got to remember that. This isn't necessarily totally over. We've seen this before. So it happens a lot in basketball. It's happened a few times in football. I wouldn't totally rule it out.
We're getting our response back to the Saints
the
Lions
report we
news.
had this morning was they're making calls into the top 10. The Saints were in regards to Justin Fields. The Lions are picking. Saints have directed efforts towards the Broncos.
Who
so that
are
was
the
the
Lions
second
picking?
team.
Like the top receivers are off the board.
Penei
If it's
Sewell?
Devonta Smith, I would lose my mind.
Penei Sewell.
I would hope so. That's a smart pick. No.
What else would you do? I'm
Slater,
genuinely
Devonta
confused.
Smith.
Oh, okay. I don't see Smith.
Micah
I would be
Parsons?
shocked. That'd be the first time I'd be shocked all night. Is if they take Smith right here.
Micah Parsons is like a name that I could see floating. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
Yeah.
This
No,
smart pick's
I
offensive
agree.
line,
I agree.
Imagine seeing
I
Rashad
agree.
Bateman because he's technically receiver 3 on most boards.
I think Sewell makes more sense though.
Then
For
Rashawn
the
Slater.
Lions. No, well, yeah, but I think Sewell makes more sense as a natural fit for the Lions right now. They need a
Lions
left
need help
tackle.
everywhere on the offensive line. Rashawn can play everywhere.
So
on the
get
offensive line.
them arguably the most important position. If you asked anyone what the most important position on an offensive line is, they'd probably say left tackle.
What
That's how
position does
football
Frank
works.
Ragnow play?
Sure.
I
Don't
don't remember. I
quote
think
me
it's
on
like either
that.
right tackle or center. I don't remember.
Well, right tackle's Taylor Decker.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Ragnow's
it's
the center.
then.
Yeah.
I mean,
You really
it is
confused
Sewell.
me. I knew the answer to that. I don't know why I
it
panicked
is
there.
Sewell. The pick is Sewell. The Lions
That
did a
sucks.
smart decision.
That's-
Not good for the Jets because I wanted an offensive line run.
Hold on. This is why this sucks. I am a University of Oregon student, which by law makes me a large Penei Sewell fan. I try not to be biased with these things, but he's a generational left tackle, and it's just how it is. I don't have to love every single player that's ever played at this school, but he's one of the better ones of all time. I feel bad that he's going to a wasteland of Detroit. I still think he can succeed there. I think Dan Campbell really wanted this. I think that's the other thing we need to talk about too. Dan Campbell's a trenches guy, right? So
Right.
Sewell makes a lot of sense here. So 8's Carolina.
I mean,
I have no idea.
I mean, Penny Sewell's got
I have
picked. Like,
no idea.
Do they settle with Rashawn Slater? Do they? I think they moved the pick. No, they have. Oh, Justin Fields is still here. I completely forget. They could change Justin Fields because they haven't not given Darnold a fifth-year option yet. Wouldn't that be a turnaround of events? If they take Justin Fields here and they just trade for Sam Darnold, that'd be one of the worst draft evaluations I've ever seen because that just shows you know nothing.
Sorry, I'm thinking. I'm thinking. They don't need a wide receiver. There's nothing. They need a tight end, but you can't get one here, obviously.
Corner help would be there as well.
Corner help. I think I mocked J.C. Horn here, if I remember. I think I had the Pats trading up here. So yeah, there you go. This is where I thought the Pats were trading up. I mocked it just because I heard it so much, but I don't necessarily truly believe in it.
I want to go back to what Jimmy said. With the Dolphins needing a kick returner as well, I missed this. Jalen Waddle can provide them that for sure. I know we've not neglected that, but it's not been like the focal point. But that is a great point to make.
Yeah. What was I going to say? So yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen. This is the most fun pick so far, I think. Genuinely, I think a lot of people had the. Did you have the first 7 right? I think you did, right?
I did.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people had this. I mean, I would have had this if I made the Lance mock draft. I mean, this is how it was shaping up if Lance was picked third. That's why we preached before that. That's why we were kind of jabbing at each other. One of us was going to be really right in a row like this. So, yeah, it was honestly just whoever was at 3, and you kind of had like a 50-50 shot of what people you believed, honestly, because there's a lot of prominent people on both sides. So
I'm just filling in the picks here on our list.
So yeah, what was I going to say? Draft guy Jimmy in the comments said pick for Carolina should be Fields, Slater, Surtain.
I mean,
and excuse me,
I could J.C. Horn too. It's possible, like a boundary corner with a good physical attributes and a great testing and an even better resume. He could possibly be a pick here. I don't know.
He is regarded as corner 1 on a lot of teams' boards. We reported that a few days ago. So if they're one of a lot of teams, that can make sense. We talk about this all the time. Just because a majority of teams have a player somewhere doesn't mean that team in particular does. So just a lot to mull right now.
Yeah, it's definitely Penny Sewell's outfit is great. He pulled a Tua. He had the luas and he has an all black. Oh, that's actually a sick outfit. It's all black and white.
Yeah, I saw. I had to see because
that's a pretty good outfit. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the better ones. I thought Jamar Chase's was pretty bad with the all white with like the little orange pocket square.
I have a question for you. What do you think of Waddle at 6? I feel like we kind of skipped over that because the next pick was so intriguing with everything going on. We really didn't analyze that one well at all. What do you think about Waddle at 6?
Tua likes to throw the ball over the middle short. They like to do the dink and dunk West Coast offense. Jalen Waddle is the perfect player for a dink and dunk West Coast offense. He can come over the middle, create easy separation because he's so fast. He can take a 5-yard pass for 20 yards. He will accentuate what Tua is good at. And Tua has played with Jalen Waddle before, so he knows Jalen Waddle and how he plays. I think it's a good pick. I think you're filling a need. Maybe not the biggest need. Maybe offensive line is more value there. Like a guy like Kadarius Toney is available at 18 who could fill the same role. But you get a guy like Jalen Waddle who is, in my opinion, the best receiver in the draft. I know it's not to the most opinion, but I like his traits and what he can offer just a little bit more than Jamar Chase. Only because Jamar Chase is not going to get any separation.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm just scrolling through really fast. For some reason, Lions fans don't love this. I don't know why.
I would have.
He's arguably the best left tackle the last few seasons here. Doesn't mean he was picked the highest. It just means he's the best player available on almost every single person's big board to do a draft. He was at least in the top 3.
The Lions front office, they cut to it. They were jumping up and down, high-fiving each other like little kids.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the top 3 on most people's big boards. He was on mine. I'm sure he was on yours. Yeah. So I don't I don't get this really. I don't know what Detroit would be angry about. They picked 7th and got a top 3 value. I think that's great stuff.
I would definitely have taken him.
And by the way, Tua was grinning like a little kid when he found out, which is cool.
Yeah, because
that's cool that he gets to throw to his buddy. Yeah. So now Tua and Burrow get to throw to their friends.
Right.
So that's cool.
Just not Herbert and his friends.
Herbert doesn't have any good friends. That's why.
Javon Holland, the 3rd round, possibly.
Switch him to wideout. Why not?
The Panthers are taking their time here. They're at 133. They're probably mulling a lot of options. We're not getting much feedback back from our guys with the Panthers. So they could. I mean, Justin Fields is a possibility here.
Yeah, we're waiting here. This is by far the most we've been out of the loop. I mean, we've just been reporting things as we go, like Falcons mold, Mac Jones, stuff like that. That's interesting. It doesn't mean they picked them. It's just, the insight we have of who they were mulling. They were mulling Jones and Pitts. We had that. We both knew as soon as Waddle was there at 6, that's kind of where that was going. We had everything with Detroit. I think Detroit ended up probably asking for too much because they saw a guy they liked so much in Sewell there. That's my analysis of things. I'm sure you agree with that. That
Right.
They probably had Sewell as one of the top 3 guys on their board, probably him, Pitts, and Lawrence, like most people did. So that's probably why they were so happy. What was I going to say? So yeah, this is the first one where I don't know what's happening. I have no idea. I don't know what they're thinking about. Okay, so the pick's in.
What I'm surprised, the quarterbacks are dropping right now. We're seeing Justin Fields and Mac Jones slide. And I don't know where that stops. Like, I don't see a future. Like, I think the Pages can stay and probably get a quarterback. Will they get uncomfortable and try to trade up with Denver? Maybe. But it's very possible to see a team trade up and try to snag one of them, as they might fall out of the top 10 if Denver doesn't move. Actually, rephrase that. They will fall out of the top 10 if Denver doesn't move.
Sam Darnold is their 2021 starter, is what someone just tweeted out. A very prominent person, Manish Mehta, tweeted that out.
He's not prominent. No. Manish is not. No. Manish got fired.
I was being
I
sarcastic.
couldn't tell. I was like, that. I think was wrong for a second.
I was being sarcastic. I'm just waiting to see what's going on.
I was concerned for a second.
I was just messing with you.
I was like, I'm sure you know what happened with them. I was like,
so Jeff Darlington said the Dolphins wanted Waddle all along over Smith.
Over Smith for sure. But
yeah,
I would thought like
they wanted, and by the way, they wanted him over Chase as well, which I think is fairly interesting.
That does make sense, because if they want to go over the middle that can create yards after catch, it's going to be Jalen Waddle. Like, that's going to be your guy there. So I think it's definitely a smart pick schematically for the Miami Dolphins for sure.
I was right.
What?
Finally, I was right about something.
What do you get?
The Panthers are drafting J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn.
It's about time I was right. There we go.
I didn't have that.
There we go. It's about time. I mean, I've been waiting for my moment. We heard the news. Horn was corner 1. I kind of put 2 and 2 together. Makes sense. Boundary corner for Carolina. They play very physical. A lot of man. Horn's a man corner. It makes sense.
I mean, I am shocked. I don't understand the value. Like, I'm a big value guy. Like, I'm a big, comparing values to rounds. How, as the Panthers, do you not trade out of the spot? Like, I am sure that the Patriots were trying. I'm sure that
I have no idea.
I'm sure that the Chargers were trying frantically, because Dallas could take Rashawn Slater.
Chris, question though. If a lot of teams had Horn corner 1 and you take corner 1 8, is that really that bad of value? Maybe the media and us as analyzers undervalued Horn's placement in the draft.
Then how big is the gap between Horn and Sertani? If it's not big, then I would trade back.
That's fair, but what if you wanted to ensure that you had one of them, right? Like, what if because Dallas is going to take one of them, I'd assume. I've been on that for a little while with my line of thinking. That's not sourced. That's just my opinion. The fact that Horn to most teams was corner 1 was sourced. We've been talking about that the entire time. So I'm not totally surprised, but I am surprised they didn't trade back.
What's even more shocking is they just got their quarterback of the future in Sam Darnold.
Well, Chris, sorry, I just thought about something. The 2 teams that have been trying to trade all day are who?
Patriots and Saints.
Saints and the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
So if the Patriots offer wasn't great, and if the Patriots didn't do a whole lot, they're not going to trade with the Saints. That's not going to happen. So maybe their hands are kind of tied a little bit.
I mean, maybe.
If they rebranded, if they were like, if you painted their colors and you called them like the Steelers, I think this is different. I think maybe they'd feel more comfortable trading back. I think because it's the Panthers, because I think teams don't like working with the Patriots. I just don't. I think they have a bad reputation.
They do
and it's legit. And the Saints interdivision trade. So I think that's where it's coming from.
What I am
that's just my
about
thought process
is how you trade for Sam Darnold and then don't give him a weapon or B on offensive lineman to protect him. Like your offensive line isn't good.
I think he has decent weapons though. At least on
weapons fine.
Weapons.
Offensive
I think
line,
he's okay there.
His offensive line's bad.
Weird to me. I think they don't value Slater as high as other teams. Maybe I don't know. I'm not them. I'm not there, and I'm not them.
Mixed signals between who's OT1, Penny Sewell or Rashawn Slater. I mean, this is great for the Jets. The offensive line is falling off the wall right now. But I'm sure like Sam Darnold's gonna be like, I just got traded here to give like a better feature, and they drafted a corner. Like that's how I would think about it. I don't love that.
Shout out to Andrew Tolva who gave us that horn information.
We didn't want to release because we weren't sure, but it was there.
He also thought he was corner one as well. That's just his thing. So yeah.
We haven't been great.
Oh, by the way, this is a huge pick for us because if the Broncos stay there, we've been talking about Parsons here at this 9th pick.
Oh, you're right.
So this is a big pick for us. We sourced this 2 weeks ago about how if the board shaped up the way the Broncos thought it would, that Parsons would be the pick here. But
I don't think that included Fields.
I don't know if that included Fields as what they think the board is going to look like. So that's interesting, and they could trade. That changes everything. If they trade, that's kind of nulled because we said if they don't trade, basically. That was the caveat in that. So,
I mean, we haven't been grading picks so far. Let's go quickly grade the picks real quick.
Let's just go like best and worst pick. What do you think?
Well, let it grade through all of them, and then we'll do that, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Number 1, A. I'm gonna give it an A.
I'm gonna give it an A+.
Number 2, A. I guess A+ then A is number 2.
I'd give number 2 a B+ because I like Zach Wilson. I think they could have treated that pick a little bit differently as far as they could have done a little more in the offseason to give him help because I'm taking that into account as well, like what the team looks like around him. And I was going to go day one, so that's why I'm a little lower. But if we're just grading like the player, then yeah, A is fine.
Number 3, I'm going to give it a B. I think Trent was the better option out of the two, but I think you had a better quarterback, Justin Fields. It's still on the board.
I'm going to give it a C+ because I think it makes no sense for the team, but I think he's a decent player. So
Number
there you
4, go. Pitts, I'm going to give it an A. I think it's a good value.
A as well.
Number 5, Jamar Chase, B.
B-, just because they should have took Sewell, in my opinion, and I will stick to that.
Number 7, Penei Sewell, A+.
A+, yeah. Top 3 player at 7.
Value.
I don't see,
J.C. Horn, 8, B+, only because it could have had Rashawn Slater, and I think that deserves a letter grade drop.
Yeah, I'm going to give B because I agree. Yeah.
All right, now we're caught up. Best and worst pick. Best pick, I guess we're going to exclude Trevor Lawrence out of this,
He
right?
skipped Waddle.
Oh, Waddle, 6. A.
I don't want to trash this because I like Waddle a lot, but I think it makes no sense because I think, look, here's why I don't think it makes sense. Because that means they're all in on Tua. And I don't know if I'm comfortable with that because I graded him as a C player last year. I was very adamant that he needed a lot more work than players said he did. Than scouts said he did, rather. Excuse me. So if you're fully invested on him, he didn't have the best rookie season. I don't really care about that. But if he is poor next year too, what are your thoughts on Tua? I feel like they might try to pull the trigger on that, especially with the way the defense played last year. They were top 3 unit in the league, right? So this pick, you have to assume, is fully in for Tua. I don't know. I mean, they clearly did like him better than the other prospects, as a few people reported. I'll give it a B. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Fair. So at number 9, I like Micah Parsons is my guess if they stay because we've been reporting and that's what I think we find very accurate. If they don't stay, who moves up? Patriots move up, Saints move up. We can see the Vikings move up, the Chargers move up. I mean, Mac Jones is like slouching in his lounge chair right now, looking at his phone with like a slanted face almost. It's depressing to look at.
You want to know what's funny? I didn't think about this. Horn's dad was a Saint, and he'll be a Panther. So that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I guess stay in the same division.
Yeah,
Fields is checking his
can have
phone,
a little,
but no calls yet. 104.
They can have a little rivalry thing. Is basically what I was getting at. That'd be pretty cool. They're clearly competitive. I don't know if you watched the Welcome to the League rookie thing, but it was kind of cool. Like their competitive nature with one another.
Yeah, I don't think I caught it. So the question is, if a quarterback is not selected here, we're going to see one of two quarterbacks, either Mac Jones or Justin Fields, fall to the Patriots at 15 if there's no trade up. If there's two guys on the board there, like what?
Chalva's typing, by the way, so we're going to get
Broncos
an
pick is
update
in,
on
by
this
the way. The
Broncos
Broncos pick is in.
situation. Trade talks are going late into this pick.
We have the pick is in, but that again, like we said before, it doesn't mean it's fully in.
That doesn't necessarily mean anything because you can trade that pick immediately. So
Pick is in. Pick is in. It's done.
Pick is in. So we're just waiting to see what's going on here.
Denver wanted to get out of that pick, but they couldn't get out of it. I think the teams are realizing that like they can sit and let the people come to them at this point because of the fall. So like I was saying, we can see Matt Jones or Justin Fields fall to the Patriots at 15. We may see one of them fall out of the top 15 at that point.
The Broncos are going to pick. Wow.
I don't see it yet.
Not expecting that. Back-to-back corner picks. So draft guy Jimmy talked about how both prominent corners are back-to-back on his
Where do you see the pick in? I don't see it anywhere. I see it. I just see it.
Mike the number one Broncos reporter.
Wow,
Yeah.
Patrick Surtain is second to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Didn't they just add a corner, Kyle Fuller?
They did. Yeah.
Wow, that's a defense.
We did not have that. We were wrong on that one. Maybe
I guess they may have
didn't
assumed that Surtain was going to go earlier.
Yeah, maybe they thought the Panthers liked Surtain over Horn. I don't know. Interesting though. Very interesting.
That is, I mean, look, double up on the place you're good at, but again,
You want
I
to know
trade out
what's
here
weird
every
now,
single day of
though?
the week.
Dallas could have
that's
really
right.
used Surtain. So him not being here is, I think, problematic for them.
I mean, I think it's Rashawn Slater now, because there's no corner left. Maybe they take Micah Parsons, but that'd be really funny. Wow, I mean, Dallas got royally screwed.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, what if Parsons goes to Dallas? Jerry Jones is not scared of taking guys with problems.
I mean, Devonta Smith to Dallas? It wouldn't shock me. It's one of the most unstable owners in the league. Definitely a shocking turn of events for sure. You definitely wouldn't have expected for the Broncos to pick a corner as they already upgraded that position. They already had good guys in the building.
I think it was probably best player available. Maybe
imagine the Eagles right now. The Eagles are getting destroyed.
Well, the Eagles like Devontae Smith, don't they? So
I don't think it's Devonta. I think I have a feeling it's someone random, like Kwity Paye or something like that. It has all the makings of being a weird pick. Dallas could trade out too. Jets could trade up here to take Rashawn Slater. Justin Fields is available at 10. Justin Fields slid out the past 10 with Mac Jones. Two quarterbacks pass out the top 10. Crazy.
You want to know what I think would be the most New England thing in the entire world? Is if one, if not both these guys were there at 15 and they took neither. I am telling you right now, that is a very real possibility that everyone should be prepared for. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I mean,
and
Hawk
it's
fan
not
makes a good point.
It's because I've been a fan of this team for a decade. I've watched this movie before. Okay? So I just...
Giants want Smith. All right, Giants. All right, report. The Giants want Smith or one other prospect. So the Giants pick is not up yet, but the Giants want Smith or one other prospect that's not between the two. If the Giants draft Smith, I may implode because that's a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. If Rashawn Slater is there at 11 and you don't take him, you are a joke of an organization when you already got Kenny Galladay and John Ross in free agency. If you take a 166-pound receiver when your quarterback
Chris, are we really praising John Ross in free agency though?
It's good enough for the Giants. It's good enough. It's like a receiver 3 or 4. But
The
you already
Broncos
have
secondary
Sterling
right now.
Shepard.
Listen to the Broncos secondary. This is ridiculous. Kyle Fuller, Patrick Surtain, Bryce Callahan, Ronald Darby, Justin Simmons, Kareem Jackson. That seems like an embarrassment of riches. I think they're trying to kind of build that Legion of Boom again.
You know who we're not
Not
thinking
Legion of
at
Boom,
10?
no fly zone. No fly zone, excuse me.
Jamin Davis at 10 is a possibility, I think. Linebacker out of Kentucky. I mean, Mac, this has gone.
What about Farley?
Again, that's another people I could. Dallas has a ton of options here. I think there's one way to go wrong, and it's Devonta Smith. But outside of that, I mean, I guess Micah Parsons seems a little bit weird, but you're replacing Jalen Smith, who's failed. It's definitely, they have a lot of good options. I think one option is the only really bad one is Devonta Smith. Now, Rashawn Slater and AVT are dropping. Please, 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 Jets.
Dallas is likely to trade out of 10 per Adam Schefter.
Where did we get that? I'm missing this. Where are we seeing this? Oh, wow.
Per Adam Schefter.
Oh, wow. This is it, folks. Our first trade, possibly. Who would be the biter? You know who the one person to do a deal with New England would be? The Cowboys.
Eagles traded up. Wait, whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
what?
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nah, no
Whoa,
way.
whoa, 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 whoa. What? What is going on?
I don't see that. Where do you
The
see that?
Eagles are trading up with the
Wow!
Cowboys?
Wow!
What is that?
Wow! What?
Oh my god.
I have never seen this before in my entire life. Trade alert. The Dallas Cowboys trade the pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
What?
Interdivisional jump to go back 2 spots.
What?
Wow. Rashawn Slater, maybe? Like, they don't want the Giants to grab Rashawn Slater, or, like, it's for
It's
Smith.
probably
Devonta
for
Smith.
Devontae Smith.
Wow. You traded up for Devonta Smith? Oh, I'm about to give a hell of a grade here. You just wait and see for this one. You just wait and see for this grade.
So Dallas traded 10 for... It's a 1-3.
Oh, wait. Justin Fields on the board still. Hold on.
No way.
No, hold on.
No way.
I'm just saying.
No way. It can't be that. I think Andrew Talva, our reporter,
Right,
is
but the idea, I'm just
suggesting that it's for Devontae Smith.
saying. I'm just saying. If it was Fields, I would like. I don't know. It's. Wow, that's such an odd trade to trade interdivisional for a guy to jump you for the player they want. Like, that's like something I would never conduct.
So Chris, timeout. The Cowboys get 84 in number 12 with that trade. So there you go. That's for our viewers. That's the compensation. Wow.
So 84 to
Wow.
third.
I am very vocal that Jalen Hurts is a pile of garbage. Sure, he's an awesome guy. He seems like it. But he is not a good NFL quarterback, in my opinion.
No, I agree. We roasted
And
to the scorching of the earth after we
yeah,
talked on
I'm
the
sure he's an awesome dude. He does a lot for charity, and that's awesome. But I don't think he's a competent NFL quarterback.
Dallas
And
trades.
so, if they were to move up for a quarterback, that'd be very fascinating.
So Philly trades their third round pick to jump 2 spots. If this is Devonta Smith, you traded a third rounder on top of that, like, I will lose my mind.
Mhm.
That's. I mean, the Giants. They must have known the Giants who they wanted.
There's a
specific
lot
person.
of Smith talk. I think it's going to be Smith.
I would also have to guess it was Smith, but it would be funny if it was Justin Fields. The right player to fall.
I just doubt it.
No, I agree. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be a good.
I just
a good
can't
take.
believe.
Quincy Avery really
Don't
wants it to be
get
Justin
this.
Fields. But my whole point comes back to, why would you let a team in your division jump for you for a guy that they want? Like, isn't the whole point to, like, win your division? Like, you can only get a third round pick out of that. Is that
Hold
really
on.
worth it?
Time out. What's your evaluation of Devontae Smith?
I don't like it at all.
Okay. Why can't the Cowboys have the same opinion as you?
But why would the Cowboys, like, why did you just not take him?
Think.
Oh,
Think, though.
yeah.
Think.
Say, we'll call your bluff. You're stupid. Let's just have you take them for a third. I mean, yeah, sure, that can make sense.
You take a player we don't like, that we don't think will work out,
Right.
and we'll get an extra pick out of it. And you're going to pick the guy we want, and the Giants were going to pick the guy we want. So who cares? That's a very feasible line of rationale to have. If
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
you're there.
For sure.
That's
yeah.
only if you think Smith will fail, though. To be completely fair, that is the only way that is possible. Is that if you think Smith will fail and will not be a good prospect at all, if you think even there is a 40% chance that he will succeed in the NFL, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
The Eagles' clock is about to hit 0, by the way. The pick is in. It was almost at
It's got
0.
to be Devontae Smith.
I would assume it would be that, right? Oh my god! But I guess it would. I would only score in the Cowboys. If
The
it wasn't
Eagles are
Devontae
selecting
Smith.
Devontae Smith according to The Athletic from Connor Hughes again.
Connor's
that
breaking
is
everything tonight.
Fresh off the press, that is the Eagles are selecting wide receiver Devontae Smith. Our source Andrew Tolva, had it a little while ago
5
as
minutes
well.
ago.
Yeah, I mean, we were a little skeptical because we didn't necessarily know what was happening.
Right.
But I will give Tolva his credit. He was right there. It was for Smith. So, awesome work
look,
by our reporter there.
it is great work. I understand Dallas's rationale. They truly don't like Devonta like I do. I understand it. I'm gonna grade this pick a D-. Done.
Oh my.
I'm done with this pick. I don't think he's a good receiver. I think he's too small to be in the NFL or has prior success in the NFL. You traded up for him. You lost a 3rd-round pick to trade up for this guy. Oh, I think it's just a terrible value evaluation on top of a bad trade. So, yep, D-. I think
Can I
it's
just
fair.
say something really quick? I get a free jersey if the Patriots grab Saban Collins tonight. So
Do you really?
the back of my mind, I kind of want that. Yeah. So there we go. I'm just saying.
Oh my god. That is incredible. I mean, I think that should have been Justin
I'm not
Fields.
surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
I
I'm
think it
surprised
should
it
have
happened
been
with.
Justin Fields.
I was surprised it happened with Dallas, but I'm not surprised the team traded up for Devontae Smith. I am not.
I wonder if the Giants entertain Justin Fields. I would. Dave Gettleman won't do it, but I would.
No way.
I would entertain it. Why not? I absolutely would. I mean,
So listen. So 11. Okay, so let's see. The Giants, there is no way to take a quarterback. I'm just going to tell you right
yeah,
now.
no, I
There's no
agree.
way.
I'd be funny though.
The Cowboys, negative chance. Chargers, negative chance.
Vikings.
Guess who sits at 14?
Vikings. Oh my god, I lose my mind. It's possible.
I'm
But you
just
see the
saying.
Patriots have an opportunity to draft to draft two quarterbacks.
What
on the
happens
board.
when the Patriots don't draft either of them?
Then we see
Because I
Zach.
think that
Then we
is-
see Justin Fields and Mac Jones fall out of the top 15, which is like if Justin Fields fall out of the top 15,
Look,
the Saints
if
have to be
Justin
all
Fields
over
gets
that.
drafted by the Vikings, right? If
Right.
Justin Fields slides to 14 and gets drafted by the Vikings, what the hell happens to Mac Jones if the Patriots don't like Mac Jones? Then all hell breaks loose.
Bears. The Bears.
No
The
way.
Bears.
That'd be a Bears thing to do.
It would be, which is why I would predict it.
I mean, I'm fast. You want to know another guy? Where does Parsons fall now?
He's sliding for sure. The Jets like him. I know that. The Jets the Jets board has fallen like really well. The Jets, the way the board's falling, AVT on the board still, Rayshon Slater on the board still. But all the linebackers are on the board. The board for the Jets has fallen quite well, I would say. And I guess definitely for the Patriots, the board's fallen great for them. They have to love
Just
their
waiting
board.
to see if there's going to be a Boston trade up. I mean, I'm fascinated by this. I say Boston and New England trade up. The Chicago Bears are trading up from number 20 to number 11. From number 20
you're
to number
lying,
11.
you're lying.
I am not reported by
Oh
Adam
my
Schefter,
goodness.
reported by Ian Rappaport. The Bears are on the clock.
The Giants
I repeat,
finally
the
do
Bears
it.
are on the clock. Fields or Mac?
It's gotta be Fields. Oh my gosh! Imagine if it's Mac. Wow.
Oh
Wow.
my God! Everyone's gonna assume it's Fields, but you just can't assume
Can't.
that.
The Giants
just
have
can't.
traded at back. The Giants have never traded down, and they finally do it with the Bears. The Bears are on the clock. We said Andy Dalton was our star quarterback. We said Andy Dalton was our future, our QB1. We tweeted it. No, it's not.
I am waiting patiently. Gettleman traded down. He
It's
did. He said he's
madhouse.
trying.
Twitter's gone wild. It has to please be Fields for all purposes. I don't want the Patriots to have the opportunity to draft Fields.
I know quite a large amount of Bears fans. I'm fascinated by this. What is happening? If they get Fields, if they get Fields, the franchise will act like that is the greatest thing in the entire world. If the franchise gets Mac Jones, I don't want to be a Bears fan tomorrow.
That's crazy. I mean, wow.
There's no report on what's going on. I have no idea. People are assuming it's Fields. That's a terrible assumption. I am sorry. Just because a lot of people say that he's better, and I think he's better for sure, that does not mean the Bears do at all. So, just waiting.
The Bears gave the Giants the first this year, the fifth this year, the first next year, and the fourth next year. 2 firsts, a fourth, and a fifth to move up. Wow, what a steal by I want to. Dave Gettleman said, "I'll never get fleeced in a trade." This man did not get fleeced. I'll tell you that right now. He got a haul.
Great move by Dave Gettleman.
It's a great
I think that's a great move.
2164, 2022 first, 2022 fourth. That is a great haul for the Giants. A great trade by a man who's not been known for trading at all. I mean, wow, finessed. He never said. He said this was very specific. I will never get fleeced in a trade down. And
I am waiting so patiently on what this pick is going to be.
I really hope it's
We
Fields.
don't know. We have no idea.
I need to be Fields. It's an absolutely great trade for the Giants, to be completely honest.
That's the assumption, but we can't assume.
Good right now. Mac's not getting the call. On the
I
team.
don't think Fields got the call. That's the thing. I don't know what's going on here. I'm fascinated.
Wow, that's a. Oh, Fields has left the couch. Fields is no longer on his couch, but his family's gone. I think it's Fields. It's not confirmed yet, but I have to believe it's. Yeah, I think Justin just called the team. They're all smiling. They're all sitting back.
The Bears have selected Justin Fields. That is the pick.
Have it. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's go. That is so big as a Jets fan because I could not stand to see the Patriots have an opportunity to get Justin Fields. It would have hurt me inside. That's gotta hurt though, X. Gotta hurt.
I never expect my team to do anything right in the draft.
That's gotta hurt. That's a tough pill to swallow for sure.
I think a lot of people are in your shoes that they're just really happy that Fields is not in New England.
Wow, the Bears make a ballsy move. The Bears make an absolutely ballsy move here, taking Justin Fields.
Fields was the third quarterback on my board. I had him just a little bit ahead of Lance and a little bit ahead of Mac Jones as well. I think his ceiling is more reachable than Lance's. That's kind of where I was with that.
This is the best draft precedent ever. The Patriots might get Mac Jones.
I don't think they'll get Mac Jones.
The Jets got to trade up here, though. They got to get, if they want to get their hands on Rashawn Slater before the Chargers do 13.
What if Mac Jones doesn't go in the first round? Is there a world we live in where that's a thing?
No world. The Saints like enough. The Saints like him enough.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there's a world. I don't know. Like, he's falling. Like, there is a world where he's falling, so there must be a world where he gets out of the first round. But I mean, what a trade for there was a ballsy move by the Bears. They needed to be ballsy. They needed to be big. They needed to be strong. And this is it right here. You get a guy who is your future, Justin Fields. He fell a little bit. You get him for 2 first, and that's a lot of stuff. But you're definitely getting a guy who can be the future of your franchise. Man, that QB1 tweet from the Chicago Bears looks really stupid right now. Just looks super dumb.
Yeah, I have something for you.
Huh?
What happens if Mac Jones actually is really good in the NFL and Justin Fields isn't?
I would probably just like stop trying to evaluate players. Like, I don't know. Like
Right,
I just
but
can't see that world.
I meant from a Bears fan.
I
perspective.
would lose
I'm not
my
one,
mind.
but I'm just saying. They could both be bad. They could both be good. One could be good. One could be bad. Or worse.
This pick announcement is taking forever. Like, I know the pick, but they're taking forever to announce it. Oh, it's a draftathon thing. That's why. Imagine the Dallas Cowboys take Micah Parsons.
I think they do. Giants fans have to be pumped right now.
Right.
This is crazy.
They still haven't announced it yet. I'm still like waiting on the. It's Justin Fields for sure. Like I understand that, but that's a great pick. Wow.
So, Andy Dalton's still QB1?
Such a bad tweet. Why would you ever like announce that? My mate's not even reacting. Just like drink like an energy drink. It's like,
What if he fits? I don't know. Possible.
oh, Washington
year.
football team. They can take Mac. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm it's hard to find a spot at this
I'm
point.
convinced the Pats are taking a linebacker. Like, I don't think they're taking a quarterback, man.
That is great. I mean,
I
it's a great
told you
job
this
by the
entire time.
Bears.
I mean, what did I say when 12 came and said the Pats and Saints were trying really hard
The
to move up?
Patriots are
What
on
did
the
I say?
phone
I'll
with the
see it when I
Cowboys and have
believe it.
offered multiple first-round picks. If this is for Mac Jones, if you trade multiple firsts for Mac Jones,
There's no way. There's no way. I will believe it when I see it.
that'd be
You heard
terrible.
it here. You heard it here. You heard it here.
You're stressing now. You are stressing. Oh, man, well, thank you, Andrew, for making X sweat live. That's a good one.
He's just messing. This isn't real. It's okay. This is not real. We will get over
That would
this.
suck. Trade up multiple
Okay.
firsts. They're desperate.
We're close to some more guests, man.
Right, after this pick, we have a guest with Connor. Wow, that is a... I mean, this is a great board for the Jets. The offensive linemen are falling out their asses right now. Elijah Vera Tucker, Rashawn Slater.
I
who
would just like
probably
to
is gone by
say
LC.
I knew one of Slater's school was falling. I think we all did.
Yeah. Well, no, I
About
don't
that
think
on
I did.
multiple
I had
podcasts.
Slater at 8. I had Slater at 8.
I thought Carolina would trade back, so I didn't have him there.
Come on, Andrew, give us some good news here. I guess give me some good news. A first, a fourth, and a first. Is it done, though? Please, 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 please. Imagine. A first, a fourth, and a first. They have declined, and they are picking X. You are a lucky boy. You are a lucky, lucky, lucky boy. How do you not trade back 3 spots for an
Yes.
extra first and a fourth?
Yes.
Oh my god, Cowboys and a Cowboy. Pats are done trying to trade up. They're going to sit tight and just see what falls to them. X is happy. A happy Patriots
Vikings,
fan.
please help me out, please.
But
Please,
if Mac
I'm
Jones
begging
falls
you.
to them, however,
I don't know if I'd hate it if it just fell. I don't know if I
No,
hate it if
I
they just
definitely
straight up
hate it.
pick it at 15.
the Jets are traded
Oh,
up. The Jets traded up.
The Jets have traded up.
Rashawn Slater, let's go. I don't mean to like scream into my phone.
Oh my god, you're getting some raw reactions right now. Holy shit.
Let's
No,
go.
he's kidding, he's kidding, he's kidding,
Oh,
he's
wait.
kidding. Let's go, let's go. That's our reporter.
I have to delete some tweets now. Give me a second.
Our reporter got Chris for
Delete that.
that. Let's go. Let's go.
That
I had
was
to
a-
experience pain. You had to experience pain too.
No, see, that was manufactured pain. Your pain was almost real. Oh my gosh.
I
That have been a
will. I
fun
will
one.
take it. I will take it. Thank you. Thank you, Tova.
Tomo did me so dirty. That's like the Mima Kimes like thing that Adam Schefter did when he like, completely pranked her. Micah Parsons to the Cowboys has been confirmed by Connor Hughes. You got it. I mean, I don't know if I'm happy as a Cowboy fan with that. Personally,
I don't think they trust LVE's health.
I mean clearly. Wow.
I don't hate it. Probably one of, if not the more talented players in this draft.
Damn, I really thought we traded up for Rashawn Slater. I'm about to lose my mind.
That was dirty on his part, but funny. Happened. That's our right-hand man that is actually incredibly accurate with stuff we've reported the last few weeks.
He did me so dirty.
Yeah. That's tough.
I mean, Micah Parsons. That's a good. I mean, it's a good value pick. He's a good player.
Are we ready for our next guest here?
Once he hops into the participant section, I will get him on.
Beautiful.
Let me just DM him real quick.
So we are moving along here. I doubt you get Slater.
Yeah, I was gonna take him for sure. I've been like hoodwinked.
Ready to take him.
That's a. Dang, I was really happy for a second, Tolva. The Chargers have selected Slater. It's already done. The pick's in for them. Man, I mean, good pick by the Chargers. It's
Believe the Chargers picked Slater.
Yeah.
By the way,
that is the pick for them. That was, he got me so bad. I was like sliding up.
Makes so much sense. So now we're ready. What, 14?
15. We're at 15 now. Oh yeah, 14.
14 with Minnesota.
You gotta hope and pray they take Mac Jones.
I won't hate it. I won't hate it with every. I won't hate it. I would have hated it if they gave up a goddamn first round pick for it. You better believe I would hate that. But I'm still convinced they're going to take a linebacker. Like I'm
Patriots?
just yeah. I'm genuinely convinced.
I mean, maybe.
Fun fact: we entered a contest, me and my mother, where the Patriots would pick and who they would pick, and she doesn't watch football like that, so I told her what linebacker to choose, and I did as well. And you could have said oh, they picked Fields at 8. We both stayed still at 15. I told her to, obviously.
Yeah, I mean it's a better bet.
But I told her look, they don't trade up. If anything, they trade back. So just stay at 15, and here's the player that I think they could take. So
well, I mean,
we both chose different players, both linebackers at 15. So yeah, that's
it's
just
a Dallas pick.
my 2 cents of the
It's a Dallas
situation.
pick. I mean, the Patriots. I mean, I'd laugh if they took Mac Jones. I don't think Mac Jones is good at football, so that's just my take on it. I don't think he's good at football, so I don't think he deserves a top 15 pick.
Who?
Mac Jones.
Interesting. What if this is Davis Mills? I would.
That. I mean, I know you like him, but not that much.
That's wrong.
Like bottom 50, you like him, not top 15.
Christ, man. I'm terrified. Because they've been way too aggressive for my liking. Way too aggressive for my liking, reportedly. So yeah.
I mean, they've been trying to the entire night. So
maybe
they should have 14.
When's our guest getting in here? By the way,
he is whenever he responds to my DM. I know he wanted to react to the pick and tweet about the pick and stuff first, but he'll be in maybe a pick after either. He'll maybe a pick late too. It was very fluid with him.
Oh, good.
Minnesota at 14. It could be Mac Jones. It could be Elijah Vera Tucker. It could be an edge rusher like Kwity Paye or Jalen Phillips. I had Jalen Phillips in my mock draft. They're another very fluid team. I think this mock has gone very to chalk with players we expected to go to certain teams, except with the Bears. That's the only one I was like, wow, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. I don't think we saw the Bears trading up for.
By the way, we're the first.
Fields.
We're the first news outlet to have Chargers Rashawn Slater. That is, we are the first.
We
beat Connor by a good minute and a half.
what we like to see.
That's what we like to see.
Shout out to Connor Hughes, though. He's doing fantastic today.
He
He's
really is. And for a
great
Jets beat
reporter.
reporter, like it's not really his job to like break every single story, but here he is.
Yeah, truly a great reporter. So I
You're
can't
sweating right
wait
now.
for the Patriots to play back now because that's where I'm at.
Imagine
I
Mac
am
Jones
sweating.
slides past 15 because the Bears are traded up now. Who would take him then? Like Washington? If he
I
passes
want my free
Washington,
jersey. I want my free jersey. Just pick Saban Collins and just get this over with. I want my free jersey.
if he passes
Please.
Washington football team, I don't understand where he goes.
I get a free jersey if Saban Collins gets picked to the pass at 15. That's basically where I'm at right now. If you don't take Saban Collins, just don't pick Mac Jones, please. Like the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like,
It's bad.
just wait 1 more year. Just please try this again one more time.
All right, Connor's here.
Or
Ready?
something.
Let me go
Do
to
something. Yeah, let's get it. I'm literally sweating. Like genuinely, it's a warm day
Yeah,
in
it's
Eugene,
definitely.
but it is not the reason why I'm sweating right now.
Connor, how you doing today? After your
Hey, what's up,
recent
guys?
draft pick, I know I was following your tweets. You didn't like it too much when I first saw it coming from you. But how do you feel about the Micah Parsons pick for the Dallas Cowboys?
Not a huge fan. I guess it makes it a little bit easier when you can move back a few spots, pick up another top 100 pick and take it. That eases the blow a little bit. But I mean, outside of running back, linebacker is probably the second most unimportant position on the field. And when you have, Leighton Vander Esch, who's technically still pretty highly paid because of where he was drafted, and then Jalen Smith, who's a highly paid linebacker who can't play. You got three guys in linebacker right now who are going to be relatively highly paid. And none of them, I feel like, are really going to help you a whole lot. And Micah Parsons got a high ceiling, but I think he is a big project that has a lot of off the field questions and off the field concerns.
Who would you have wanted there if you had the choice? Like if the board fell that way to you, who would you have taken with that pick?
For me, I mean, and I didn't really want an offensive lineman, but Rashawn Slater was the best player on the board in my opinion. He was my number 4 overall player in this class. So at that point, while you're not, it's not a drastic need. You're still upgrading your team a whole lot more with a higher caliber player, which is what I would have looked to have done. And again, it's not like I absolutely hate Parsons. He was my second graded linebacker, had a second round grade. It's just you're picking at 12. So you're not getting and again, I'm sure they had a first round grade on the player. So this is my opinion, but when you're drafting guys at 12 that don't have first round grades, you're doing it wrong.
Right. Yeah, I would agree.
However you look at it.
And then I guess my final question is, what were your thoughts on the trade from with the Eagles, as it is an interdivisional rival? It's very uncommon for them to leapfrog an interdivisional rival with an interdivisional rival. It was basically a 3-part NFC East trade.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't mind the trade. I kind of didn't expect it just because you don't see teams trade in division, rivals a lot. So I kind of expected if they were to trade, it might have been, the Chargers coming up to maybe get in front of, the Giants or one of those teams that could be moving up to get Slater, or the Patriots moving up for Fields, or the Bears moving up for Fields. But when you're moving back 2 spots, you pick up a top 100 pick. And, I mean, the Giants were probably going to take Devontae Smith. That's why they moved back after that. So that player was going to be in your division anyway. So you pretty much just got a free pick, and you were going to take the player. They were going to take Parsons at 10 either way, because they obviously weren't going to take Justin Fields, and they weren't going to take Devontae Smith. So the player that was going to get drafted behind them, either it was to the Giants or Philly, still got drafted, and you picked up a 3rd round pick in the process, and you still picked the player that you were going to pick at 10.
It's a good way to put it.
Heading into this draft, was there a guy that you really zoned in on that you wanted for the Cowboys? Like you said, Slater, the way the board fell, but before that, just assuming he wasn't there, who did you genuinely want the Cowboys to take?
It was Horn and Surtain.
That's
50, tough. I could have, it was 1A, 1B for me. I didn't really have J.C. Horn had a .01 increase on his grade over Surtain, so like the separator for those guys was pretty much just nothing for me. So it could have been one of those guys, and I'd have been thrilled with either one. Obviously, seeing them go 8-9 just kind of kills your, I don't know, like that. There could have been another really great player there, but given the fact that corner's such a drastic need, and the two players that I really liked, like they could have picked a really great player at 10, and I still would have been a little bummed because of having those guys just wiped in front of you right before you go on the clock.
Yeah, and my final question is just from here with the Cowboys, is there anyone that you're looking at, especially now with Parsons being taken, who do you think should be the next selection for the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, you have to add a corner. I'm watching this draft out of the corner of my eye right now, talking to you guys, and like, if Greg Newsome continues to fall, I wonder if that's an option for him, maybe to come back into the first round. They picked up an extra pick, so maybe you can give up, 44 and one of those third round picks and still have two third round picks and grab a Greg Newsome, or if they feel good about Caleb Farley's medicals, which there is some risk there, but I think if Caleb Farley's healthy, he's the best corner in this class. So maybe you use that pick that you traded for to come back in and get a corner that maybe they had Farley or Newsome graded in that same bunch of guys with Surtain and Horn, maybe just not quite there. So they said, let's move back and then like find a team that we can get back into if some of these guys get past a certain point. But like I said, I mean, I think I don't love the Micah Parsons pick, but now I think this allows you to just absolutely target the secondary with these second and third round picks. Like you can go get a corner. It's obviously not going to be a first round graded corner, but you can go get maybe a Greg Newsome, maybe a Asante Samuel Jr., a Fatu Melifonwu, Tyson Campbell, one of those guys. And then you can also go get a Richie Grant or a Javon Holland. Like you have a little bit more ammo to do some damage in those second or third rounds to go really improve your secondary. Just that position's so important, so much more important than the linebacker position that I wish they could have been able to do that with that first round pick.
It's a good analysis. We're not going to hold you too much longer. I know you have you possible trade-up opportunities. The rest of the AFC East, the last remaining team, has to pick. So shout out any socials you want, any things you're working on. Let the people know what's going on.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at Connor NFL Draft. That's where I do almost all my content. I do a lot of Cowboys content, but I just kind of cover the draft in full. So if you don't want to get bogged down by just Cowboy stuff, I talk about other teams, other needs, and all that on there as well. And then if you're watching the draft this weekend and you just want to get more information on some of these guys, I released my draft guide about a week ago. I think it was actually on Thursday last week. And it's $5, and I have over 120 scouting reports in there, positional rankings and all that. So if you're trying to if you haven't been able to keep up with the draft as much as you wanted to, or if you haven't just been able to really read up on some of these guys, if you want some of that info for $5, I can make that happen for you.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a good read for sure. It's definitely a good thing to get. Well, thank you for coming on, Connor. Hopefully that pick for you guys works out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Connor.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I mean, again, it's just such a boom or bust prospect, but we'll see what happens.
Right. All right. Thank you for coming in. Stay tuned.
Yes, sir.
I mean, good analysis. Definitely made a good point there. With the pick. So Rashawn Slater is the pick. The Vikings are on the clock. I was going to use the bathroom now, but this pick is much too important for me to miss, as this is his future is on this pick. What do you think? What do you want to happen? What do you think is going to happen? What are you thinking here?
I don't want the Vikings to take Zaven Collins.
So you want that jersey more than you want team success?
That's team success. That's team success. That's the better player.
Do you want Zaven Collins? Do you actively want Zaven Collins? Is the question, I guess.
I think linebacker is the biggest need for the Patriots.
So I guess it's a win-win. Because I was more
to me, that is the best player at that position on the board right now. And we know, if I remember correctly, we reported earlier today that he's like a top 20 lock, right? So that means the value's there. That means that teams are thinking that he is of this echelon as far as a player is concerned. So yes, I think I graded him very highly. I like his tape a lot. I think his IQ is off the charts. He was a high school valedictorian. I mean, that can translate to the field, especially in New England, where New England values people such as that with such acumen. I just think he would really fit in the culture and on the team, and I think he's a crazy good player as well. Now, I wouldn't be too upset they went Rashad Bateman potentially or something like that. I just have no idea what in the hell they're going to do, and it's bugging me out. So
It's definitely crazy.
I know what I don't want, but I know what I don't want more than what I do want.
This has
Like I
definitely
understand.
been a very exciting draft in the back portion of this part we've been seeing so far.
Yeah,
That's just.
I'm just
we're seeing
worried
crazy
that
moves.
this could really impact the future of the New England Patriots.
It
like
it
more
absolutely will.
More than no, but I think more than the average first round pick does.
Right, because if you don't take the quarterback and he succeeds, well, that's you. That's on you for missing out. But if you take him and he's bad, well, then that's on you for making that tip. But you take him and he's good, well, you just change your franchise.
The Vikings could be trading out of 14.
Is that what we got from him? No.
Adam Schefter.
Oh.
Adam Schefter in Rappaport.
Last time he said this, what happened?
I don't remember what happened.
I think the Bears went up at 11.
Okay.
Oh, no, it was the Eagles. It was the Eagles pick that happened too. Vikings have been on the clock for. The Jets are on the clock. Wait, the Jets are coming up. The Jets have moved up for a pick. The Jets are actually coming up. This is real now, Andrew. This is real. The Jets are on the clock. Oh
Yeah,
my
for
goodness!
Kudo, Elijah Vera Tucker.
Please, please, please.
Mac Jones, double quarterback.
Please be Elijah Vera Tucker. Oh man, would this make my night if it was Elijah Vera Tucker? If we get AVT and we get Zach Wilson, this would make my night. All right, Jets, come on, please. Look.
Vera Tucker. Who else did you guys get? There's no way you guys move up for like a running back or something. That was reported at the back end.
They wanted to
So it's
trade
going to be a
for
lineman.
AVT if he fell, and he fell. So, wow.
I mean, did you have him getting picked before 14 though?
Who?
AVT.
I had
don't
AVT
think I
at
did.
14.
I think I did too. That's why, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he necessarily fell. Well, I guess.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah, this is wild.
it depends what they gave up. That's a 9-point jump. That's a 9. Like, I don't know what they gave up for this. I hope it's not a second round pick. That would suck. It probably is though. What is Tova giving us? Jets jump. That's not a drill.
Oh my God! But timeout. We didn't really think about this. The Jets aren't taking a quarterback.
No.
Who picks next?
The Jets have like simultaneously done a good job and also effed you over. So I am proud to say a Jets fan right now. You are the wrinkles are showing, Mr. Xavier.
I swear to God.
23,
I
66,
swear to
86.
God.
All right, so the Jets gave 2 of their thirds to move up and 23. That's not bad. We gave our second round pick still.
I think that's a swindle, Loki.
It is. We keep so
I
we
think
keep,
that's a swindle.
so it's a first and 2 thirds.
I don't hate it. At
The
all.
Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, number 14. Oh, I feel so happy.
All right, that doesn't affect me really at all. I mean, that's a great pick for New York. That's really helps a large need for them, no doubt about it. I think are we 1,000%? He's not messing with you. Okay, I don't think he
No, I
is.
saw because Connor tweeted it.
Okay. Okay.
Wow,
All right.
that's a. Oh wait, and they got number 143 back. What pick at number is 143? That's like a 6th, right?
All right. It's yeah, I think so.
So they got
It's-
they got they moved up 9 spots for 23, 66 and 86. So 2 thirds and a first for a first and a 6th. That's a swindle.
All right, it's showtime now. Oh my God.
The Jets robbed them.
Is X getting a free jersey or is it X in misery or neither?
That's a robbery.
I have no idea what the Patriots are doing.
I'm just trying to
I am
compute
so confused.
The Jets have committed robbery, is what they've done. Oh, they only gave up 2 thirds for a 9 spot move up, and they got a 6 back. And they can trade back from number 2 and get a third back anyways. They can trade back from 34 and get a third back in advance, so they're sitting pretty. Oh, man, this has become a great night.
They should probably keep 34, though.
No, but they can trade back from 34 to, like, 48 and get, like, a third back in return.
Oh, yeah.
And then they recoup one of their thirds and only move back a little bit. Or they take, like, imagine they take ETN at 34. That'd be fun. The New York Jets have won the draft. Oh, my goodness.
This isn't good.
Wow.
Not the Jets thing. That doesn't really affect me.
I'm in, like...
I mean, it does, but it doesn't at the same time.
Shoot me to the moon right now.
I'm not concerned with that, really.
Shoot me to
They need
the
to produce
moon.
on the field, but I am concerned with my own team and their own situation.
This feels good. I mean, wow. Becton and AVT on the left side. That is a blind spot if I've ever seen one.
They take Mac Jones.
What?
I will be very upset.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. I mean, I had to convince you, but I would be upset.
No, there's a humongous need at linebacker, and look, if you're not sold on someone, don't do it, because clearly, if I had to guess, they probably wanted Fields pretty badly, right? So this is probably their quarterback 5, if I had to guess. If you take your quarterback 5, 15 overall, I don't know what the hell you're doing. So quarterback is a much more valuable position than linebacker. I will not argue that. I will never argue that. But I would rather have an elite linebacker with incredible upside, who is very intelligent on the field, than a quarterback who you probably rated as the 5th best in this class. That's all I'm going to say. And from every report we've reported on and seen this week, a lot of teams think that Mac Jones is closer.
143 is a 4th round pick. They got a 4th round pick in return.
Oh.
Is it Mac? No way. No, it's not.
Oh,
Is it?
God.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it Mac?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
That is definitely tough. I mean, shout out to Angie for breaking the stories, but that is a tough. Ooh.
Okay. All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Never in a million years. Oh my lord.
That is undeniably tough for sure. I mean, wow.
I will sell myself on this.
Who tweeted the Jets swindled the Chargers? Let's go.
I
We gotta
will sell myself on this.
fix the tweet. It's a 4th, not it's a 4th on a 6th.
I wasn't the one tweeting.
Oh. Wow.
I'm too busy
Wallowing in pain.
in pain. I'm like, oh my god.
The Jets just fleeced. They got they got a 1st and a 4th for a later 1st and 2/3. That is fleecing.
Okay. Alright. So. Okay. I mean,
you don't get your free jersey for sure.
I want my free jersey, man. I want my free jersey.
Wow. I mean, Mac Jones, New England. That's a. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Am I supposed to be excited about this? What am I supposed to say? I don't know what to say. Like Okay.
The Jets got a 4th round in return for that. That's
No.
kind of crazy.
All right. So Mac Jones, great within 20 yards, really intelligent kid.
Yeah, but guess who you
Apparently-
signed? You signed Kendrick Bourne as a stretch receiver.
Apparently a football savant.
Yeah, but you
Um,
signed Kendrick Bourne. And Nelson Aguilar, both stretch receivers.
They can stretch within 20 yards, I guess.
And then 2 tight ends, which I guess helps.
I guess 20 is a little short. I'd say probably 30.
Oh, he has
Great
news.
decision maker. Reads the field really well. Strong tennis background. Played tennis. His dad played tennis. His mom played tennis. His siblings played tennis.
I didn't know tennis equivalent to a good NFL career.
Well, you see, when you're going.
All right, we have
Back and
breaking
forth
news. I'll let you
from
swallow
the
a
net.
little bit more later. We have breaking news.
Okay.
Andrew Tova is joining us right now. I'm sure he'll try to make you feel a little better about that. And then 2 tight ends, which I guess
I
helps.
guess 20 is.
Andrew,
is
you're up.
almost
I think you're echoing. I think you have our stream in the background.
Great decision maker. Reads the field really well. Strong tennis
Andrew, you have
background.
our stream in the background. I think you're echoing.
Oh, I do. I was like, X is talking. What? Okay.
He's in a
Hello.
very non-talkative mood right now.
Oh, yeah. I was like, X is still talking. Well, X, I just want to say I'm sorry. Glad it wasn't my football team. Yeah, I think we might make a good pick in our spot, and I can't say I'm sorry to watch the Patriots suck for the
I
next
also
couple
can't
of
say
years.
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm not gonna lie.
congratulations, Chris. I'm sorry I pulled that little prank on you,
It
but you
feels so
finally
good to
got
be
your
alive,
guy.
to be completely honest with you.
I'm glad you're alive. Here's what I got. Caleb Farley and Christian Barmore are still on the board. There is a trade expected in the top 22 for either of those players. I do not yet know who that player is. I'll obviously update you guys once I find out. But Caleb Farley, a blue chip prospect, number 1 corner before he had his back surgeries. Unknown on his medical. I've heard some people say that his medical checks went sideways on Tuesday with the Cardinals, who are picking up next. And I've heard that they went great on Wednesday when they met with teams like the Saints. I would say the Saints are a big team to watch moving up. Top 22, they're an aggressive team. They like Barmore, they like Farley, so I guess we'll watch. So that's what I got. Once I find out who the team is, I will let you know. Once again, X, I'm sorry. He's really excited up there with
He's
Goodell.
so mad.
It wasn't the Saints. They made a good choice here. So,
I hope you take
headliner.
Davis Mills.
Cardinal
Oh,
singer, even he's better than Mac Jones. So,
He's not wrong, too. The value's better.
Chris, I'm glad you're in a good mood. You got your quarterback of the future.
Yeah, you
got,
picked me the first time when they
you got the
Ian
best
picked me.
right guard, because he doesn't play left guard because he plays right guard, Elijah Vera Tucker.
I don't care.
And you got
He's a
your
guard.
quarterback of the future, Zach Wilson. Congratulations. It looks like the clock just reset for Arizona, so there could be news coming
No,
here.
it resets when they pick, so it's really weird. They reset when they pick. So the pick is
The
in.
pick is not in yet.
My screen says it is. But I guess your sources are. You have that. Okay. To be fair, you have a source from the Cardinals, so.
Yes, the pick is in. Let's see what my Cardinal source is telling me.
We'll keep you live for the pick. Wow, what a trade by the Jets. They've won the draft so far. I'm not
All right,
biased.
what a reporting day by Andrew Tolva.
Who
he's
is
really
waiting?
killing
Oh
this.
my gosh. Hello, Steven Christmas.
Who is in the waiting room? Are you going to kick me out again?
No, soon, but not yet.
Okay.
On my phone, I'm just mad.
I'm going to laugh if this is like Zayden Collins or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Those are both people I thought were going to Patriots.
Well, that's not what happened, X, okay? They took Mac Jones. They took a quarterback.
He was sweating like the past 4 picks, too. He was really trying for it
Yeah,
not
no,
to be Mac.
I was watching.
And he
I
was
felt
like, no,
bad
it's
for
fine.
him.
I'll wear my jersey. We'll take Zayden Collins. It's fine. And I was like, okay.
I'm a big
I will
fan.
say, from what I've heard, we reported this. We expect Zayden Collins to go relatively soon. The number was before 18, but we don't know anything concretely. Let's see here. My Cardinal source is typing.
Here we go. Be something like weird, like Rashad Bateman.
Oh, if it's Bateman.
Elijah Moore. Kadarius Toney. I'll keep listing people.
Oh, if it's I could see
Kadarius.
Elijah Moore going this high.
No, it'd be
Kadarius Toney,
Kadarius.
I think Kadarius Toney would be a massive
The
stretch.
Jets got a 4th rounder back for only trading 3/3. Two
You know what,
thirds.
Obsessed
though?
with
The
this.
Cardinals-
He's obsessed
It
with
was
this.
robbery.
The Cardinals are a BPA team. They could take Farley. They could take Jalen Phillips. I mean, they could find a way to make that work. They clearly like their pass rush.
So they basically
enough
moved
to
up
keep
9
us
spots.
on
I just
Reddit,
want to make this
but-
perfectly clear to everyone watching. They moved up 9 spots in the draft to catch a premium offensive lineman for trading their 1st-round pick.
This was 3 picks ago, Christopher.
I am very happy. I think you'd be happy too if you made a cool move like we did.
Yeah, not everyone can make a great pick, right, X?
You know Max Cam backwards? Just a fun fact.
Cam Newton. Yeah. Oh, where'd you see that? Twitter with all the other Patriots fans who are crying
Imagine
right
having
now.
a QB room with Jarrett Stidham, Mac Jones, and Cam Newton. That's a fun QB room.
Wow, this man's been typing for a while.
We traded. This is.
You know what, though? I just think they're a BPA team. I look at my board. I see Darisaw. I see Phillips. Jalen Phillips. I see Farley. Zayden Collins is there. I think they really could go Zayden Collins. Maybe Mayrig.
Well,
They could
they're
take
walking
Trayvon
up. They're
Mayrig
walking up right
out
here.
of
So.
TCU. I guess.
Are you?
Oh, I think he's Zayden Collins.
Oh my god,
Is it?
bro.
Zayden Collins.
It's Zayden Collins. It's
You were
Zayden
one
Collins.
away.
This is a joke,
You were
man.
one
It's Zayden
away.
Collins.
All right, Andrew, we have to get our next
Wow.
guest on.
Sorry,
Steve
I couldn't break that. I can't. You can't have them all. Chris, I'm happy for you.
I
X,
feel good.
see you later.
I mean, wow, that's really tough for you, actually.
My guy Andrew.
I don't envy you. Let me get Chris in here. I think I just admitted him. Oh yeah, I did. All right, cool. I did just admit him.
I'll try to put on a happy face. I'll try my best.
How you doing, Chris?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Great. We've just
Could be
watched our Patriots fan over here not having a great night tonight.
You know what, man? I have to say, as a Jets fan, that
There we go. There we go.
that worried me so much. That
You're
pick
getting double
worried me
teamed, X. I'm
much.
so sorry.
I just was feeling that guy is going to be so good in New England.
And we only traded up 3 threes for a 4, so we got a 4 back. It was a
Was it a 4 or
It
5?
was
I
a
couldn't tell.
compensatory 4. It was a comp 4.
Okay. You know what? Like, I feel pretty good about that. I like Aaliyah Vera-Tucker a lot. I thought it was a good move. I was surprised the Jets. I heard some buzz about them trying to move up, but especially because everybody had the Vikings linked to Aaliyah Vera-Tucker, I didn't think there was any chance they were moving down from that spot.
Yeah, it's kind of how I saw it. So this is a general fear. I know the Jets, you obviously like the picks we've made so far. What do you take out of like the first 16 picks? We're halfway through. It's 10:21. This would be a long night, I guess. Jeez, I didn't know the time was.
Yeah.
What do you think so far? What's the trends you see? What's the plays you see falling out right now? We might see a Christian Barmore spot right here at 17, if I had to guess. But what are you
I
seeing
can
right
see
here?
that being Barmore. I think my pick here would be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker or safety, whatever one you want to say from Notre Dame. But I mean, the biggest surprises definitely were, I think, the quarterback sliding a little bit. Mac Jones and Justin Fields, obviously, everybody was not super surprising to see them slide, but I just was surprised that nobody tried to trade up
Right.
for Mac Jones, and then eventually you had the Bears moving up. Really good move by Chicago.
Agreed.
I know they had to give him a decent amount to go get him, but I mean, if that's the move you make because you need a quarterback, sorry, Andy Dalton fans out there, I'm not putting enough faith in him, especially after what I saw last year in Dallas, to say, oh yeah, the Bears are in good hands. They got nobody on that roster that's quarterback of the future. Now you got somebody you can develop. And the thing that having Dalton there is he doesn't, Fields does not have to start from day one, which is a really nice thing, I think, for the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better to move up and get a quarterback you like than to sit and get the last quarterback remaining. So what you obviously edge rushers have been falling, and we see the receivers go early. What do you think the edge rusher class is looking like as they fall, and all of them falling past 17?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I actually can't even say that I'm not surprised. I don't really like this edge class when I was evaluating it. My top guy is still Greg Rousseau, but I don't have him until like maybe mid-20s. Kwity Paye is in the mid-20s as well. Jalen Phillips is a guy that's got all the talent in the world, but especially this year with the no combine and the disrupted, medical process and stuff like that, there's just so many question marks around him. He had the 2 concussions, medically retired previously from football. So I think it just gets to be really, really difficult to actually feel comfortable making that pick when you're missing all of that information. I think we could start to see the edge players come off the board, especially now at 20 with the Giants there, the Colts at 21. Teams that definitely could be in the market for edge rushers and will be interested in getting them. I'm sure Azeez Ojulari is going to come off the board at some point. I have a feeling Jason Owe will go before the first round is over. Now that we're in the second half of this first round, especially once we get to the 20s, I think we're going to see a run at some point on some of these edge players.
It's a very fair take. Anything else you've been seeing so far that you want to talk about? I mean, this draft has unfolded in quite a dramatic fashion so far.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was interesting. We didn't have any trades in the early part of the draft. We didn't get one until I'm still stunned that the Cowboys and Eagles made a trade together. That just doesn't happen. The in-division trade is a very rare thing. But I guess it just goes to show the Cowboys, I guess, hate the Giants more than they hate the Eagles because they made sure that Devonta Smith was going to Philly and not to New York. But I was surprised a little bit by how early the receivers went. I thought Sewell probably should have went 5th to the Bengals. I've gotten a lot of Bengals fans getting at me on social media being like, oh, we really like Jonah Williams or whatever. I think he's good. But honestly, there was talk when he was coming out of college that he may be better suited to go play guard. So I think that could have been Penei Sewell. I think at some point somebody's going to grab Christian Darrisaw, maybe Washington at 19, get Christian Darrisaw, and he's going to be a great left tackle in the NFL. After that, it gets a little bit murky. But the receivers going a little bit earlier was a surprise, but it's also a really, really good receiver class, so I can't say I'm shocked.
Yeah, I would agree. So the Raiders pick is in. Before you go, shout out any social medias you have, anything you're working on right now, anything coming up.
Sure. Yeah, I've got a bunch. I'm working with Coast to Coast Scouting. Love those guys. Had a lot of fun this past year working with them. Check them out at CC Scouting on Twitter. I also am doing a bunch of stuff. I've had my own sports blog I'm running for about 8 years now called The Aftermath. So if you want to go check that out, aftermathsports.com. And then I have a podcast that I've recently started with James Schiano from RJ Drafts. So
breaking
check
news,
that out.
Sorry to cut you off. Breaking news, the pick is in for the Raiders. Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle to the Raiders. Before Darrisaw and Jenkins, it goes to Alex Leatherwood.
Raiders move. That is such a Raiders move, right?
First initial take.
It's that is that is John Gruden and Mike Mayock going, who's the guy that we can take from the SEC that fits here? I don't love this at all for the Raiders. I get that they decimated their offensive line. They had a need here, but I would have gone Darrisaw. I would have gone. I'm a big Liam Eichenberg fan from Notre Dame. I definitely would have gone Jalen Mayfield. There's a lot of guys I would have gone with over Alex Leatherwood.
That's
but
bad.
This is what the Raiders do. They took they took I'm blanking on his name right now. Took the corner out of Ohio State a year ago. They took Cleveland Farrell a couple years back out of Clemson at number 4. I mean, this is just what they do. They don't pay attention to anybody else's draft board, and they tend to reach on picks. This could work out well for them. I think this is a really big reach for the Raiders.
I would agree. All right. We're jam-packed with guests now. Thank you, Chris, for coming on. You've had great analysis, great first initial reaction. And make sure to stay tuned with the draft. Follow Chris. He's covering the draft very closely.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Chris.
Wow. So what a pick by the Raiders.
I'm still mentally
we have to give
checked
you some
out
time.
for a sec. Yeah, it's like whiplash.
Right. All right, we're going to get our next guest back-to-back. Jimmy Williams from Blue Diamond Scouting is going to be coming in about 2 seconds.
Oh, my Lord.
gotta feel pain right now.
It's because, like, I'm from New England, obviously. So a vast majority of people I follow that are my friends are also from New England. So they're
Right.
posting about this. They think this is a good thing. Some of them, they're posting like the meme of Mac Jones like shirtless with the cigar out of his mouth, and I'm just tired of seeing it.
Right.
It's,
All right. Welcome in, Jimmy, to the live show. How are you doing today? How's the draft going for you?
Doing okay. I mean, a little crazy, but I mean, that's kind of what to expect with the draft. So, yeah, just waiting to see what Washington's going to do. I mean, we got to get through Miami first. So,
Right, for sure. So what have you seen so far? Like the trends you've seen, the picks that you've witnessed so far. Like what do you think's been surprising? What's been not surprising? What are you thinking right now with the draft so far?
well, I mean, you guys were actually talking about it a little bit with Leatherwood. I mean, I think that was kind of a little bit of a reach, but I mean, at least for some people. But I mean, I feel like you said, I mean, this is just kind of what the Raiders do. They just kind of go by whatever they think. They march by the beat of their own drum. So
Yeah.
whoever fits for them. So and then of course, I mean, we're seeing like every single edge rusher drop. So I think the Dolphins might be in play for that here, maybe, or even Najee Harris.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair take. I know the QBs have gone an interesting direction. What do you think about the recent selections? You know, the Bears trading up to 11 to get Justin Fields, and the Patriots sticking into 15 and taking Mac Jones.
Well, I mean, I really love Justin Fields. I mean, I think that he's really like, I don't know. For some people, they were like he's like their second best quarterback. Even above Zach Wilson for some people. So I like it. I do think it's kind of crazy for the Bears, but I mean, if they hadn't made that move, they would have been, trying to maybe get Mac Jones or somebody else. I mean, I think that it's a bold move, but I mean, when you want to go get your guy, I mean, you got to be bold. You got to, take your man. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fair. So I know you follow the Washington football team a little bit. What do you think they're going to do here at 19, sorry. Dolphins pick is already in. I don't know what it is yet, but what do you think's going to happen here?
Yeah, I mean, let me see what I got. I don't know if Dolphins pick is in yet.
He's about to.
I'm kind of hoping for.
Dolphins take Jalen Phillips, edge rusher out of Miami.
Here.
Dolphins are taking Jalen Phillips.
Okay. I want the Notre Dame linebacker. Honestly, at this point, I mean, I do like our our situation here because I mean, there's a lot of ways that we can go. I mean, I know Christian Darrisaw is in play. A lot of people may want him out there at left tackle. But there is a possibility that they, kind of shift guys around here and there, especially reacquiring, what's his name, Eric Flowers. I mean, so they brought him in, might be shifting some guys around. I mean, I'm not very confident in the left tackle position, but they were able to make it work last year with the talent that they had. So, but if it were me, I would love to have Alyssa Cormora or even Trayvon Milrick here.
Yeah, I think it's a fair evaluation. So as the pick comes in, what are you working on? What's your socials? Shout yourself out. Give your people your information that can follow you on the draft process.
Gotcha. Well, I am Draft Guy Jimmy on Twitter and Instagram. I work for NFL Draft Diamonds, which we cover a lot of small school guys. So it's very interesting watching a lot of that unfold here. So we do a lot of interviews. You can actually go on our YouTube channel, maybe even before tomorrow's picks, get a chance to meet some of these top guys. I was able to interview guys like Ifeatu Melifonwu, I guess last month or so. A lot of great talent that I know that we're going to be seeing, tomorrow. So.
All right. Well.
That's what I got going on.
Not going to hold you too much longer. I know you want to react to this pick. Give your first reaction. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much.
Sure, I'll stick around if you need anything.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, that's a great analysis for the first half of the draft. We have another guest coming on after the Washington Football Take. As our first guest from the Sports Wave, Deonta Salim, who covers the Washington football team for us. So he'll be coming on soon. Actually, have you recovered yet fully?
Ooh.
Finally recovered yet from the Matt Jones pick?
No. I think I think I need someone else to do something dumb, and
That's fair.
no one's
I mean, the
done
Raiders did it.
anything
The
dumb
Raiders
yet.
did it.
I don't think that's that bad. I mean, I think it's a reach, but I don't think Alex Leatherwood's necessarily a bad player. I think there's a lot of buzz about him going the first anyway. So, yes, it was a slight reach, but I don't think it was like the reach of Raiders past, if that makes sense. Like, the Raiders always
I
reach.
mean, they picked it over Darisaw, Eichenberg, Tevin Jenkins, Ray Dunes. Like, that's a lot of guys that could have gone way earlier than him.
Right.
I think it's
Right.
a big reach, but not as a
They
group.
didn't take Sean Wade. I'm really disappointed.
I mean, the Giants can make a bad draft pick. They're always ones to do that. Although I do think it's Quiddy Pay. Or Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins has fallen pretty far. I have to use the restroom.
I am beside myself.
I
I
am
am
going
so
to
beside myself.
leave you to your thoughts for a second.
I gotta stop. I gotta zone back in. You know, I scout these guys. I'm the leader of our draft department. I gotta, reel it back so I give the people good analysis. Oh my god! 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 Oh, please do this! Please do this! Please do this! Please do this! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Chris, you there, bud? Chris, I hope you just lagged a little bit. This is humongous. There is Davis Mills buzz at 19. There is serious Davis Mills buzz at 19. A little bit of an intermission. It's okay. I know Chris is doing something right now. I'm still here. There is Davis Mills buzz at 19. Be sure to stick here. Chris just dealing with some internet troubles. That's okay. Davis Mills, the quarterback out of Stanford, has not played particularly much in his collegiate career. Dealt with a lot of injuries, was a 5-star recruit unanimously. And now it appears Chris is in the bathroom.
I'm back
I must
now.
have missed that. There we go. Wow. Serious Davis Mills buzz going on right now.
There's no way this is a Mills.
If they take Davis Mills, I am okay with life.
Oh,
For
yeah, no. I
At
mean,
least 5 minutes. At least 5 minutes. I can
if you take
impressed.
Mills, then I feel pretty good if I'm you.
I can breathe. I can breathe a little bit.
Absolutely. It's okay. Yep, there it is. Jamin Davis, linebacker at Kentucky. X, you can't breathe yet, just yet. It's a good pick. I think it's a good pick for them. They need linebacker help. It may not be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but we did hear Jamin Davis be picked high. So they can take a toolsy 6'4" linebacker in Jamin Davis. X, initial reactions.
I don't like it because it wasn't a bad pick.
The mood has just for X has just dropped because of the.
I'm gonna admit Deontay here, and we'll get some insight about what's going on with the Washington football team.
Can you guys hear me good? Oh, I'm trying to video on. You guys hear me good?
Yep.
All right, what's your first thought? Jamin Davis, a linebacker out of Kentucky.
All right.
The pick is in. It is Jamin Davis.
This is kind of surprising. Yeah, this is definitely surprising. I know we've been tied to Koramoah from Notre Dame for a little bit. I know we were looking at Darisaw at left tackle, which is who I expected because ever since that whole Trent Williams situation, left tackle's kind of been, in a bunch of hoopla. So yeah, this is definitely surprising. I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this to go him.
He's definitely a good player. I mean, we reported that he'd be drafted high. Teams liked him. He's big, strong, physical linebacker. Something the brain of football that Rivera
Probably
has.
athletic too.
Very.
Just
Say it again.
He's very
he's
athletic.
just very athletic, like off the board tester. Like he is a guy who is definitely athletic. I'm a little not confused, but I'm a little surprised they didn't go a different route, honestly.
So I remember during the free agency period, Coach Rivera said that this might sound a little odd, but he said he wants somebody with Kevin Pierre-Lewis's athletic ability, either getting him back or getting somebody else. I mean, I guess this might be that guy. But like I said, I was expecting left tackle because our left tackle situation is up in the air. So I mean, this is definitely surprising, but we definitely need a lot more speed on defense, especially. I'm assuming would you guys say he's a good cover guy? Because
I would say he is. Yeah, he's a
Okay,
will.
but
He's a
the
will
thing about-
linebacker. He's a 4-3 will.
Here's the thing about Davis that I think is interesting, right? The guy Washington was tied to for the last 2 or 3 days was Parsons, about how they wanted Parsons,
Yes.
how they wanted to move up for Parsons. Davis,
Yes.
athletically, I'd say is fairly similar. I think that's fair to say. Like they're fairly similar, like body types, I guess. So I guess that does make sense. They clearly had a envisionment of what they wanted at the linebacker position, and they got it. So I guess it's not that crazy. I think it's a decent pick. My thing is, I just don't know what Washington's trying to do. Like, I don't know what direction they're really going for. Obviously, they didn't take quarterback. We were reporting that potentially Davis Mills would be like someone they'd be interested in. They have been interested in. They could definitely move up from the back end of the first or early in the second to take him. That's still not off the table yet. But taking a linebacker, I'd say he's a day one ready linebacker. I just don't necessarily know what this means for the Washington football team. I just think they're going fully in on their defense, which was definitely their best unit last year. So I don't necessarily hate it. They clearly have an identity, but as far as a team direction, it's still a little confusing to me.
I mean, well, as far as a team direction, I mean, the 2 guys who I expected to target the guys I expected them to target at quarterback were Lance and Fields. And, once we saw Fields sliding, I thought, okay, maybe this could be something that, we could potentially move up a couple of spots. But once you saw Chicago, make that move, obviously we weren't going to trade it for Mac Jones because Mac Jones to me just isn't that good. I'm sorry, X. But that's just how I see it. I mean, I don't know. Going defense for the last 5 drafts is kind of confusing to me. I feel like, obviously
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so confused. That's why when I said they're all in eye defense, like I meant it. But I think they're. I mean, I know you guys are a little more optimistic with their offense, but I just don't think their offense is particularly good. Like Curtis Samuel's a decent player. I don't think you can just magically expect him to be wide receiver too. I would have liked Rashad Bateman here. I know I mocked him in this spot a few times. I think he would have been awesome next to Terry McLaurin. I don't get it. Like there's a bigger need for them than this, in my opinion. There's just bigger needs elsewhere. I think an offensive line piece would have been bigger, especially a tackle like Darisaw. I think wide receiver 2, like a Z wide receiver that isn't named Curtis Samuel would have been cool. There's no quarterback there, but maybe trade back and take Mills if that's what you want. I don't know. They went best player on their opinion, which is fine. I don't know. It's just one of the weirder picks for me tonight. Just like as far as like other teams, I expected them to take at least the position they did. It's not necessarily that I didn't expect Washington to not take a linebacker. I just thought there was bigger needs that they probably would have addressed with some of the players off the board.
So, that's definitely something that I personally agree with. But one thing that you have to look at, Coach Rivera and the best coordinator, Jack Del Rio, were linebackers in the NFL. And pretty much for the majority of the time of Rivera's tenure in Carolina, he had a guy like Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis. And obviously, they don't have that anywhere near that type of guy on defense. So I feel like, yes, they have Chase Young, Montez Sweat. Everybody knows that whole front 4. So I feel like them adding a linebacker just makes them say, okay, our defense is set. This is the way we want it. So now for rounds 2 through 7, especially with the 2 picks in the third round, they can maybe look at adding some offensive pieces, because just because you don't get an offensive piece in the first round doesn't always mean you won't get a productive piece later on in the draft.
The Giants pick is in. It's an odd one. Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of Florida. Very shocking
What?
pick, actually.
What?
What?
Excuse me? What?
It's Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of Florida. All right. Well, on that note, Deonta, your team did better than the Giants, so
Yeah, there
congrats.
you go. I mean,
Well, doing harder. Doing better than the Giants isn't really all that hard. So
True. I mean, that is true.
I don't think that's a terrible look. I like Kadarius Toney.
Not there
But-
with that team.
To take him at 20, he's one of my favorite players in this draft. But he's one of my favorite players in this draft, like at the back end of the first and the second round. That's where I expected him to be. He wasn't one of my favorite players in the draft at 20. Maybe I'm overlooking it because I am a big fan of Kadarius Toney, but I wasn't expecting him to go there. Maybe other teams were higher on him, so maybe this is his range, if you will, for NFL teams. I do like him a lot. He reminds me of Deebo Samuel. That's kind of the pick going around, and I agree with it. I mean, when watching Florida, Kyle Trask sucks, so he had to throw to 2 really good people, and it was Kadarius Toney and Kyle Pitts,
Bateman is
So-
falling. We still have shot Bateman on the board.
who I love.
Yeah, I love him too.
My team doesn't do smart things. We've established that, so I'm all out on that. So
All right. Well, on that note, Deonta, I'll let you get back to the draft. The big selection by the Giants, and we will hope you just keep tuning in.
all right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
thank you. I hate this.
Yeah, I mean, it's on.
Look, because
if we're
look,
talking about
I-
worst
I
picks in the
do-
first round,
I actually don't hate that. Like, I was a little taken aback at first because I wasn't expecting it, but I do like Kadarius Toney. I've talked a few times about this.
Right.
Like, I genuinely like him. I can't let the position on the board affect my opinion on player. Like, I really like him. So yes, I wasn't expecting him to go at 20. I was expecting him to go at the back end of the first round, but that's okay. That's okay because I do like him. So I grade that pick fairly high. The value is a little questionable, but
Right,
you don't
the
always
value.
know where other teams are going. You know.
the value is. But to be fair, they've given Daniel Jones all the tools to succeed. They already have Sterling Shepard. They have Kadarius Toney. They have Kenny Galladay. They have John Ross. That's just a good receiving core. So I mean, if he doesn't succeed now, he just sucks. That's really all it is. The Colts at 21. There's some big players on the board still. All the edge rushers except Jalen Phillips are on the board. You still have Rashad Bateman on the board. You have Greg Newsome on the board. Caleb Farley on the board still. He's taken a major fall. I haven't even really thought about that one. You have Darisaw. Wait, don't the Indianapolis Colts need a left tackle? Because their guy retired? Wow, Colts can get Darisaw.
Costanzo.
Yeah, the Colts can get Darisaw to replace him. That's massive. They can get Tevin Jenkins. They can get Eichenberg. There's a lot of good spots for the Colts to go here. Really, it's not really a bad option for them. Yeah, I mean, you'll cover tomorrow. It'll be fine. It'll be fine tomorrow.
Mac Jones is my quarterback 3 day one, day one starting. He was my quarterback 5 with potential. So basically, I'm getting Kirk Cousins, which makes me want to jump off a cliff. So.
You did just get Kirk Cousins. What? Now we gave Kirk Cousins. I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
I meant the ceiling. Nice. I just don't see him being a top 10 quarterback ever.
You tried talking yourself into it before it happened, but you kind of just said, "Stop it! It's not worth my worrying." And then it happened.
It's not worth my fucking time. Excuse me. Jesus.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I technically grade the pick of Devonta Smith worst, but my second worst is probably the Patriots at 15.
I wouldn't say it's an F by any means.
Probably
I just
like a
don't
D
think
plus.
It's
It's like a D plus.
I'd probably say a D plus, a C minus.
That's tough. But at least you got extra draft picks this year.
Lovely.
Lovely jubbly. I mean, look, it's what are you gonna do? I mean, it does suck. I'm talking like I didn't just draft 2 of the players I wanted the most. So, all right, 21, Indianapolis. What's your prediction?
Trenches.
Who?
Trenches. Someone in the trenches.
So like interior, like defense, offense.
Either one. They need someone on both sides. Just
Alright.
someone in the trenches. Either one.
Barmore is still on the board. I forgot about that. I bet
That's what
Tolva's
I'm
like.
saying.
I bet Tolva's sweating his butt off.
That's who I
going
was
to the-
alluding to. That's who I was alluding to.
I bet Tolva's sweating his butt off because he wants the Saints to grab him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of directions they can go in the interior. They can go linebacker if they want to. They can get Jeremiah Usakormo here as well. So there's definitely a ton of options for Indianapolis to go. But it's,
I really hope Fields doesn't live up to his potential, man. And I hate to say that because I'm sure he's a great dude. But like, if Fields is any decent, and if he's better than Mac Jones, I will never forgive him for this because Fields was my quarterback 3 with potential taken into account, like realistic potential.
right.
I'd say if it's like uncapped potential, then Lance obviously is probably quarterback 2, probably.
Probably.
But realistic potential, I'd say it was like Lawrence for me. Then there was a gap, and then it'd be like Zach Wilson, and then probably quarter of a gap. Then Justin Fields, then probably a quarter of a gap. Trey Lance, and then
Balled him
probably
out.
like a 7/5 gap or
What's crazy to me is
75%
that
gap
we got
rather.
reports that said that Mac Jones was closer to QB 6 and 7 than QB 4. You still selected top 15.
Well, look, their teams weren't moving up for Mac Jones, were they? They moved
No.
up for Justin Fields, so
It was
I guess
Justin
it makes
Fields.
sense. One team liked him; it was the Patriots. So I don't think that's wrong.
Maybe in the good
I mean,
minority.
All these teams passed on him. Think about it. I mean, he was QB5. Like there were so many. Think about all the needy teams that wanted a quarterback that weren't trying to get Mac Jones. So I think that report was actually incredibly accurate
The Colts picked
because
it.
it seemed like everyone and their mother wanted Justin Fields on their team when he wasn't picked in the top 3, right?
Right.
And there was one team that wanted Mac Jones. So
Maybe you're the lucky ones. I don't know. It's tough for sure. I wouldn't be the happiest of campers if I took Mac Jones. But hey, Bill Belichick's made a 5th round pick the best quarterback of all time. So
I really like Kadarius Toney pick now that I'm thinking about it. I'll love it. Really, I'll just, I'll be much higher on it when Daniel Jones is the quarterback. But okay.
I think the pick just got leaked because the chat just said paw, and I'm assuming they didn't mean pay, but I can't tell. Which would be a good pick for them. Honestly, it'd be a great pick for them if they took pay here at 21. But nothing's been reported just yet. Colts taking their sweet old time. I have to go grab something real quick.
Vintage crunches other side.
All right. Hopefully I didn't miss anything with the picks. And did you say anything? Nope. So now we're
I
getting
will
to the good
say-
teams.
I don't know if you remember me saying this the other day. Trey Lance would succeed on any team would be the Niners. So I don't hate that because he's
Trey
like my
Lance pick?
quarterback 2 with unlimited upside.
I agree.
If any team could touch that, it's probably the Niners. So I don't hate it. He gets a lot of work to do, but
He does. He needs to sit for a little bit, but the Colts are drafting Kwity Paye with the 21st overall pick in the NFL draft. Edge rusher out of Michigan. It's a good pick. It's a good interior pick. Replace Justin Houston.
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
There's only been like 2 really weird picks. Like I guess like Devonta Smith was like projected to go there. I still hated it, but he's still projected to go there. There's been 2 really weird picks. Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle to the Raiders, and then Mac Jones, 15 to the Patriots.
Yep. Oh my god, this is a mope fest, and I feel bad, but it's how it is.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, look, when you take a bad pick in the first round, it's gonna happen.
I haven't been this upset about a first round pick since Nikhil Harry. So this is great. Great work, Dylan.
Were you mad about Nikhil
Great work.
Harry?
Instantly. It was my wide receiver for like 7, and we took him in the first round. What are we doing? Debo Samuel was there, AJ Brown was there. My wide receiver was 1 and 2, flipped. Brown was my 1. Debo was my 2. And yeah.
I don't know. It's a tough spot to be in. I mean, look, if he succeeds, then look, you can't be mad at it. But hopefully, you got to make him develop him well.
Assuming he succeeds, and that's assuming he goes beyond the cap I've set for him, which is like QB 14 at absolute best in the NFL.
You don't want to draft a QB 14 at 15. That's just bad. Bad for business.
So Pay getting picked, that's a lot of people's best player available. Draft guy Jimmy, one of them as well. A lot of people really like Pay. So as far as value, I think not a lot of people can argue that they got good value. So, yeah.
They usually are pretty good at the good value. Saints Cameron Jordan likes the pick for 14 of the Jets. Nasty individual.
They're one of the best, I'd say, like, value teams in the entire league. They're one of the best drafting teams, organizations as a whole.
Yeah, I'd agree. I want the Titans to here because they can go a couple routes. They can go receiver, they can go corner, they can go edge rusher, they can go interior defensive lineman, they can go linebacker, they can go offensive line. There's a lot of spots that they have a lot of holes. I think corner's their biggest hole, but they have a lot of holes there for sure. I think this is a good spot for Caleb Farley. As you reported earlier, the Tennessee Titans do like Caleb Farley.
Yeah. I'm just I'm waiting now, seeing if there's going to be some trade-ins to the first round, potentially.
Possibly.
I'm seeing if potentially a Davis Mills or Kellen Mond traction begins, because those are two players that have a significant chance of going in the first round, and tonight clearly is crazy. So
maybe you can take Davis Mills as well out of the duo. Trade back in for Davis Mills. And that'd be funny. I think there could be a possibility trade in. I don't know how likely it is the way the board's falling. There's a lot of talented guys being back here, but it is possible for sure. I think you want more of an excuse to laugh at a team other than yourself.
Yeah. Well, I can laugh if a team drafts Kellen Mond in the first round, can't I?
Oh, absolutely.
That's way worse.
Yeah. At least Mac was a projected top 15. Like, it wasn't like a weird, like, reach. It was a reach, but not, like, by the media, at least. So you won't get too flamed.
Well, I don't care if we get flamed. It's my football watching livelihood, you know? To watch this guy. Tampa just asked how everyone's passing the time.
Who did?
The Tampa Bay Bucks. That was funny.
I mean, I hope they make a fun pick. Like a good receiver, like a weird receiver to take, like a Rondell Moore. That'd be fun.
That would be. I agree. Underrated opinion that I don't think we've talked about. The stage looks awesome.
I 100% agree. It looks great. Has a great setting to it, great location too. It's one of the better stages.
Yeah.
What did I just do? Oh, you put it.
Hello, friends. I'm back.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. We got the Titans pick coming in soon.
Do you have
The
news for
board
us?
is shaping up nicely for the New Orleans Saints. We got Christian Barmore, the top 3 player in this year's draft, left. Greg
He's
Newsom.
not a top 3 player this year.
We have Caleb Farley. Great players left. Azeez Ojulari's on the board. Tevin Jenkins. I predicted this slip yesterday. Thank you, Chris. When you were doubting me, you shouldn't have. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Joe Tryon, Trayvon Mayrig, Rashad Bateman, Eric Stokes, Travis Etienne, and a reminder that only 32 can go into the first round. So we really don't know what's going on here. I would guess that the Titans take Caleb Farley here. They've taken a chance before on Jeffrey Simmons, and that paid off. So I just think injury doesn't scare them that much.
I mean, that's fair. I
Yeah,
don't
that makes
think it's
sense.
a position for them to take. They need to take a big swing on the corner because it's bad right now.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to remind you, X, you took Mac Jones, and that's like a D minus.
Oh my god.
It's not an F. It could be worse.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
you could have
really.
drafted Alex Leatherwood over Tevin Jenkins and Christian Darrisaw. That's embarrassing.
I
It
agree.
is an objectively worse pick than your pick, though. It is.
Yeah.
I don't.
Mac Jones wasn't the worst pick because you know what? Here's how I honestly look at it. From the outside looking in, I would love to hate on that pick, but here's the fact of the matter: they took Mac Jones at 15. There's nothing that you can do with it. Caleb Farley's the pick at 22. They take Caleb Farley. Okay. As I was
it's
saying,
done?
yes, it's done. Well, I just got that news. It's not official yet, but I'm kind of like Adam Schefter.
Well,
So,
JPA got it as well at the same time you did, actually. That's kind of funny.
dang it. Well, here's the fact of the matter. You took Mac Jones at 15, a quarterback, and there's nothing you can do to change that. So, what you look towards now is how great is Bill Belichick? If he has the talent of Cam Newton, was it just Tom Brady? Answer these questions. You're going to know a lot about the Patriots' future, and you're going to suffer. The Saints have suffered. I think the Jets have suffered. I don't know. They're kind of irrelevant. I haven't kept up with them that much.
Cool.
But these teams suffer, and you're about to find out if Mac Jones was in fact a waste of a first-round pick, or could he be the future of the team? And honestly, I would bet on Bill Belichick to make a good pick. He makes good picks. He's a good drafter, and
What?
I think he's a good drafter.
What evidence do you have to support that he's a good drafter?
Let me dig into the archives.
I don't see it, personally.
Nikhil Harry screams to me. Taking a D2 safety in the second round screams to me. I
Kyle
like Chase
Duggar.
Winovich. I like Josh Uche. I like.
That's what I mean.
Late
That's what I
round,
mean.
not the first round.
He's not had the best first round track record as of late. I will say that.
He's never picked this high.
That as well.
Compound making a worse pick.
I mean, honestly, for this time, with all the slander going against X, I can't watch that happen to my boy. I hope Elijah Vera Tucker sputters out and is like,
You
the worst pick of the
walked
draft.
into this live and was like, "Hey, by the way, X, you picked Mac Jones." Don't say I'm the only one slandering him.
well, I can't let both of you be happy. Okay, we're about to draft a generational
You're not
prospect,
taking
Barmore at
He's
28.
not a generational prospect either.
He is, I think, the greatest talent to come out of Alabama, possibly ever. So I think
I can't wait
I think
to
the
take
Saints
Davis
are
Mills.
on.
I can't wait.
Yeah, honestly, we're gonna take like,
I can't wait for Liam Eichenberg to be your pick.
oh my god, no, honestly, this is why I can't be on it, because if it's an offensive lineman, the rapport, the reputation of TSW will go completely down the drain. It's just, woof. Okay, Titans take Caleb Farley. What do we think about this?
It's a good pick, great value. If he's healthy, he's one of the best corner in the draft. Simple.
I think I confirmed while I was on the break, his medicals actually went well. So it is pretty freaking confusing to me as to why he made it past 16. And they took Zayden Collins over Caleb Farley. Greg Newsom would have been a reach, but also Robert Alford hasn't played a snap in 2 years and wasn't even good when he was on the Falcons. So
He does seem odd for sure.
I don't know what Arizona's doing in
trust
their
that.
secondary. I don't know how you don't address that at all.
They have
I don't
they
know
have
that.
one pick worth anything left. They have a second rounder, and at that point, teams are just going to try to jump them for corners. They have showed their hand. They took Zayden Collins this year. They took Isaiah Simmons last year. They overpaid an old pass rusher instead of paying for value at Hassan Reddick to get more sacks. They're neglecting the other side with Marcus Golden. Devon Kennard was a bad signing. I mean, the Cardinals offense looks cute, but it's not. I mean, this is like the Falcons last year when they were like Calvin Ridley, Julio Jones, Hayden Hurst, like we're gonna go win a Super Bowl tomorrow. No, you're not. So an explosive offense like that can't carry you far. Vikings on the clock. Predictions, boys.
Who's the best editor left? Let's go Joe Tryon.
Joe Tryon. Yeah,
let's go
I
Joe
like
Tryon here.
I like Tryon. I think. Oh no, Darisaw. They're gonna scoop up Darisaw.
Right, he's still there. All right, I'll give you Darisaw.
I don't think they pass on him unless they pull a Vikings. I mean, they could, right?
Right.
No, they don't pass.
Davis Mills trade.
On
This is Davis Mills right here at 23.
Shut up. No, they just everybody say quick prayers so that they don't take Barmore.
I'd be happy actually.
Actually, 25 is where we 25 and 26. That's the gauntlet for Barmore.
Oh, 25 is 25. Oh, yeah, I don't think he's going past 25.
I'm shocked the Saints didn't move up, man. I really am. I mean, with all the reports that we had and just the track record
they are an aggressive team, and then they let Ryan freaking Pace jump them for Justin Fields.
There's no way. There's just no way that Barmore goes past Jacksonville.
Okay, I honestly have a hot take here. I think that Micah Parsons pick was terrible.
I tried to hide it my best when the Cowboys guy was on with us, but I also didn't like it. He didn't like it.
Oh my
Talk to me.
Okay.
Why?
Well, here's what I look at. Jerry Jones wants the flashy pick. That's always what he does. He took CeeDee Lamb last year. This is nothing against Micah Parsons. That's a terrible pick. You have a defense that is running out with Donovan Wilson and DeMonte KZ and Keanu Neal as your safety core. You have person.
Keanu is playing Will linebacker. Keanu's playing Will.
Oof. Okay, hold on. Wait. They have Terrell Basham, Leighton Vander Esch, and Jalen Smith with Keanu Neal, and now you add in Micah Parsons. There's not enough room for Micah Parsons.
Very crowded room.
You like that. Honestly, that wouldn't have been a stretch for Barmore.
I mean, I think we all like Parsons as an individual player.
Right, just not
I
the
just
fit.
don't like the fit, and their whole LVE health crap is really annoying. Like, is he healthy or not? Like, figure it out.
After this pick, no.
Right.
LVE
so have him medically retire instead of paying him what, $10 million that they have to pay him because he's a first-round pick.
No,
like,
it's ridiculous. And there are offensive upgrades they could have made. I like offensive line players. Honestly, trade back even further. That was your best bet. They could have taken Farley there, and I wouldn't have been too upset about that. But this is what they're left with. So, sorry, Cowboys.
It's an interesting nugget. So they just interviewed Alex Leatherwood. He said, "I was not surprised at all that I went 17 to the Raiders. We communicated a lot."
Figured.
Oh, the Jets knew they were trading up for Vera Tucker the whole time. Connor Hughes said Elijah Vera Tucker said he talked to the Jets a lot during the process, likes what they're doing. And then another tweet came out that said he knew that he was going to be a Jet.
Joe said he was putting up the building blocks to trade up in his last press conference for the draft. So we all kind of had an idea he might trade up. The Jets get a haul.
The Quiddy Pay thing was nice. He told his mom that she didn't have to work anymore.
Vikings say Christian Darrisaw left tackle.
Great! That's a great story.
Yeah.
Oh, that too. That's good too. But Vikings say Christian Darrisaw.
So, Vikings. Vikings took Darrisaw.
Yeah.
I was gonna say they could take Mayrig.
It is Darrisaw here.
Not surprised by any sense.
Okay, you know what? Maybe that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping the Jags take Mayrig over Barmore.
It's Urban. He wants their big, beefy interior defensive lineman. That's Barmore all day.
Yeah, well, maybe he wants
It's so true. That's not true.
God, you're such a hater, Chris. You just don't want me to be happy.
We mocked Levi Onwuzurike to him because Barmore had already gone early. Why would they not take Barmore if Barmore
No, we put Onwuzurike there because he fits the brand of speed. He's way faster than Barmore. He's more of a free check than Barmore is.
Who is going to be good. That's just all Urban needs.
Watch them take a wideout. I swear. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not kidding.
Bateman. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm genuinely not kidding because I like Laviska Shenault a lot. I'm not sold that DJ Chark's like actually.
Oh, I am. I'm a big DJ Chark.
You're a big DJ. I'm a big Laviska guy. So we like the opposite Jags wideout.
I think Marvin Jones would be. I think he's going to be
He's
a
like
veteran
there.
player.
He's like a saltine cracker. I'm not like, thrilled by it. He
Well,
gets the job done, I guess.
Who's an electric guy? I mean, I'm trying to think. Elijah Moore. He fits the brand of
but
speed.
I
Could
don't
he be
think
the wide receiver one?
But who is Urban's not like a flashy pick guy. He's like he wants the trenches. That's just Urban Myers. Like if we're being completely
He
honest.
also likes people with bad track records. Is there
The
anyone?
Steelers are
like,
taking Najee Harris.
We already
Sorry.
confirmed that? Or you get the
Yep.
you got a text? All right. I mean, I chalked that there. Actually, not what I believe in when I said this, but I chalked it there. It was...
Neither Tomo. Why are you blaming me for
All right,
this?
we're up to 25. Let's go.
Why did you attack me? We both were on
Because
Instagram.
I've
We
been
both
saying I
were
was
like,
right on
"That's
this pod
crap."
without Tova on here, so I just felt like I just didn't think about it. Tova, I was right again.
Chris, you just don't want me to be happy. I get it, but
I'm just saying that Jackson will be inclined to take Christian Barmore.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would.
I really don't. Look, I'm not even trying to help Toll out right now. I just don't think that's where they're going.
I think
in
Pitt-
all
I
honesty,
think Pitt
I
should
think
not take
Mayrig-
Jenkins.
I think Mayrig could. Well, they could go offensive line. Is there anyone versatile left that I look at?
Jags haven't had a versatile safety in checks.
I'm saying,
does
I love
Urban's scheme require a versatile safety? I don't know. I actually don't
Yes,
know.
he just got Rashawn Slater, and he had guys
What?
like Malik Hooker.
Malik
He had-
Hooker, yeah, that's who I
He
thought.
had
of
guys like
immediately.
Malik Hooker, and when I think of Jordan Fuller, when you think of the Ohio State safeties under Urban Meyer, range, and they would come up and hit, but even more than that, they're ball hawks.
But they shined
Corner
Rashawn Jenkins from the Chargers
corner
already. They shined
potentially,
Rashawn
Greg
Jenkins.
Newsome.
No, I don't think they go corner. Here's why.
No, it's
I
not
think,
corner.
I think they have.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not
They
saying
could
they
have. They have Shaq Griffin. They have C.J. Henderson, who I love. I love C.J.
I love
Henderson.
CJ.
I think he's going to be
my
great.
corner one last year.
And in the slot, I forget who they have. They have someone already in the slot. Plus, if they take Mayrig, he can play in the slot.
Right.
I think
yeah.
Mayrig's the best free safety. He's rangy. He can play the deep middle. So they have Sidney Jones and Trey Herndon, Chris Claybooks. They have three good slot corners that can duke it out in camp. I don't think it's corner. I think Mayrig could be it. I don't think they'd take a linebacker. In fact, I'd probably be upset if they took a linebacker.
Yeah, linebacker doesn't make sense. Completely agree.
I don't think it's
wide
safety.
receiver.
They got Rashawn Jenkins in free agency. They paid big money for him.
Yeah,
I just don't
safety,
think
wide
they
receiver.
take
I won't
safety.
rule out Barmore.
I think it's Barmore. I'm just gonna put
Shut
it out
up.
there. What? Like, the defensive line is trash. They need pressure.
Don't speak down on Josh Allen. Stop.
That's
the
only
crap.
one guy though. It
I-
doesn't matter
look,
one guy.
You said you grouped them together.
All right,
and I want to
okay.
say that they have
The last year's Jets defensive line was trash. They had Quentin Williams. Like it's the same thing. Like he's good, but everyone else is bad. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by it. You could also see Pat Frymuth. I'm just
Best player available right now
Chris.
is
I'm just saying it's
What?
possible.
What?
We're talking about possibilities. It is possible.
Barmore. Oh, you know what I didn't think of? Rashawn Jenkins can play strong or free safety. They could take
Nice hit.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to play a physical, strong safety.
I'm actually surprised the team didn't fall in love with him.
I am too. I think
I wouldn't be
Steelers could-
sold.
I guess
The
Steelers-
Saints are a landing spot. I would say the Saints. I don't see him making it past Cleveland. Cleveland will love him.
Oh yeah, there's no linebacker.
That's what I'm
on the
saying.
board.
I just thought a team like smart kid obviously went to Notre Dame, smart on the field, good IQ, makes the right plays a lot. That just seems like a guy that. Look, I don't think he's the best linebacker in the class, but I'm not surprised. I am surprised rather that someone wasn't like, okay, this kid's really smart, can help in the middle of the defense. I don't know.
Man, the Steelers really turned in that pick quick.
Najee Harris. I don't know. I
They
would have
ran
so
that to the podium.
rather taken Tevin Jenkins there. If I was the
Well,
Steelers.
you know what? The problem is, they. Oh God. I mean, I know I beef with Steelers fans a lot. I just don't think they have so many positions of need. They have B.J. Finney, a career backup at center right now. They have Chucks Okorafor at left tackle, Zach Banner at right tackle. The only player who started on their line last year is David DeCastro. So their offensive line is a mess with an old man at quarterback in his last year. They
His
have
arm's terrible. Can we talk about how bad his arm was?
Okay,
Like,
Drew Brees'
the
arm
weeks that
was
went
terrible.
on, it was just well, that's your Saints fandom, but I'm just saying.
yeah, his arm was terrible, and he held us back. You know, I really thought that's why the Saints were going to trade up. Sean Payton has been chomping at the bit to throw deep for the last 4 years, and he couldn't. They have a big hole now at corner. Inside linebacker, Vince Williams. I'm not sold on that. They didn't love him enough to bring him
I have
back.
breaking news. This is
What's
huge.
up?
This is huge. So Mac Jones has only been to Boston once. He was
I hate
10
you.
and he got
Shut
his
up.
Crocs stuck in an escalator.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
Yeah, that's a preview right there.
What did you
That's
say?
a preview.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said Mac's only been to Boston once.
Mac
and
Jones.
he got his Crocs stuck in an escalator. Yes,
That
that's right.
is.
So that is my breaking news. I'm
That is
like
so
12 now.
tough.
I'm breaking news on the air. There we go.
That's like not the news you want to break for sure.
Oh,
That's my quarterback.
All right,
Yeah,
Tolo, are we
yeah.
making a live reaction for you, or are
To
we
be
start
one.
breaking more news? Because yes, they want you to break more news. You're making posts and money.
Yeah, there we go.
am I, Yeston? I bet you would like me to break news, wouldn't you?
All right. On that note, break us some news for the Jacksonville Jaguars when you get it. We will see you probably near the end of the draft to recap the full draft and see if anyone's moving up.
All
I
right,
just
y'all.
love how you
Let's,
kicked Tolva out. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
I'm only
matter
obeying
what I want.
Yeston's wishes, as he's asked 3 times.
it's not, wait, really?
He's asked once any news. Can you keep dropping news and then?
God, I really am an integral part of this team. All right,
That's
guys.
twice.
Barmore to the black and gold. Who dat? Bless up. I'll see you guys towards the
I
end.
can't wait to go 25. See ya.
of course, my man. That is Andrew Tolva. Adam Schefter. I'm going to say less attractive now because he's pissed me off today. So there we go.
Yeah. I
We're
mean,
just waiting for this Jaguars pick. Now, look, I actually forgot about Griffin, but I did it at the same time because I was like, they signed someone who I don't think's the answer, and I couldn't think of who it was.
Jamal Agnew.
No, Griffin. That's who I was
you don't
thinking
think
of.
Griffin's
I don't
the answer?
know.
You got paid big money.
He'll be corner too for them. He'll cover
Yeah. He'd
Z's.
be next to Henderson.
Right, he'll cover. So maybe because I don't think he was great as a corner. I think he was sufficient, but I think he was like average. So maybe that means he'll be above average at corner too, covering like the lesser receivers potentially.
Potentially.
I don't know. That doesn't always work though. That definitely not. It's not necessarily how football works, but still.
I'm surprised like the Steelers actually went with Nani when they could have taken Tevin Jenkins
Most
and
teams'
fixed
best
theirs.
receivers are X. So realistically,
I'm giving the
covering
Steelers a
Z's
low
should
grade
help a
today.
little bit.
That's not good to take him at 24. When you had Tevin Jenkins staring you right in the face, you could have fixed your offensive line problems as
We
well.
have some guests coming in soon as well, right?
We
some other guests.
have. Let me just check the list. We have Andrew. Oh no, we don't have Andrew. We have Shane Hallman. Yes, we do. Oh, we have him going on right now. I missed that one. We'll get him on.
You want me to
here.
admit him right
Yeah, I
now?
got
We
him.
can do
I
that.
completely forgot we had a Saints guest, which is weird.
No,
All right.
because Tolva.
Yeah,
is
because Tolva
like
went through his time.
Mr. Saint. So.
Exactly. This is Tolva's fault. It's not my fault. Shane, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. How about you? So,
Good.
yeah, Najee Harris, 24. What you thinking?
I mean, I think this was expected from Steelers Nation. I mean, the Steelers knew that they needed a workhorse running back and were in love with Najee Harris. For me personally, he's my RB3. I understand the allure. And I think this offensive line class is deep enough. They'll probably go that way in round 2. But I expect Najee Harris to slide in there, day one workhorse and try to kind of get that back in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. I mean, I personally myself, I was thinking like a Tevin Jenkins or a Lee Meichenberg or another offensive lineman could have helped your run game a little bit more than a running back because usually not the running back who's bad, it's the offensive line who needs some work. But that's just how I saw it.
Look, I would agree with you. Now, I think the Steelers are in a position where they feel like they can contend for a Super Bowl. Ben's on the back end. They're kind of trying to sew things together real quick to win a Super Bowl. So they signed Zach Banner. He'll play probably left tackle. They have Chooks at right tackle. So they don't feel like they need a tackle to start right away. They need a center, probably get that in round 2. So that was the two big holes. It was running back and center. And if Najee Harris was sitting there, I think he was probably right near the top of their board at the start of the draft, let alone 24.
Yeah, so I have a question piggybacking off something you just said. How realistic do you think is that aspirations for a Super Bowl? Because last year we saw that incredible start and it really got swindled at the end. So how legit do you think those aspirations truly should be if you're the Steelers?
I think it's ludicrous, but I think winning 11 games in a row was probably the worst thing for the franchise because it put ownership in a position where they felt like, oh, if we can do that, then we can win the Super Bowl. They're going to have the hardest road schedule in the NFL next year. I think it's going to be really, really difficult, even with a better running back and better run game, to do that. You have Kevin Colbert, the GM, is on 1-year deals, and he's very close to retirement. So they've been kicking money down the line. He's been kicking it down the line so that when he leaves, he can put his hands up and it's going to be cap hell for the Steelers. I don't think it's realistic, but it's kind of where they're at when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback who's almost out the door.
And then we've seen Green Bay have this issue where they drafted a quarterback last year in Jordan Love, and now that's disdain for Aaron Rodgers. I think the Steelers are definitely in a higher position of need as far as the next quarterback successor, because I think this is fair to say that towards the end of last year, Ben did not look particularly great. It seemed like his arm got weaker and weaker as the seasons went along. I remember there was a slant route in the Bills game that got picked off, and it was just because of throw power, really, and it just
breaking
looked like...
news, just to interrupt you real quick. The Jaguars pick ETN. Travis Etienne to the Jaguars.
Trevor's friend. That's
Trevor's
actually
friend.
crazy. But going back to what I was saying, how important do you think it is for the Steelers to kind of take the successor to Ben Roethlisberger in either this draft or what do you think they should do there in that sense?
I think it's something you should have planned for. I wouldn't take any other quarterback in this draft. I don't think the team, once again, feels like they're in a position to do that. They re-signed Mason Rudolph for an additional year. They want to give him a year when Ben's done. They think he can be a starter. No one else does, rightfully so. They have Dwayne Haskins on the practice squad, see what they can get with him, and then Joshua Dobbs there. So I would be surprised if they take any quarterback, let alone one on the second day.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the Steelers have other picks coming up in the draft. Shout out your socials, let people know who you are. I'll let them follow your stuff, because I'm sure the draft is going to be fun throughout the next 2 days for the Steelers.
Yeah, you can follow me at Shane P. Hallam. I'll actually be tweeting analysis of every single pick in the NFL draft, day 1, 2, and 3. So.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you for coming on. We
Thank
appreciate
you so
your time.
much.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. I mean, Travis Etienne to the Jaguars.
I just want to say that he was a great guest. So
Yes,
thank
very
you,
good
Shane.
guest. I was very happy to have him on the call.
Yeah,
for
great analysis there. I was
Why?
stunned. I don't know if you could tell. I was trying to
I know. I didn't want to say
my
it too early,
question, but I was wow. So I love ETN. I
But
talk
not in
about this
Jacksonville,
multiple
though.
times, but
you just got James
I
Robinson.
kind of like it, man. Actually, no, I don't like it.
James
Dave Robinson. Dave
Exactly.
Robinson. I totally forgot about that.
You
man.
had like a workhorse running back you drafted in the late
Oh
rounds
my
last year.
god. You want to know what this could be? You have DJ Chark, you have LaVisca Chenault, right? And you have Marvin Jones. You could be satisfied with the talent you have, and you just could be trying to go all in on offense. So, but what the hell is happening?
He wants to come right in my face that they didn't take Barmore.
Chris,
That's the only
Chris,
reason he came in here.
Chris,
I know that's why he came in here.
Christopher Mullen.
I'm listening. I hope that the Cleveland
Do
Browns
you
take
know who
Barmore.
the Jacksonville Jaguars selected
I
with the
did.
25th overall
I
pick
do.
in the 2021 NFL Draft?
I do. You're laughing
Literally,
at me like I
The
didn't
guy
just get the best shot
not
that I asked
named
for.
Christian Barmore.
You're,
okay,
this is stuff you tell
we
X.
need to make it
X,
out of the woods past 26, and we're good.
This is the stuff like you should be telling X. He drafted Mac Jones. I got Zach
No,
Wilson and
you know what?
Elijah Vera Tucker.
I
Bill
feel bad for
Belichick
him.
drafted Mac Jones. Okay, I did not. Please, this is not my problem.
I feel terrible for the kid. I mean, he's just over here
kid.
wallowing.
You're
Look
trying to
how
like rub
sad
it in that
he
like you're
is.
gonna get Barmore. I got Elijah Vera Tucker and Zach Wilson.
Please
I'm
get
chilling.
Barmore.
I'm chilling.
Barmore or Newsome?
I would
Newsome
love to-
would
we
be a
can work.
good pick too.
I can
Can we
work.
get a Davis
Or,
Mills hype train in the chat?
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Yeah, I think you know what? I'm on the Davis Mills hype train, but I think I would cry if they take him. But you know what? We're at the point where either any of the following: Barmore, Newsome, Joe Tryon, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Rashad Bateman will all be on the board. Or let's see, three
Yes,
of those.
you will have-
The
will be on
Browns
the
are
have
board at
selecting Greg
28.
Newsom.
We
The
have a
Browns are
good
selecting
pool.
Browns like Greg Newsom.
Newsom.
All right.
Okay,
He's scared.
that is
He's worried.
that's well, no, that's surprising. Shut up, Chris. That's surprising to me,
He
honestly.
studied. He stopped for a second. You got
I
flags.
I can't. That's kind
Interesting
of
to
hard
me.
for me because they took Troy Hill. That they paid him
Go
to
Ducks.
come in and be their slot guy. I guess if you're putting him opposite Denzel Ward, and then you have John Johnson and Grant Delpit in the secondary. I mean, I like that. You have
They have
Greedy Williams on your
Williams as
team.
well.
I
who
don't
was
think
hurt.
they needed him because of Greedy Williams. I definitely would have taken JOK here. Heck, I might have another linebacker. I would have taken JOK for sure. Nick Bolton could have been a pick here. Baron Browning, I know you're on that hype train, Chris.
I am not in the first round though.
It's a little confusing. I think it's a good pick. I like Newsom as a player. It's a confusing pick to
I
me.
like it actually.
Should we talk about the Jaguars' updated skill depth chart? So Lawrence, ETN, Robinson, LaVisca, DJ Chark, potentially Tim Tebow at tight end.
I
Shut
love to
up.
see it. You love to
No
see it. You
way.
love to see
No
it.
way.
You love to see it.
I bet it's got to be Ojolari or Bateman here.
For what?
They just don't have a
Yeah.
need at interior
Well,
defensive
they
line.
lost their edge rusher actually, but I mean it depends on what they played the 3-4. So
They
Ojolari
play
is
in
a
a
3-4, a 3-4 outside linebacker.
They play. I bet they take Tryon. They could
It'd
take
be
Tryon.
No. They need a 3-4 edge rusher. There's nothing on the
Yeah,
board for that.
and this could be a team that thinks his athleticism is enough to translate.
But
because
they
we are
lost a
saying,
3-4
Chris,
interior guy,
what
not
you
outside
and I have been
linebacker.
arguing is that Tryon is best suited as a 4-3 defensive end.
Right.
That's his best spot. However, he's athletic enough to play at the 3-4 outside linebacker position.
But
And we
it's
I
know
still
think
not
he's
my
definitely
point.
athletic enough
No,
for
I
that.
agree. He is.
agree with.
But my point is,
yeah.
they lost a 3-tech. They lost their 3-tech on the 3-4 edge. They didn't lose their outside linebacker. They lost their edge. So even if he played outside linebacker, it's still not the position they need. And who's a 3-tech that we're all
you're
talking
just
about?
trying to make an argument
This
for
is
Baltimore
that
to the
is
Ravens.
the truth, though. That's what they need is a 3-tech.
No, they don't. They have Derek Wolf and Calais Camp. No, they won't take him because they took Matabuike last year in the second round.
Okay, that's fair.
Mhm.
Matabuike, Calais Campbell. They have Brandon Williams as their nose tackle. Patrick Queen, LJ Fort. I hate LJ Fort.
LJ Ford is terrible.
Tyus Bowser, and then Jalen Ferguson. So
That's fair.
two developmental guys.
I was just
They need
concerned you were
disease.
hyping up Derek Wolf for a second. That's why I rolled my eyes. I was like, "There's no way we were hyping up
He's
Derek Wolf."
a good
on this.
veteran.
It's the
I just
desperation
think
point.
Matabuike is shut up. I just want Barmore at 28. I want him
What if
so
he's there?
bad.
You just don't take him.
Well, then, okay. Honestly, here's the truth. As a Saints fan, I've learned I will trust Mickey Loomis to make the picks.
Fair.
He's a good drafter. He's shown in 2018 or 2017 that I mean, he took Kamara, Ramczyk, Hendrickson, Anzalone, Lattimore, all in that 2017 draft. I mean, that was a crazy class. So, yeah, I have faith in him as a drafter. I have faith in Sean's vision for the team. I always have, with or without Drew Brees. So, truthfully, whoever they take at 28, I'm going to be okay with it.
I think they're in a better place, though, and I mean, you can talk about this, but
Unless it's offensive line.
the Drew Brees Hall of Fame tour was just getting annoying because they had to kind of
Yes.
suffice to him, and clearly he wasn't. I would say he wasn't the best option on the team, but he wasn't the best quarterback for that system whatsoever. I mean, he clearly was hindering the offense dramatically, and I just think now that he's gone, they can kind of focus on we can build this team now and not just support Drew and his retirement.
There is heavy belief in the building that Jameis Winston could be the guy, and he has crazy tools. He is the turnover man. So if
What do you think about that, Palva? What do you think about Winston being the guy?
under Sean Payton, yeah, I think any other team, no, but I'm
Right.
not ready to say, yeah, I think Jameis Winston is our franchise quarterback. No, I was ready to take Fields today. I was ready to take Mac freaking Jones. I think
That's
Jameis
fair.
Winston could be the guy. He has tools. Imagine if you take a fit 5,000 yard, 30 touchdown guy and you reel his turnovers down to even 20, you have a playoff team.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
I'm also not saying, he could go for 40 turnovers this season, and I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm not expecting much. I hope I'm blown away. I don't know who you're bringing on for the Saints pick. I think it's Garrett. They're up next. I'll update you guys with pick 27 because it's not going to be Barmore, and 28 will be. So we might just announce that already. But yes, I will see y'all towards the end of the draft. 31 and 32. I'll come back on.
Alrighty.
Got it. Thank you, Tom.
See ya.
So Devontae Smith just announced he was shocked that the Eagles traded up for him. Same. Same, bud. This is a cool little nugget, too. 2 Northwestern guys in the first round. That's pretty cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I think it definitely is cool. You made a great point. I think we're going to really see what the Ravens value here. What they want to do with 31 as well.
The Ravens get a pick, today. Also, this is also another good nugget, too. James Robinson was a UDFA. I, knew that, but I didn't really internalize that at the time. And he was fantastic. I watched a lot of Jaguars games, particularly second halves of Jaguars games, because I knew they'd be in the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes. So Jaguars were primetime viewing for me quite a bit. So watching him, he was fantastic. I genuinely think he was a great player. And to say they gave up a first round pick for a position that they didn't necessarily need, this has trying to please Trevor Lawrence written all over it.
Right.
Which I guess isn't the worst thing in the world, because I think you want to know what I'm thinking. I think teams look at what happened to Andrew Luck and got scared. I think that really changed how this is all done.
And the Sam Darnold situation, the Sam Darnold catastrophe.
That as well, because I think so many people still think Sam Darnold could be the best quarterback from that class, and they just wasted a few years
so
of his
heavily
career.
with that statement.
You can, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people that genuinely think that. So, smart football people too. And again, they could be 1,000% wrong, but I'm just saying that's an actual thing. So, it seems like they're trying to get away from the days of building their team rather than now it's please your quarterback. I feel like that's most teams' first priority, and we're going to get Garrett in here, right? So
right, yeah. We're getting him in after the 28th pick.
Got it. So
the Baltimore's pick is in. I don't know what it is yet, but I would assume it's a receiver or a corner. Give me edge.
Remember the quote they had last week? Their wide receivers are good enough, or they're underrated or whatever. So what if you go out of your way to say that and you pick a wide receiver in the first round, you look like an absolute clown, and that is all I'm going to say.
You know who else we can see in the first round this draft? I think more like the back.
Also, here's something too. Urban Meyer, his entire career, so from Florida and Ohio State, this is a little nugget someone used, has never really used a running back by committee, ever. So that's fascinating to me, because what happens if James Robinson's on the market? That'd be a great buy for a team. Your Jets, honestly, that'd be a great buy for them. James Robinson on the low.
I absolutely love it.
They have no hour here. They showed their hand. They already drafted. If they traded Robinson before, let's say they were shopping him for whatever reason, right? Which they probably should have done,
right?
Because they would have got more value. Now it's okay, you have 2 running backs. You're not gonna get a premium for this, so it's gonna be pennies on the dollar.
There is someone I do want to mention that could be in the first round. Spencer Brown, tackle out of Iowa, Northern Iowa, is a guy that people are possibly seeing with the Ravens pick at 31, as he's a massive human being, 6'8", 314 pounds, Mike McGlinchey kind of player, just a massive guy. So it's something to keep out for. That draft guy Jimmy just hit me up with that. It's definitely a guy that you can see picked around the 31 area.
That's great insight, by the way. Great insight. I'm just waiting. I'm sorry. I'm refreshing Twitter constantly to see.
I am too. I'm trying to find the pick. It's not coming out.
We can react to this here.
They're taking forever. No one's leaking this stuff too. It's not getting leaked. You know who I want to mention this. Benjamin Albright had his setup at Denver, their Denver studios, and he did a terrible job today. Not to slander a specific reporter, but he was the eyes and ears for the Denver community.
You can slander him. He was really rude to us multiple times, so you can go ahead.
He was the eyes and ears of the
The Ravens just selected Rashad Bateman. We'll get to the Albright slander in a second. The Ravens just
That's a good
selected
pick. It's a good pick.
Rashad Bateman. What a slap in the face to Ravens wide receivers, though. I just talked about this. Don't say your wide receivers are good enough and then draft a wide receiver. What kind of message are you sending?
They're not good enough.
You just don't have to say that. You just don't have to say that. Just don't say anything. Just say, we're working on it, or I like some of the guys we have, but we could use another one. Something along those lines. Don't say they're already good at. That's a terrible look. I'm sorry. I don't know what you think of that. I think that is like Bush League, like high school crap. I hate that.
Right. No, I mean, I agree. Back to our slander of our
And I love
boy.
Rashad Bateman. I think it's an awesome pick. I just think the roundabout way they got there is trash. Sorry.
So Albright had like the eyes and ears to the Denver draft room. He's the only people that were allowed on site, and he got the trade situation wrong for the Aaron Rodgers. They got the pick wrong for Patrick Surtain. He was 0 for 2. We were right next to the draft room. What?
Who did you say the pick was?
He was heavy like with the Micah Parsons crowd, or the Rashawn Slater crowd. That was his team.
Let's have Garrett in here right now. Saints are about to.
Oh, let's get him on live for the pick. That'd be funny. Yeah.
Yep. I feel bad for James Robinson, man.
I do too.
I do.
That kid was good too. He was a
dude was a UDFA. Came out of a small school, balled out of his mind. Was probably one of the only watchable players on the entire goddamn team, and now he's going to get shipped off or
not
penny on the dollar because
RB2.
they already showed their hand. So
Garrett,
Garrett, welcome.
The TV in the back just real quick because we don't get copyrighted and shit.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so your team picks in 4 minutes. We'll get your live reaction because Tova was too scared to do it. He's gonna come back on here and yell at me for that, but I don't care. Look, you got a lot of options. You got Christian Barmore, you got linebackers, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, you got offensive linemen, you have corners, you have receivers, you have quarterbacks, you have both Mond and Mills on the board still. I mean, what are you thinking here? What are your initial thoughts about who you might take here?
Man, I wanted Bateman and Newsom so bad, and they get taken off the board, both picks right before. And in my opinion, it's got to be one of three guys. I want Owusu-Koramoah. I would settle for Barmore and Mo Rig. I don't want it to be anyone else. That's just how I feel. As long as they don't do something stupid. I don't want an offensive lineman. If they need an offensive lineman, I might as well just log off because this is going to get ugly.
Tevin Jenkins, I could see it. I could see Tevin Jenkins. He's
I could see it, but just please, no. There's so much defensive talent. We have so much rebuilding to do on the defensive side of the ball.
I just want to rewind for 1 quick second. I feel so bad for Rashad Bateman, man.
Why?
I feel so bad because he's a great wide receiver. I think he's a great talent. He's really good outside the numbers, and now Lamar is his quarterback. So that kind of
You're
sucks.
not very high on Lamar picked up.
No, I'm not. Especially not if I'm a wide receiver. I would hate that. I would be like, get me out of here.
The Saints pick is in fact in.
Oh man, dude, I'm so nervous.
Sure, we'll get the answers soon.
Green
Bay
not going to leak it.
There is an interesting thing here. The Chargers did not talk to Rashawn Slater the entire draft process. He said they did talk to him once, which is really weird.
That happens.
That was their biggest.
The Patriots do that the Patriots do that stuff all the time. I mean, maybe that's why I'm used to it.
That was the biggest thing they needed was offensive line.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I guess I'm used to it because the team I follow does that annually. That's the answer a lot of those guys give. So, not really.
I wanted Farley. So bad, dude. I thought we would trade up, and we didn't.
Are we just announcing the pick as soon as we see it, or are we going to let him see it on the TV?
Do you see it already? Because I don't.
No, I'm just stating beforehand.
We're might as well advance it because the pick is going to be in for 5 minutes, and then we'll just collectively announce it to him because I know he's not looking at Twitter. If Tevin Jenkins falls out the first round, we may see the Jets get Elijah Vera Tucker, Tevin Jenkins, and Zach Wilson. I would lose my mind, respectfully.
Do you think the Bengals would be willing to move to 32, maybe trade with the Bucs just to make sure they got a guy like that
at the end
of the first round?
Maybe.
Yep, I agree with that completely.
I could see it. I thought Leatherwood there in the second round would be perfect.
All right. Oh my God.
The Raiders just.
Oh no!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
No, I don't like your reaction. I don't know if
No way!
Should I just log off now?
I'm not gonna like it. I'll tell you that right now.
He was not on my radar, man.
Oh my God!
He was in the top 5 people I thought could have.
Turner, edge rusher out of Houston. That
Are you
was not
serious
like
right
a-
now?
Oh my god.
He was not
Paul
in the
is
top
losing his
5, top
mind.
10 people I
Dude.
thought could go there.
Dude, I'm done. Dude. That's
Let me look
literally
at the
Mickey
Aaron
Loomis.
Rodgers.
I'm done with. We were gonna trade in the top 10. We didn't.
Peyton
We were supposed to
Turner
trade
was
up to take
edge
Farley.
number, I can't find him. Hold on. 10. He was edge 10. Right now we're only through
Edge 10.
We're only through edge 3
Aziz
right now.
was still there.
Aziz was still there. Tryon was still there. Osai, Perkins, Basham. They picked
I was
Mr. No Gloves Peyton Turner.
I was in class today, and we were supposed to trade up into the top 10. And then I got home. We were supposed to trade up past Titans to take Caleb Farley. I started sitting down watching the draft, realizing we're not going to trade up. I was like, oh, that's okay. We got JOK on the board. We got Barmore on the board. We got Mulrig on the board at 28. What could go wrong?
Peyton Turner, wow.
That Peyton Turner could go wrong. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, I have nothing good to say about that pick. I'm done, dude. Like, I'm really done.
Let me see if he said anything about
Oh my gosh,
He's been
dude.
a big riser as of late. I'm pretty sure Schefter, if I remember, tweeted something about it. I know it was only like some teams had him really high. The Saints lost Trey Hendrickson, obviously, so I guess they're replacing that with this. I don't know.
They have They traded up 18 spots for Davenport a few years ago. Give him a chance.
Yeah,
just take
Aziz as well.
literally anyone else, dude. Take Barmore. Barmore or JOK had to be the pick there.
I guess.
Barmore's still there.
We
I guess
literally
it-
lost
I
Malcolm
guess it
Brown
more
and
just-
Sheldon Rankins this offseason.
I guess it more just. Oh yeah, that's my team. Thank you for that, by the way.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
I guess Peyton will play 3-tech then.
So does that mean my team doesn't have the worst pick anymore?
Correct.
Is
I
this
think we
what I'm
survived.
hearing?
Yeah,
Well,
no,
to
yeah,
be
we
fair,
win.
no.
We
To be
win.
fair, you didn't have the worst pick after Leatherwood. That was the worst pick after your pick. So you like 3, which is like,
Okay.
definitely not bad. Oh
Better
man,
than
that's
2, better than 1.
that's a tough pill to swallow. Peyton Turner.
I mean, I have
that
nothing.
guy has
I have
no
nothing
swag
good to
too.
say.
He has no swag. He
Yeah.
has no gloves, just like Hendrickson, no gloves.
At least Hendrickson got like 13 sacks. Like, if this dude gets 1 sack in his NFL career, I'll be shocked. Like,
Man
that's
had
how.
no swag. That's tough. Not
Dude,
even
I'm
swaggy.
done, dude. Like, I see this poor lady holding an umbrella on stage. Like, she has no clue what's just about to happen right now.
My man has no swag. Oh man.
So Ian Rappaport tweeted, the Saints have a glaring need, left corner. They picked defensive end, Peyton Turner.
He
I
just
can't
roasted
do
the
it, dude.
shit out of him.
Yeah, dude, we suck. I don't know what else you want. Yeah.
That's
fine,
I wonder
dude.
when Andrew start responding to our DMs because he's clearly gone off the radar.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I might join him. You might just never hear from either one of us ever again.
All right, I
honestly, at
mean,
this
I'm
point.
sure you need time to process this.
Yeah, I need a few, like the morning process, like every single step of it.
I mean,
we're gonna go
I
through it.
wouldn't know what you feel like right now. I haven't watched you right talk.
I went through it on this, so
You guys
I agree with you, man.
Dude, I don't know. I waited like 4 hours to take no gloves Peyton Turner with all those players on the board. I have nothing good to say, dude. Like I'm literally in the worst mood. Packers are about to go Tevin Jenkins, though. You heard it here first.
Probably. I mean, hopefully,
That's
if
my
they want
guess.
Aaron, it's Elijah Moore. I think. All right. Well.
Yeah, no, I
Packers
agree.
taking
That's a
wide
good
receiver,
pick, too.
no chance.
Yeah, no. They're going to draft Davis Mills here.
Oh man.
I will jump up on
I will
stream
lose my mind.
live.
I would actually be so happy. All right. Well.
Oh my god.
On
dude.
that note, Garrett, I'm sure you need to watch some Peyton Turner highlights to feel better about yourself. But
No, I just need to go to bed and just not wake up, dude. That's about it. That's what all we're doing. Oh
all
my
right,
god.
Well, I'll see you later, Garrett.
Yeah, man. I'll see you.
Thank you, Garrett.
Wow, that was the best live pick we could have gotten was Peyton Turner.
That was.
I tried to keep it.
Where's Tolva? Where's Tolva? Tolva, get in here
Come
right
on in,
now.
Tolva.
Get in
Come
here.
on
Come
in.
back.
You
You were
wanna come
clouded
on
me.
in.
Come on.
You were talking a lot of big game for Barmore. You got Peyton Turner instead.
Oh my lord!
He
don't.
was edge 10 on the consensus board.
What were your personal opinions of Peyton Turner?
I didn't like him that much.
I
also
thought he
don't
was
like he has
alright.
no swag.
I thought he had decent upside as far as like I thought. Look, all these edges are raw, right? Like pretty much all of them are, and I don't hate that. I hate that he's a first round pick. I didn't even like him in the second round. Like that's where I saw him a lot.
Andrew, welcome in.
And so I didn't even like him there. So yeah, I would have loved him as a second round pick, and then at 28. There you go.
Oh man, how's that Christian Barmore talk going?
Christopher, I've had enough of you tonight.
Dang, that's gotta be a fall from grace there. You get no glove Peyton Turner.
But your thoughts on Peyton Turner
My man wears
as
no
a player,
sleeves. He wears no gloves.
as
It's just
value at 28?
Let me pull up my scouting report for him.
arms. He still play 3-tech though. He'll be your 3-tech.
Can't wait to hear this. This is going to be awesome.
I don't think he will be. I don't think he will be. No, this is my personal scouting report. So this isn't on TSW.
Packers left Eric Stokes. They take a cornerback when they're about to lose Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God.
Oh no! Time to text my friend.
Barmore's falling out of the first. Oh, Yeston's on suicide watch. Okay.
He wanted Stokes, right?
Yeah, he did.
It took a pick of the Packers, but
here's how the Saints operate. I said this. I think on one of Chris's and I's podcasts, we build through the trenches. We always have. One of our first round, every single first round pick or our first pick, if it was a second rounder for the last now 8 years, has been in the trenches. So, yeah, you could have seen this coming. Now, we've just picked up Marcus Davenport's fifth-year option today. You look at Peyton Turner, he's raw. He's 6'6", 270, so he's a big guy. Obviously, they value size. He suffered a knee injury in high school, so his recruiting options were slim, but then obviously he got to Houston. He entered Houston at 215, left at 290, and just trimmed down to 270. He's best as a 4-3 defensive end. I don't see him playing defensive tackle for us. This is a guy that Cam Jordan is going to take under his wing and say, this is how you do it. This is a raw pass rusher who doesn't have the injury concerns of Marcus Davenport, can learn from a guy like Marcus Davenport and Cam Jordan. Dennis Allen's defense runs through his pass rush, was trying there. Yes, clearly they didn't have a higher grade on him. Ronnie Perkins there. Yes. Greg Rousseau there. Yes. But like I said, I'm going to trust Mickey Loomis here. Is it who I expected? No. Was he ever mocked in the first? No. But
I never saw him once.
Chris, I'm trying to
I'm just
make myself
the
feel better about this.
I never saw him.
He's a pretty loose guy.
Yeah, tell you something.
What was selling himself on this? I love this. This is like active selling yourself on what.
He's watching his highlights right now. His 2021 highlights, just bomb film stuff.
His hands are
in the class. Big sleeper.
Here's the thing. His hands are good, and if you've ever heard Cam Jordan talk about it, the most important thing when it comes to pass rushers, your hands, your arms, your swim moves, stuff like that. So his hand counters are good. I remember liking his pass rush skill set on tape. So that's good. Yeah. I wish he has good pop in his hands. I wish he was a little bit smarter IQ wise. He needs to get faster at processing things. The Saints are looking for someone who can replace Cam Jordan in the long run and for now play across from him. And I think they're not too sold on Marcus Davenport, but by taking a guy like Peyton Turner and picking up Davenport's fifth-year option, you get to weigh your options. You have the best defensive end at the end of the day. I did receive word that the Saints had a first-round grade on Peyton Turner. So,
really, because the consensus board has edge 10, the one I pulled up that you sent me.
Yeah, I didn't have a first-round grade on him. The Saints did, though.
The consensus board that everyone else, remember the sourcing you done. The edge 10 that you had sourcing was Peyton Turner.
Mm-hmm. And the Saints decided to take a guy, one of the 19. Shut up! God.
This is incredible salesmanship on Tolva's part.
Honestly,
like he's
I'm
selling
like
himself.
Maybe
in
I
an
want
amazing way. I
Peyton
feel like
Turner.
I'm almost bought in. Like I almost like it now.
You know what?
He's selling me. I know he doesn't believe this.
He may be a top player in the class,
Okay.
better than Barmore.
I believe myself. I do believe in myself.
Absolutely.
He has troubles in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
He's
And
too
in the pass
low
game.
with football IQ. I don't like how his hips move. I think his hand counters are good. He's got good
His hips
pop.
do
I
lie.
like his footwork. His hips lie. His hips lie heavy. Cap all the way. Okay, but his hand counters are good. I like his footwork. He's got good pop. The athleticism is there. The physicality is there. This is a pick that works for a team like the Saints because they have Marcus Davenport and Cam Jordan for him to play behind. But I have a family of disgruntled Cajuns to go answer to, and truthfully, I don't have many answers for them because when I was expecting them to say Christian, they said Peyton, and then my mind was like, Peyton? Who's Peyton? Peyton Turner.
And then we get 0 dark 5 minutes of no response from
Right.
Andrew.
We're going to trade up to get Justin Fields, and then we take Peyton Turner at 28.
All right. Well, on that note, we have the inch to the Green Bay Packers stuff. So, Andrew, we'll see you back on if you guys trade out, which is unlikely.
See you guys. Shut up.
We love
All
you,
right,
Tova.
the Packers stuff. Let's go to that real quick. Aaron
So
Rodgers is
let's
disgruntled.
admit Yeston because they are on the clock. Here.
Right. Let's bring him into this conversation as well. Oops.
So
Right,
Packers,
I had him on
quick
there.
Packers thing. Stokes, look, I mean, they're fully committing to life without Aaron Rodgers, right? Like
They
they're,
didn't even try.
yeah. I mean, you could have got Elijah Moore. You could have got him a toy. This is the second year in a row you choose not to. I mean, Stokes is clearly talented, but it's not necessarily their biggest need. I had them getting Bolton here. I think they really needed a good middle linebacker, a guy who was an aggressive Mike, who could really fly around the field and was just a hard-nosed football player. I think that's what Bolton is. And he was one of my guys who was underrated in the sense that I don't know how like incredible his ceiling is, but I was high on him as far as I think he could be a starter in the league for a decent amount of time. I don't think that's a hot take. That's just how I looked at him as a prospect.
Well,
So,
yeah, I mean, I don't
yeah.
think he's a bad player. I'm just saying, like, if they're so like, oh, we're going to call your bluff, you're not going to leave us, and at the same time, you also don't draft a receiver or any weapon at all. At the last 10 drafts, the Packers have drafted 9 defensive players, and the one offensive player they drafted was a backup quarterback. That just tells you they just don't give a F about what Aaron Rodgers thinks, and I completely support him like wanting to leave. Like you can't, you're MVP and you can't like get like a weapon. Like if you want a weapon, you get a
Justin,
weapon.
welcome. I love how you admitted to the attire rule by doing your own little
Can't
thing
be
there.
Javonte
That's
Williams
awesome.
in the chat today.
It's what I do best, you know.
So,
Nothing
yeah.
if not creative.
we're just waiting for the Bills pick here. Anyone that you want now? I know you wanted Stokes. He's gone.
Yeah.
So
I was so big on Eric Stokes. I mean, he was Trey White Jr., and I love me some Trey White. You know, it's tough finding a guy who's that consistent who would fit directly into the system you play in. There's only 3 guys who I'm really all right with here at this point. Admittedly, you know, there's a lot of guys I'd be fine with in the long run, but give me J.O.K. Give me Joe Tryon. That's my top 2 right now. And
we're like
if
the
that's-
Joe Tryon fan club. I would be totally okay if you guys took him. I mocked him there. I mean, I'm a big fan. So
Yeah, I'm all right with it. And who's that? Who else is left? Was it
The commissioner's walking up right now, so you'll know in about 2 seconds.
I don't know what this pick is.
I don't
do you?
either. I don't. It didn't get
I'm
leaked.
so confused.
It
It's
wasn't leaked.
honestly because they've given away nothing this whole process. I mean, all I know.
Oh my God! No!
Oh my
No!
God! What?
What is it,
Greg
guys?
Rousseau.
Don't do this to
Greg
me.
Rousseau.
Greg Rousseau.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Back-to-back heartbreakers from us. Back to back.
This
Oh man.
is gutting.
No.
I mean,
That's the second big crate developmental guy they got back to back.
it fits exactly the profile of Brandon Bean and Sean McDermott.
No.
It's exactly what they would do.
I mean, if he does well, then it's a big steal because he got 16 sacks last year. So
Yeah, but I mean college stats, right?
right,
It's-
exactly.
It's
the
I
stats.
mean, I could see him making it in our system. I could see it working. We do need
man.
to rework our defensive line, evidently. I'm sure you guys saw the AFC Championship game last year. It's just more evidence of the kind of production we didn't see from our defensive line. I don't see him being an immediate impact. We're in a Super Bowl window right now. I think that's general consensus.
Right.
We're right there. I was hoping for someone who could either, help lock down our secondary, which took a huge step back last year.
Which makes the developmental edge like confusing if you're in a Super Bowl window, right?
Exactly. I mean, I understood the Epinesa pick last year. I was a big fan, and he's developed relatively well throughout the course of his first season. But unless he takes a leap this year, this pick seems like it's just we're picking like a team that's close to a window, not like a team that's actually there.
Tolva is talking in the chat like you guys are a poverty franchise when his team just drafted Peyton Turner, so you can calm down there.
Yeah, I don't think Tolva can take a step to me just yet.
At least your guy has gloves. At least your guy wears gloves.
Yeah,
at least my guy gets gloves. At least he knows where the quarterback is. I'm all right. But you know what? Come back to me next year. I'll tell you how I feel then. Because, I mean, I thought Eric Stokes was a heartbreaker, but this stings, man.
That's definitely not what we thought was going to happen.
Tough.
No, but I mean, we're yet another franchise that trusts our front office and trusts our coaching staff to develop him into the player we want. But
right, I mean,
it just doesn't make sense for right now. He's not going to be an impact player this year.
No, definitely not.
And unless someone's willing to surrender snaps, because we got more money invested on our defensive line than most other teams in the entire league. Last year we were the number one spenders in defensive line, and we got pretty much one of the worst defensive line units for worst front sevens in the league out of it. This is more hefty draft capital invested in players who aren't going to make an immediate impact. I mean, I love my team. I'm sure I'll feel good about it. I'll feel okay about this pick tomorrow.
Just watch his highlights. I'll feel all right. Just watch his highlights. It'll be fun.
Yeah, he's clearly got what it takes to make it in the league. He's just not there yet. I was expecting better.
He wears braces. That's just dropping my grade significantly. I thought he had swag.
Yeah, I'll be here all night, just sitting in this chair stunned.
We have a podcast after this as well, so you'll be able to explain yourself there too.
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes to watch some highlights, and I'll come back out on wavelengths after this, and you guys will hear from me. I'll be his number one fan, I promise.
All right, well, we'll leave it to you. That hope you feel better about your pick.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Back-to-back heartbreakers for the Card Runner special. I mean, Peyton Turner and Greg Rousseau. I feel so bad for Aziz and Joe Tryon. What they do wrong in this pre-draft process? Like, they're really good players, and Rousseau and Peyton Turner are not.
Yeah, only a few teams had first-round grades on them.
And then
clearly Buffalo was one.
Aziz is just falling out of the sky for no reason. No reason to me, at least. I don't see the reason. Who is up next? All right, so we have the Baltimore Ravens up at 31. I think this is a edge spot or a offensive lineman spot. I don't think it's a good enough corner. Okay. Good enough corner to really be in play here. I don't think it's a good enough linebacker. I definitely think it's going to be a offensive lineman or maybe another weapon. But for Jimmy, he said the Rams, Seahawks, and Chiefs will finally pick in the second round. Any thoughts where they go? I think the Rams immediately will go offensive line or another weapon if they want to go all in for the. Actually, no, edge. I think they'll go edge rusher. I think they lost a couple of edge rushers in this free agency period, so they go edge with the guy following. I think it would look good for them. Seahawks, maybe a receiver, maybe another offensive lineman. Maybe a corner. They have a lot of holes they need to fill. And then for the Chiefs, just a weapon. I think any weapon for the Chiefs will do. I think if they want to make another push, just more talent is the biggest thing. Any talent, any win-now players the Chiefs can get. So Aziz had a medical concern with his knee that was flagged. So a flagged medical concern. All right, that makes sense. Thanks for the insight. That is important. So if he had a flagged knee injury, then I guess that makes sense why he's falling. I still don't know why Joe Tryon's falling, but I understand the Aziz fall.
I agree.
So I think we have 2 picks left in our mock draft special. So X, how do you think this is all gone? The draft's almost over. The first round's almost over. Sorry. How do you think it's all come down?
I think this is kind of expected. Nothing too crazy yet. I mean,
The Bears made a big move.
yeah.
All right, the Ravens pick is in. Just waiting on the results from that pick. 15 viewers at this late in the night. Thank you guys. Not seen any leaks just yet, but they should be coming soon. That Rousseau is a blow to Yeston. That's a tough one to swallow for me personally.
Yeah, that is a
I
tough
think
one.
in the first. I thought that was Joe trying all day if they went edge rusher.
No idea what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, they're not leaking anything. I don't know why the Ravens are so tight about it. Just give us the answer. 'Cause they can go a lot of different directions here. I think Tevin's a great pick if they take Tevin Jenkins here. A guy who can play on most parts of the offensive line for sure.
Do we have any guests before this ends, by the way?
We do not, to my
Okay.
best knowledge. Some pick we just happened to miss where our guest placement was, like because I got freaked out over the Elijah Vera Tucker that Steven didn't come in for the 23rd.
Oh, big.
Oh my God,
News.
Ravens!
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't hate it.
I hate it. I don't like the way.
I don't like him either, but like the Ravens just need to kind of swing at things if they think Lamar is the answer, they got to draft on potential, honestly, because think about it. If you think Lamar is the answer, if you're not going to take quarterback and fix that need that I think they have, because I don't like Lamar at all, then you got to take guys who have high upside. I think he has high upside, but I think it's kind of like a Lance thing. Like I just don't know if he'll ever reach it,
Right,
for
yeah.
those things.
Yeah, I mean, one guy who's fallen a lot is Tevin Jenkins has probably fallen out of the first round. We're going to see him probably take a receiver of some sort. He's fallen significantly out of the first round. I'm very surprised. I thought he was a top 20 lock.
Not bad.
Oh, wait, Andrew was trying to roast his edge picks. Like, this man did not just take Peyton Turner in the first round. Like, I don't understand that.
This guy.
He's just, like, confident. I would have rather had Owe than Peyton Turner. Hope lads are to rest for drugs. Can't read that one out loud. We have one more pick left. Tampa Bay. What's your prediction for Tampa Bay? What do you think they go with here?
I don't know. I have literally no idea. I think this is like the weirdest pick of the draft. I think they'll trade it. That's my prediction. I think they'll trade it.
I mean, they could, but they could also get like a win now piece to just like. I mean, Trayvon Moore still on the board. Wow, I forgot Trayvon Moore's still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. A lot of guys
You
fell.
could definitely get him.
A lot of
Definitely
guys
get
fell.
him.
What is Jason Owe doing? Oh my God, he's hitting the weirdest dance I've ever seen. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is already in. That was fast. That pick is already in.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. All right. Well, this is officially the last pick in this draft in the first round. Went by quite fast, actually. About 4 hours, which is what I thought it was.
Owusu Karamoa falling is weird.
Yeah. A lot of guys fell. I mean, I have a list. I had it in front of me. Ojulari, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Jenkins, Terrence Marshall, Dickerson, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, Morig, White, Davis, and Creed Humphrey, the best players remaining. So that's a substantial amount of guys that are still on the board here. And not to mention Joe Tryon is also still on the board. Who is the? Imagine the Bucks get joke. That'd be a big pull for them. Just like a chess piece on defense, just because they don't need really any big needs.
Yes!
Who is it?
Joe
Mills?
Tryon. Yeah, let's go.
Joe Tryon Hive is alive, ladies and gentlemen. We are alive and well. I like it. Your audible gasp of yes was amazing. Just like the leaping of joy of Joe Tryon's name being called in the first round. I love it. That's a great pick for them. Well, all right, Joe Tryon. Tell us about Joe Tryon. This is obviously one of your guys that you like.
One of my guys I really like, athletic freak out of Washington, did a great job this past season, just really getting into shape. For an Oregon Duck, I like a lot of Washington Huskies. I was really high on Jacob Eason last year, really high on Tryon this year. I just think he is super, super moldable. I think he showed great potential. He was great in the run game, despite what some think. I think he's great going around the edge. I think his speed is going to be really useful in the NFL. I just think he has the athletic profile to be a really good edge rusher. And I think he is kind of translative across multiple systems. So I think kind of learning from a guy like Shaq Barrett, who I genuinely think he's kind of similar to, will be really valuable for him. And I really like him a lot.
I agree. I think it's a great pick. I think it's great value for the Buccaneers. And on that note, the 2021 NFL Draft, the first round is officially over. It's been a wild ride. The Jacks are on the clock now at round 2. They have the rest of the day to decide. And tomorrow, we're not going to be back, but the draft will be back on at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks for coming by, guys. Thanks for sticking along with the draft. All right, I think that is us signing off.